Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a pleasant good Thursday morning from City Stadium here, the home of Fargo Shanley. This is the 2025 55th Annual Shanley Invitational Track and Field Invite. I'm Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko in the booth. You got Preston DeVille, who will be doing a little bit of everything on the grounds here today at Shanley, and Jacob Anderson high above, trying to stay clear of the sun so far this morning here for our main camera. Taking a look at the events of the schedule today, the running events will begin at 11 o'clock in the morning. We will get to the 600 and 3,200 meter extra heats right off the bat at 11. At noon, it'll be the relay 4x8. The 300-meter hurdles, which is one of the feature events here. Talking with Coach Barry Anderson earlier in the week, you don't have just the 12 EDC teams with the Kindred, Fargo, Oak Grove, Moorhead, and alongside Central Cass. You're going to have some athletes from across the tri-state area, some of the better athletes in that particular event. And as this events go over the course of the years, they will have more of these, if you want to call them feature races throughout the course of the annual track and field. And also, it's really cool from a Shanley perspective because they've been nomads in track and field for quite some time, even going back over 20 plus years ago when they were on the north side of Fargo. They did not have their own track. They would have to go to north or go to south to get some meets and get some practices and go to a local college, go to Fargo Davies now for the last couple of years as well, go to Concordia, which they've been to a ton of over the season. But it has been one of those events that they've circled on the calendar, particularly once they got the new track and field here today. Josh, a fellow track and field athlete in yourself, what are you kind of looking forward to? I mean, we're going to be here throughout the morning, most of the afternoon, 5, 6 o'clock roughly, depending on how the day goes, when we'll wrap up our coverage. But what are you looking forward to most as you kind of see this schedule of events coming up here throughout the course of the day?
Yeah, these athletes are trying to get themselves into mid-season form right now, as they've got a couple meets under their belt by now and are trying to get to that peak performance level. And we've got some pretty good conditions today for running, with a high of around 60 degrees today. So that's some good weather to try and set some records here today. So looking forward to seeing what these different athletes can do, and what these other schools coming in, the non-EDC schools, what they can put together at a larger meet like this.
This is 50 degrees right now here in Fargo. A little bit of a crosswind, but not too bad. It's supposed to be cloudy throughout the most of the afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s throughout the course of the day. Preston DeVille is down on the field. And Preston, I think if you talk with a lot of track and field folks, they'd say this is about as pristine of weather as you want. It's not too cold. It's not too warm. And you're kind of right in between both the pole vault and the high jump areas. We're seeing some folks getting some final stretches in, and also some final opportunities before they get to the official competition. But how's the new track and field and the new turf as well here at Shanley looking and feeling down there for you?
Oh, Chase, I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty spiffy down here. It's yeah, it's definitely a nice facility they have here down at Shanley.
For those of you that are watching at home, what you're seeing right now is some few extra warm-ups on the high jump. We'll start with the girls first. It'll start at 4 feet and 7 inches. And then on the left side of your screen, once we get to our actual track times, you'll see it populate with lane assignments for the respective athletes and their schools, and also if it's a 100, 200, and so forth from there. So that'll be on the left side of your screen as the day continues here today. We'll take a quick break, and we come back after this. We'll go over the complete running of events. Also in the 11 o'clock hour, there's going to be a lot of recognitions here at Shanley High School with the recognizing of the track and field alumni, the dedication of the facility, and then we'll get to the running events, with the first one starting after the extra heats again for the 1600 and the 3200. At noon will be the 4x8 relays starting up right off the bat. We'll continue after this and continue to preview the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational here on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids in schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Broadcasting today from the Bank North broadcast booth. Go to banknorth.bank. That's banknorth.bank. See what values-based banking can do for you for generations and for years to come. That's member FDIC, equal housing lender at Bank North. That's today from Shanley in the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field invite for the North Dakota schools with the first things first at the 100-meter dash on the girls' side. The qualifying standard is 13 seconds and .04, while on the boys' side for the A is 11.34 and the B is 11.44. So, Josh, as much as today there will be some feature meets and some feature heats as we talked about, this could potentially be one of those things as a track and field coach where you're kind of in the mid-season part when it comes to track and field for the outdoor season here. We're a month away from the state track and field meet in North Dakota, the same for Minnesota, a little over that. But at the end of the day, these are areas where you can maybe change the relays a little bit. You want to put someone in a 4x1, someone in a 4x2. Maybe you want to give someone an opportunity to compete in a high jump or a long jump that hasn't done it throughout the course of the day. So put your coach hat on here. What are you kind of doing at this particular meet where it's not a conference meet, it's not a state tournament meet? What are you looking for from your athletes on a day like today?
Yeah, this is a good day to be able to experiment around and just try some different things. Like you said, we're going to switch up the order of the relay. We're going to insert a new person into the relay, or just mix around some events to see if you can strike gold and figure out, oh, we've got this extra point, or is something maybe lying around for come postseason time for track here. So, yeah, definitely the right time to try and do something different today and see if you can find something extra in your team.
The girls' high jumps are just getting underway as we see it here. The opening mark, 4 feet 7 inches, as all the schools from the EDC have found their way here to the south side of Fargo. A couple Class B schools, the Moorhead Spuds as well. Coming up a little bit later throughout the course of the day, early on, it's starting at noon, will be the 4x8 meter relay. Then we'll get to the 300-meter hurdles, which is a feature particular meet. Talking with Barry Anderson, he loves the hurdles, so he said, why not make the first one a hurdling event here at the Shanley Invite? 100-meter dash, then the 4x2. That'll be things early on. When it comes to the field events that we will keep you apprised of, as we're seeing right now, the high jump again for the girls. You got the pole vaulter for the boys just about ready to get underway. You're going to see some long jumps, shot put, discus, javelin will all be participating here as well. It's a gorgeous facility, and it's running strictly north, south, east, and west, where on the east side is where we see it here from the main camera across that Fargo Shanley Deacon emblem at the 50-yard line. When it comes to football, you have the long jumps that'll be going on, and the triple jumps on the south end here, as we see it, is going to be the high jumps, and then we'll get to the pole vaults, and just a nice day when it comes to actual track and field invite. Josh, what's one particular event, I guess, when it comes to your area? Are you more of a fan of the relays? Is it something here for the long distance running? Are you more of the sprinting? What are you kind of looking forward to here later today?
Well, I was a distance runner myself, so I was in the mile, 2 mile, and running track. So that's the area that would know most about and enjoy watching, but a good relay, the intensity of a sprint relay, that's pretty unmatched. So I'm really looking forward to those 4x1, 4x2 100-meter relays today.
This is the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invite. For more information on yourliveevent.com, simply go to our website. We have high school softball today, Enderlin, Hillsborough, Central Valley. That'll be at 4 o'clock. The Enderlin Baseball Jamboree, a little brunch and baseball starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then day 2 is at 10:45 on Saturday. So check that out and more upcoming here on yourliveevent.com. Then as we get ready for a postseason events coming up around the corner. This is the 2025 Shanley Invite. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get to Preston DeVille, having an opportunity to speak with him and seeing what he's looking at so far from the jumps and also from the pole vaults behind him here on the south end of the track. That's on the way next here on yourliveevent.com. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com. The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
As we continue here on yourliveevent.com, just lost the camera angle again at the vault opportunity here, so Preston DeVille will take a look at that here in a moment as we continue to work on a little bit of the fielding events here at the Shanley Invitational, the 55th annual. Going back through some of the names that have competed in here, a lot of names that folks are going to remember, and there's some records that date back to the early 80s here. Some of the names, obviously, from the girls' record side, when you got a Laura Raisler on there, I think a lot of folks will remember what she was able to do. Josh going to Oregon, having opportunities to compete at the international level with everything that was going on, as well. Laura Raisler with a 200-meter dash back in 2009 with a time of 25.35. Amanda Levine from West Fargo in 2012. Annie Smith from Fargo South. She holds the record at the 1,600 and 2,400 meters back in the 81 and 83. So there's a lot of records here, but does one of those names kind of stand out to you or anybody in particular from the boys or the girls side here, Josh, when it comes to these respective again, records here at the Shanley Invite?
Yeah, just looking at the 1,600 meter for the guys with Quinn Roll. He ran a 4:18 in the mile in 2023, and I just remember that name from back in the cross-country days. Ran back in, what was it, 2021 for Fargo Shanley, so I remember hearing about Quinn Roll and his really nice time. So 4:18 that he was able to put up just a couple years ago. It is some really good conditions here today, so we'll see if any of these records are under threat this afternoon.
And any record that is broken here this year, they can say they got the record, and the first time they've ever competed here in the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invite as well. But we'll continue to go through that. If anybody does break any particular records, for example, Brittany Brunges in the triple jump with a jump of 38.1 back in 2001. So if those get broken or have a chance to be knocking on the door, we will let you know about that as well when it comes to the relays, boys and girls respectively. So your opportunity today from the North Dakota side, we'll just keep it here with this being a North Dakota meet to begin with, is you're just find a way to make it to the state tournament if you can qualify on a meet like this. And quite truthfully, as the weather has been, knock on wood, pretty good, we haven't had to worry too terribly much about meets getting pushed back. And if you were a baseball or softball fan, you'd say you'd have to do a doubleheader on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and all those were counter games. And particularly in baseball, how are you going to pitch around it? Particularly as we're seeing Preston, you can go outside the camera. Everything's working good down there as we get you front and center with the pole vault here. But as we take a look at what's happening with a little bit of the pole vault here, Josh, who are some of those that have participated so far as we kind of get some of these live results coming in from Fargo South?
Yeah, Simon Kabulu of Fargo South is, I believe he is the one that has gone right here. So we see 10 flat, I believe, from him. Now Eric Johnson going to post a time or a distance for Davies right now, or height for pole vault.
So we got about 13 minutes till we get to the track and field meets as we continue here with some of the, the track meets as the Cloud Zoo come rolling on over here. We'll take a quick break. We'll continue after this here in Fargo.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As we come back after a little technical difficulties, which we have right on cue again here, as it's currently working okay down at the pole vault area. Again, the pole vault to try to qualify is for the girls. As we will go back to the main cameras, we're having some more technical issues down there on this one. As we'll have Preston DeVille get that remedied and just go back to the high jump here in a moment and see how everything is working from that perspective. But at pole vault, again, the boys at 12 feet 6 inches to try to qualify for a standard in A. The B is at 11.6, and on the girls' side it's at 9'3", and for B 9 foot even here in this one, as we do get some cloud cover coming through. But Josh, who's currently competing in some of these jumps in the pole vaults here across the way?
Yeah, for Horace we have Boston Evenson trying to clear the 4'7" mark. Now also for Horace, Piper Speakermeyer, I believe, is how we're going to go with that, at 4'7", and that is the baseline height that they have set for the girls' high jump here today. So we'll keep you posted on the different athletes going through that. Girls high jumps starting at 4.7.
And on the left side of your screen, once we get to the field events, just because there's, again, a high jump, a triple jump, shot put, discus, javelin all going at the same time. We just don't have the field events at one particular moment, but with the respectives here as we take a little bit of a look from our high of the field camera here at center field or midfield if you're talking about football, but center part of the track here for track and field. Taking a look at some of the high jumpers competing. Again, the girls' high jump going on currently right now, and a chance from Grand Forks Central here, missing the first, and the second one looks to be a Claire Champion as she's trying to get to that first spot of 4 feet and 7 inches. So the girls are up first. After that concludes, we'll get to the boys on the way here today on yourliveevent.com. Also, we'll have a chance to talk with a couple of the Larrys here that are going to be doing the public address announcing, and we will get to the dedications of the field. Again, that'll be at 11:30 and 11:45 when we get to that a little bit later on. And as the day continues, once we get to the respective winners, we'll hear from some of those respective winners. Preston DeVille will be roaming down there, having a chance to hear from a couple of the coaches as well. We'll take one more quick break and continue after this.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
As we take a look at some of the high jump that's going on right now, as some of the girls are continuing to compete, as Claire Champion has the opportunity and just comes up short on that particular jump here, is again trying to clear 4.7, so she will not qualify to the next round here for the Grand Forks Central Knights, as we will be gearing up for some of the first extra heats here. Just because of the volume of the teams, they will have some of the extra heats for the distance starting at 11 o'clock. And boy, when that cloud cover comes over, you can definitely feel the cool temperatures a little bit making their way through one more time. As Josh, we have another long jump coming here in a moment.
Yeah, Latrell Murphy with a 17.2 on his third attempt for long jump for Grand Forks Central.
As we go back to the girls' high jump here in a moment. It's Scarborough here from West Fargo just participated, and then we have Hannah from West Fargo Cheyenne. And we'll get to one more upcoming here as we take a look at the, again, trying to get past that first mark of 4.7. As Sierra Ranke able to clear that on her first attempt. So she will get to the 4.7 mark here from the girls' high jump. Preston, what are the conditions down there after you see the cloud cover coming through? We were talking about it here in the press box with the sun and just kind of how it comes through, but now all of a sudden cloud cover kind of comes on in. So what's the conditions down there for you?
Oh, it's nice and cool. You know, it's going to be basically a perfect temp for these kids competing here today. I mean, no breeze down here really, but I mean, when those clouds go over, it gets a nice little cool feeling.
Preston, what are you seeing down there? What are people kind of talking about? Obviously, a brand new track and field, and folks are kind of getting ready for all the fielding events before we get to track. But what are you hearing from some of the coaches throughout the coverage down there?
Just kind of getting off to nice, good starts, kind of coming out of the gate, flying, you don't want to get into that habit of, coasting off the bat. So you kind of getting off to nice, strong starts is kind of what I've been hearing.
As this one continues, we will later on in the day bring you some of the final results. We'll also get our public address announcer queued up here a little bit later on to get everything situated for lanes 1 through 8 once we get to those meets and those dashes coming up here a little bit later on today here from Fargo Shanley. This is the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invite, the first one as the boys long jump continues to rattle on through. We'll keep you apprised of some of those results for both the long jump, the high jump, that and more still to come here on yourlivevent.com.
Telephone company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shanley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. As we continue to show some of the high jumps, but also we'll make our way through today, showing a little bit of the shot put across the way here at Fargo Shanley. Girls shot put just had a foul on McKee from West Fargo Cheyenne on her third attempt. Currently here is Josh Boyko also come through with some of the results here for the high jumps and some of the other field events that are going on, as we also have a shot put, javelin, we'll see some discus, high jumps, and we'll see as well as some of the east and west jumps that are going on here today.
Yeah, also saw Capstone Academy is participating here at high jump as middle from Capstone was able to clear the 4.7 mark. Kennedy Bacco of Kindred right now is up for girls high jump. So height still coming in at the baseline. From there, Lauren Barth is up next for Davies. So we'll see what Barth can do to see if she can clear this baseline of 4.7.
The girls javelin currently going. JC Reardon, a really good girls basketball athlete as well. She's currently underway here at the javelin side of things. As on the girls side, the track and field state minimum is 110. Piper Severson will be also having a chance here for Grand Forks Central to compete in a few moments, and then we'll see Kendall Ray here on the way for the girls' javelin throws here as well. So that'll be apprised of that, of what's currently going on.
Now, speaking of talented basketball players, Peyton Kanoki has also just cleared the 4.7 mark for Fargo North. Kanoki, solid basketball player. She came off the bench for most of the year for the Spartans, but had a couple games that I was able to see in person where she just kind of took over in the second half and put games in the bag. As Isabel Knocklin is able to clear for Fargo South at 4.7 as well. So starting to see some successful attempts on the baseline height here for girls high jump.
Boys long jump currently at 16.07 for Lucas McDaniel, is trying to get to that standpoint. In the current boys high jump, in the long jump here, it's a 16.8. Bonfils Loria is going to have his third attempt here for the West Fargo Packers in a moment, and his third attempt for Bonfils Loria easily able to already be part of that state track and field meet, but he easily gets it and some with an 18-foot 1-inch jump here for Bonfils Loria, a guy that was able to help Adam Palczewski and the West Fargo Packers to the top 4 finish at the state AA basketball tournament at the Fargo Dome. Also a guy that was asked to do a lot defensively for head coach Adam Palczewski here, but Bonfils Loria with an over 18-foot jump here for the West Fargo Packers.
Yeah, I saw Bonfils Loria a couple times on the court this year. Had a pin block where he went back-to-back pin blocks with Sem from Fargo South. So just a couple electric players right there. For girls high jump, Kennedy Bacco has cleared on her third and final attempt on 4'7". So Bacco staying alive in high jump. It'll be Audrina Ellert next up, and she clears on the first attempt for high jump.
As we continue here with some of the girls javelin, Britta Pausch from the Wahpeton Huskies having her first attempt here on girls javelin. The state record, or the state minimum to qualify, is 110 with a throw of 82 feet 8 inches, so she'll have some work to do, but that'll be again in attempt number 1. Some of the javelin when it comes to the metal and rubber tips throughout the tenure here, going back to the metal tips. Heisler from Devil's Lake with a throw of 134.9 in 1986, and then Rachel Otto with the rubber tips from New Rockford holds the record at 143.11. That was back in 1993, so getting these first couple of opportunities early on here for both the javelin as well.
Fallon Passanante of Davies just down the road is cleared easily on high jump for girls, as able to convert on that first attempt. Jason McAllister over on boys long jump for Shanley has gone 16.11 for that, so he's passed that 16.8 qualifying standard, so McAllister of Shanley will be moving on.
As we show the high jump again for the girls, and they will go through the girls and they will eventually go through the boys, but we will keep it at the high jump right now as Jacob can go take a look at one or two other fielding events and get that situated, whether it's boys pole vault or the triple jump here, Jacob, for you coming up on the fly here in a few moments. Then we'll get to our first, again, track meets with any of them of the extra heats. They'll be in this 11 o'clock hour before we get to the 4x8 relays at noon, the 300 meters and the 100-meter dash, as well as we get to another high jumper here for the girls, Josh, and a nice clear on the way.
Yeah, I believe that's Lauren Barth that was just up for Davies. Yes, Barth able to clear there, so she'll advance past the baseline as well.
As we continue here for the Shanley track and field meets, as we alluded to earlier, the long jump for Bonfils Loria was the last one to go over 18 feet, able to clear, as we'll get to some more jumps here in a moment. You see the camps that are all the way around the track and field meet, able to see it enclosed here within the fencing. Have a nice little area, and those who are just runners, you kind of have to chill throughout the entire day, not literally, but, you know, kind of just hang out and get your body and mind right, and that's one of the biggest things. You have some of these athletes, Josh, that are doing multiple sports, that are in field, that are in maybe a relay, that are in a dash, and some others who are maybe just so good in one particular area, or they're just wanting to compete in one area today to qualify for state and not maybe use that energy somewhere else. So that's also part of a strategy in talking with coaches throughout the course of a particular meet to say, hey, you know, maybe Josh is already qualified in the 200, but we really want to get him going in the 400, and he hasn't qualified yet. So maybe we won't have him worry about the 200 today. We'll just worry about the 400 as an example.
Yeah, that's definitely something that these coaches are thinking about, as you're trying to get your athletes to qualify in as many events as possible for state. So, like you said, if you're already through in one event, maybe you rest on your primary event and then are able to take this non-conference meet right here and then just focus on maybe your secondary event to try and get yourself advanced and qualified in that regard.
As we'll take a quick break, when we come back, we got some girls high jump. We have Elizabeth from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, even here trying to compete. So we'll get to that and more on the way. This is the Shanley Track and Field Meet on yourliveevent.com.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
As we continue here, we'll get to some more of the particular throws and jumps, and we'll get to the track meets in a second. But let's talk some Fargo Davies Eagles track and field as Preston Duville has made his way to the northeast corner here of Fargo Shanley.
Yes, Chase, thank you. We are here with Rory Beal, Fargo Davies head track coach. And coach, just overall, you're coming into an event like this today. Weather seems to be nice for you guys. Kind of what's the overall goal for you guys?
Well, first of all, it feels good to be at Shanley for a track meet. I just told our team, Coach Barry has hosted the Shanley Invitational at like 5 different venues over the last 20 years. So we're excited for the sport and for Shanley to have their own track. It's a beautiful day. Spring's unpredictable, so when we have a reasonable day when there's not much wind, we're pretty giddy. There's good opportunities and good competition to make a step forward.
And in terms of your program, maybe what are a couple events that we should be on the lookout for you guys here this year?
Well, we've got a strong boy in the 300-meter hurdles. He's in the Special Invitational. Joshua Beal, Alex Meese in the discus. We've got Kate Lockway's running an open 4. So, you know, with 2 teams, it's actually hard. I'm leaving some kids out, but we've got a strong group of boys and girls here that are going to compete well, I think, in all 38 of the boys and girls events.
And I know you just had a meeting with a bunch of your runners and throwers here a couple of minutes before we started talking. And just kind of what do you say at the beginning of a track meet to your team to maybe kind of send them off?
Well, you know, there's the details about where to be, what to do, to make sure that we're in the right place at the right time. And then it's, you know, we all woke up today and we're strong. We're able to run and jump. Reason to be grateful and to harness some of that gratitude to put it on the track and in the field and on the runways when it's our turn to compete.
And being able to compete in Fargo here, I mean, just a couple blocks away for you guys. How nice is that to be able to not have to get up way too early and do a lot of traveling, just kind of probably get up when you normally do and make your way over here.
Yeah, it was a normal day for our kids. In fact, those who are runners only, they went to school until 10:30 this morning, and they just got here, and so yeah, that's a good thing. They got to get a little school in before they compete.
And then teams to be on the lookout for. Who are some other strong programs here today that will be pushing you guys?
On the in the Class B side, Oak Grove and Kindred are 2 really strong programs. Central Cass. In our division, Class A, you know, Grand Forks Red River is always strong. Moorhead is here today, and they've got strong boys and girls teams. So those are probably top of mind schools that will be the standouts.
And then final question for you today, Coach. I know this is going to be a very difficult question to answer, but what's the event that you're looking forward to the most here today, just to be able to just even watch?
Well, I was a hurdler, and so I'm looking forward probably to the 300-meter hurdles today.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks again for the time here today, and good luck in your guys' events.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Preston. Talking with the
Thank you.
Fargo
You bet. Have a
Davies,
good-
again, track and field head coach here as we continue to show you a little bit of the girls' high jumps now as we able to get some of the results coming through as well. This from the West Fargo Packers variety, Josh, as we saw some, again, Class B athletes making their way, but so far today, now we're making it to from a 4.7 now up a little bit to a 4.9 for the next round here of the girls' high jump.
Just the next advancement in this high jump for girls up to the 4.9 benchmark as Obi from West Fargo is first up and does not clear on the first attempt. But yeah, looking forward to see how many of these girls can keep just pushing themselves up past that 5-foot mark.
And we'll see some of these results coming through here as well. Keep it at the high jump that's currently getting underway. And the one thing about a track and field meet, Josh, I think you have to say a big thank you, as much as we can say thank you to those who have helped us to get here with Barry Anderson, Chris Forrester, the co-head coaches for Fargo Shanley, wanting this particular event and meet to be broadcasted to those that are watching or those that maybe can't take off a day off of work all day if they have their son or daughter competing. But at the end of the day, too, there's a lot of volunteers when it comes to track and field, whether it's putting back up the hurdles, taking them down, whether it's moving a high jump up and down. So there's a lot of, I would say, thankless work that goes on to host a track and field meet.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There is so much work that goes on behind the scenes for track and field meets, having been around them for just the year that I ran myself, and then also covering them. There's a lot of work that goes on. You mentioned Coach Forrester. I was able to run for him for cross country for Shanley back in 2021. So he's a great coach, great guy, and always has these programs in tip-top shape here for Shanley.
That's the one thing, too. Sometimes with track and field, you get to see some co-ops. We've been seeing co-ops with Shanley for, cross country, as you kind of talked about, but also at particular times, Josh, you get co-ops here with track and field that you might not have in other sports. So it's a chance for students to kind of mingle, get to know some other people, and as you kind of see throughout the world of business or just in life, it's all about networking, and I think track and field is the one true networking event. It doesn't matter if you're a thrower, it doesn't matter if you're a runner, you're going out, you're obviously hanging with your crew, your team, and what you need to do throughout the course of the day. But when you got some free time, it's kind of nice to go talk with some other people or say, hey, I know you've been really good at the 200 and I'm coming up as a 200. Yeah, there's maybe a little rivalry there, but maybe you're someone from across the state or a different area that you don't get a chance to see, and this is a cool event to kind of get those networking chances as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's not a ton of pressure necessarily on this event with it being a non-con event, but you're still able to get the competitive juices flowing. And I know when I was about to run distance races, you kind of get to know who you're competing against, especially on the Minnesota side when I was with Park Christian. You're running against the Ada Borup Wests and the Bagleys, Fostons of the world, and you get to know those people that you're running in the event against. So you go over to first, second call and get to talk with your competitors a little bit, because once you've run a couple races, you kind of know where the competition level is at, and I mean you're all pushing each other in that sense, because even though you're competing against each other, you can usually pace with some people, especially in the distance groups. So always a fun time to get to hang out, even with some of the rival competitors.
As we'll continue here and kind of take you in our version of a wraparound look, as Amari Taylor from Fargo South on the boys long jump on his first attempt fouled, so no result there. Girls Javelin, Kendall Ray from West Fargo Cheyenne, she's going to be on her third attempt upcoming here in a few moments. Boys discus throw, Nicholas from Fargo North, first attempt of 76.02, about 23 feet short of trying to get to that North Dakota State minimum for qualifying here, but that was his first throw of the day from the Fargo North Spartans. And then from the girls shot put, Amelia Lovejoy with a nice throw of 20.03. She came out about 6 feet short of trying to qualify, but again, Lovejoy here for the girls shot put from West Fargo Horace.
Then over on the girls high jump, Molly Welsh of Oak Grove has cleared on 4'9". So Welsh from Oak Grove advancing to the next height. It's Sierra Renke up next from Davies, who will be attempting.
As Greta Gebhard now will come on for Grand Forks Central here on the girls javelin throw, and she'll have an opportunity. Girls high jump, as we're seeing right now, Sierra Renke from Fargo Davies having a chance, and they moved that up a little bit, and we got a West Fargo Cheyenne product just making their way across the way here, Josh, as well.
Yeah, that was Kenzie Wu, and did not clear on that first attempt for Kenzie from Cheyenne, but that was just her first, so she'll have 2 more cracks at it at 4'9".
Boys long jump here for boys long jump here in general is 29 that you have to clear, so 20 feet 9 to qualify for state. Kobe Lamar able to have his first attempt here on the boys long jump with a 19:06. So coming across there on the boys long jump here on this one. So that's just a little bit of some of the wraparound here. As Elliot Oakland from Central Cass, when we take a look at the boys discus with a throw of 106.04 to qualify, you need a 135, but a 106.04 here for Elliot Oakland from Central Cass.
Yeah, Obi does not clear on the final attempt on 4'9" for girls high jump from West Fargo, as well as Niall from Cheyenne not clearing as well. So 4'9" proving to be a step more difficult than the baseline height for a few of these athletes on girls high jump.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll find where Mr. Preston DeVille is across the way on the track and field. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on as we get closer to the noon hour. And also at 11:30 will be the recognition of the Shanley Track and Field alumni. Dedication of the field facility will be at 11:45. Then at noon will be our first relay of the day. That and more still to come from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Stay up today all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com. The Kindred School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
As we continue here, take a look at some of the high jumps making their way across the way here, Josh, and I know you got a couple of results coming on in here.
Yeah, Kennedy Baco 0 for 2 on 4'9" right now, so we'll keep keeping you posted as Lauren Barth is up next for Fargo Davies on girls high jump 0 for 1 at 4'9" level. So, yeah, haven't seen near as many clears on the 4'9" front yet, as they're still trying to get to that 5'1" benchmark for Class A.
Going back to the boys long jump here, Lance Williams from West Fargo in the boys long jump, able to have a 19-foot jump on the way here in boys long jump, as Aiden Nojang will be coming up next here for his second attempt from the Fargo North Spartans.
Yeah, Nojang also one of the Fargo North starters for basketball. Is he every time was able to talk to Coach Haig this year, he just raved about Aiden Nojang and the hustle player that he was on the basketball side. So see what he can bring to the field events.
Yeah, Travis Hogue there for the Fargo North Spartans, and now stepping down, as we also, speaking of coaches that are just stepping down or in retiring, Mike Hendrickson from the Fargo South Bruins. We'll have a chance to talk with Mike Hendrickson here for the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show on Wednesday night, talking a little Lions All-Star Basketball Series, just Bruins basketball and his tenure that he's has been one of the more tenured head coaches in just one particular spot, but we'll see some new faces and new places, so to speak, upcoming. Boys discus throw varsity just making his way to the field. Here will be Sam Jacobson from Moorhead for his second toss.
And we've got a pass or a success from Kate Middle over at Capstone Academy on the 4'9" girls high jump. So that's one of our first successful attempts we've seen, as Kennedy Bacco is now also cleared for Kindred. Both of those, or Bacco on her final attempt was able to get, I think Middle was on her second attempt. So starting to see a little bit more success rate over in the girls high jump pit.
Boys discus throw, Sam Jacobson with an even 100 feet. So Sam Jacobson from boys discus from Moorhead throws an even 100. Seeing it here on the girls side for a girls javelin throw, Miss Filati here, Emmy Filati from Central Cass. She'll be making her second attempt in a moment. And Lauren Barth here from Fargo Davies. Josh, she's going to have a chance of missing, but then we're going to get to another high jumper here in a moment.
As that was Isabel Knocklin clearing on attempt number 1 for Fargo South now. So an easy clear for Knocklin, as she has gone past 4'7" and 9 pretty easily to this point. So keep an eye out for her to potentially get above that 5-foot mark and qualify.
So what's going on right now for the field events is the girls high jump. You have the long jump going in 2 pits for the boys, the girls shot put, the boys discus, the girls javelin, and then the boys pole vault is currently going on. Then you'll switch it once those results are done a little bit later on. Again, the first couple of track meet events starting at noon will be the 4x800 meter relay, the 300 meter hurdles, which is going to be one of the main attractions here that'll have those folks outside of just the EDC. You'll see Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota will be involved with that competition, the 100 meter dash and the 4x2 as well.
Yeah. Then we have back over on high jump, Amari over from Oak Grove. She's able to clear on her first attempt at 4'9", and that looked pretty easy. So she might also be one of the contenders to look out for. Aspen Jose coming up next for Oak Grove on high jump.
Aspen Jose, you do not want to be a volleyball with a libero because she could, like a vacuum, suck it up pretty quickly and keep that rally going. Part of the reason why that for head coach Michaela Hestalin, who did step down, just having a family and wanting to spend more time at home, but part of the reason why Fargo Oak Grove made it to state volleyball this past season at the Fargo Dome.
And then Barth for Fargo Davies comes up just a little bit short, so that was her third and final attempt for Lauren Barth on girls high jump.
Payne Kanoki, 84-10 on the girls javelin throw here for the Fargo North Spartans. Again, girls javelin throw of an 84-10. The state qualifying standard is an even 110 here on the way for Class A.
And Mason Lynch clears on first attempt for Central Cass for girls high jump. Kate Mahler up next for Kindred.
We'll continue to keep you apprised of what's going on the field of meets once the track meets do start up here a little bit later on. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational from Sid Cichy Stadium here today. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you high on top of the press box. Preston DeVille will be roaming his way, getting some interviews and helping us out with some of the additional cameras here to bring you some different shots from across the track and field. Jacob Anderson is here. Let's toss it back down to Preston DeVille here in a moment. We'll take a quick break. We'll get Preston locked and loaded next here on your liveevent.com.
Girls.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
As we come back here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite, we'll continue to keep you apprised of some of the other positions that are making their way through. But Preston DeVille has found another coach here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite. Preston, let's toss it back down to you.
Yeah, we're here with assistant coach Kurt Kukert of the Devils Lake Track and Field team. And Coach, first off, just kind of give yourself a little introduction. What your kind of main focus point is when it comes to coaching.
I'm one of the distance coaches.
Awesome. So in terms of distance coaching, how tough is it to get students in that mindset that they're going to be going these long distances here when they're first maybe getting into track and field?
It's a little difficult for encouraging the kids to, instead of do 100 and 200 for 10, 20 seconds, to go and push themselves for 5 minutes to 12 minutes. So it's a challenge, but I try to make it fun for them.
And a nice travel day for you guys over in Devil's Lake. And in terms of being able to be at an event like this, just how exciting is that?
Oh, this is great. This is the best day we've had to compete all season so far. So everybody's hoping to PR today and enjoy the weather.
And that Devil's Lake team, who are some maybe athletes we need to have an eye on for you guys?
We have, for the distance, Zane Bennett. He'll be running the 1 and 800 today. Riley Schmies, she will be doing really well in the 2 mile and 1 mile today. And numerous jumpers, throwers, and sprinters too.
And in what are some maybe teams that we need to have our eyes on in terms of guys you'll be competing against here today to keep an eye on?
One of the big dogs are Fargo Shanley, of course, and Davies. Always their girl team is really, really stacked with talent.
And how'd the travel day look for you guys? Did you guys come down here yesterday, stay the night, or did you come down this morning? How did that work for you guys?
I came down this morning, bright and early, 7 o'clock on the bus. So the kids luckily got here, stretched out, so they're ready to compete today.
And excluding the distance, because as we've mentioned, you're a little biased toward the distance. What are maybe 1 or 2 other events that you're looking forward to? Just being able to watch.
Really excited for the shot put. Our Braxton Rance, he's ranked 2nd right now, and we're hoping to get a really good throw out of him today and stay qualified.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for doing this interview here today, and good luck to you guys over at the Devil's Lake track team.
Okay, thank you.
And again, Preston DeVille with us here, talking a little track and field, able to see some of the coaches making their way as we go back to the high jumps here, Josh. For girls high jumps, able to see a few other athletes that have made their way through, and another chance there for Aspen Jose.
Yes, Jose clears, and then Esposito, the jump before, was able to clear. So we are seeing 4.9 getting cleared a lot more recently by the last few jumps. So Jose, the most recent to get over that bar.
As we continue here with the girls' javelin for Miss Filady, her 2nd attempt, 90 feet 6 inches here. The javelin trying to get to for Filady, 93.02 is what she was able to throw on the girls' javelin. Presley Peraza making his way to Minot State. Boys' long jump, his 3rd jump upcoming here for Peraza, will be on the way, and able to get a 20 feet 4 inches here for Presley Peraza for the long jump. As for the boys, the long jump again is 20.09 here for Presley Peraza. So that was Presley, Minot State, part of that Bradwell State Championship for Division A boys basketball, but also from there making his way to Minot State for track and field and hoops.
Over at boys pole vault, a little check-in there. Logan Duffy, the most recent athlete to go. Duffy of Shanley did not clear on 10.6, so he is out on his 3rd attempt for pole vault. Kanoki is next up for girls high jump, so we'll see if she is able to clear the 4.9 bar. Has not registered an attempt yet.
Boys discus, Evan Thomas with his first attempt of 100 feet, 108 and 5 inches, so 108 feet and 5 inches for discus. For A, it's 145 to qualify here as we're nearing the bottom of the hour and getting to that recognition of the Shanley track and field with some of the alumni here. We'll have the public address announcer, Larry Robertson, will be at midfield coming up, and we'll get to that in the dedication of the Shanley track and field. So that'll be more of our main focus in just a few moments here as they continue. And update from Kindred, Luke Starcevic, first attempt fouled on the boys discus throw here today at Shanley.
Fallon Passanante is also now cleared on 4'9", fairly easily. Just saw that one. Passanante from Davies, of course.
Carrie Ogier, the girls' javelin from Fargo North, able to throw about 77 feet here, as that was in the girls' javelin throw on the way. And Ella Nelson from Grand Forks River will be having her second attempt up in a moment.
And last attempt for Kate over at Kindred. She comes up short on 4'9", so her third and final attempt, unable to clear that bar.
Girls javelin, we'll see Morgan Wald for Central Cass here in a moment. Bowden Yanni from boys discus throws here for the Moorhead Spuds, 108.05, so 108.05 here for Bowden Yanni, just over 108 feet on his first attempt.
And then Henry Simmons over on boys pole vault for Horace, unable to clear on his third attempt and final attempt for 10'6" on boys pole vault.
Taylor Euchre from Fargo Oak Grove has her first attempt on the shot put, 31 feet 7 inches on her first opportunity here for Taylor Euchre from Grand Forks, or make that Fargo Oak Grove. As we continue here with some of the track and field updates throughout the course of the day, we'll take another quick break. Preston will find his way again roaming throughout the course of the day. If he's got a Fitbit tracker on, he's going to get his workout in here before the 1 o'clock hour, that's for sure. Overcast skies, 50 degrees, but as we've heard from some of the coaches, it's about as best of the field conditions as you could want. Not too windy today either, so you don't really have to worry as a runner. If you have the south wind coming for those 100 meters, you would start it on the south end and go on the far side of the track. So I think for the most part, everything should be about as it should be with how the lay of the land is here today at Sid-Cichy Stadium. We'll continue after this here on your liveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com. The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
From the Shanley Track and Field invite here today on yourliveevent.com, Chase Miller, Josh Boyko, Preston DeVille again making his roaming way here at the track, and then you got Jacob Anderson high on top of the bird's eye view here today from Sid-Cichy Stadium. As we're just a few moments away from the dedication of the track and field, Larry Robertson, our public address announcer, also with the legendary Larry Knutson here today, kind of the tale of two Larrys here for our public address announcing, but we'll get to Larry Robertson here again. I'd like to thank both Barry Anderson, Chris Forrester for having us here from the track and field meet. Mike Hagstrom, who's at one time was a teacher, has made his way up through the JP2 Catholic school system as well. So able to see Mark Hallcraft here. The AD saw him a little bit earlier this morning and saying thanks for coming out. So we'll get to the dedication here in just a few moments. But Josh, let's get to some more results making their way across the way here for the field events.
Yep, girls high jump, Peyton Kanoki has passed on 4'9". Just looking at some other stats right now. Girls shot put, Josie Van Sickle with 30-foot 10-inch shot put. The state qualifying reference point for girls is 35.6, so 5 feet off of that. Piper Jensen from Fargo North goes 33.5, a little bit closer to that mark, so Jensen with a 33 on shot put.
Let's make our way here for part of the recognition of the Shanley Track and Field alumni with Larry Robertson here on the public address announcing.
7th and 1st state places in the 800. He's the current 800 record holder at Shanley and has been for 48 years.
No, not him. No.
That's what it says here. He's not? Okay.
That's John's record.
He's barely 48 years old. Look at him. All right, so John Bauer has held the 800 record. Nope.
No, he has the record, but not for 48.
John Bauer, 1977, ran the 1,600 and 3,200 meter. Placed in the state in the mile with a time of 4:29 and in the 2 mile with a time of 9:41. Was state runner-up in cross country, placed in the 2 mile at state and was runner-up there. John Bauer.
This is the 48-year record holder in the 2 mile. That's
okay, and that's the John Bauer has held the 3,200 meter record for 48 years.
Yeah. 48.
Wow. Maybe we'll ask him to run around the track.
Just
once,
broken.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Just broken by Quinn Carroll last week, the new record holder in the 3,200 meters. So here to present him with that plaque of his record to take home, Quinn Carroll.
Awesome. That's good. That's good stuff right there. Next up, we have Dave Forster, graduated 1968. He ran the 100, the 220, the 4x1, and the 4x220. Also the long jump, and was 8th place at state in the 4x2. That's Dave Forster. Michelle Bear Bradley, graduated 1995. She ran the 400, the 4x400, the 4x800, placed first in the state in the 4x4 and 5th at state in the 4x8, and is the Shanley record holder in the 4x400. Cody Larkin, graduated 1991. Cody ran the 100, the 200, the 400, the 800, the 4x2, and the 4x4. Placed in the state in the 400, he placed first place there. He also placed at state in the 200, the 800, the 4x4, and the 4x2. Cody Larkin. Graduating in 1994, Chris Forster. Events were the 100, the 200, the 400, and the relays. And it says here, he always, and that's underlined, always ran the 4x4. Chris Forster. What's that? Yes, and he's the current coach at Shanley High School. We all know that, right? Absolutely. Brittany Geffrey Weber. She ran a lot. 100, 200, 400, 800, 4x1, 4x2, 4x4, 4x8. She also was in the shot put and the discus. All-around athlete Brittany Weber placed at state in the 4x2 and is the shot put record holder here at Shanley. Brittany Weber. And Mark Sorensen, graduated in 1986. Mark ran the 800 meters and also the 4x800. Is the 29-year record holder in the 4x800 meter relay, 1 of 4.
Yes, and we got 5th place that year.
Fifth place, all right, that wasn't on my card, but that's well noted. Mark Sorensen, 5th place with your team in the 4x4, 4x8. Thank you.
Again, that is the Shanley Track and Field a little bit here. We'll continue here with some of the alum as they still have 1 or 2 to go.
And was involved with the 4x100 relay and the 4x200 relay, is the current high hurdles state champion. or was.
Two coaches who aren't here, they're working to meet two Shanley alumni coaches, both coaching.
As that's Barry Anderson talking with Larry Robertson here today.
Two coaches who are working events right now and can't be with us for this ceremony that should be recognized. Jake Cava, 2018, and also Isabel Snyder. So we want to recognize them as well.
From there, we'll go just live here, Jacob. We'll make your way towards the southeast West Fargo Cheyenne area tent as we'll take the main camera. Preston DeVille's over there talking with the West Fargo Cheyenne track and field coach as we go from the north side to the south side here as we slowly make our way. There's Preston. Where's Preston here from Shanley? Let's toss it back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like looking for a Waldo for us down here. But yeah, I'm here with Jared Slindy, head boys coach at West Fargo Cheyenne. And coach, just overall, how excited are you guys to be here at this event here today?
Well, first of all, the weather certainly helps. I think everyone's in pretty high spirits. It's awesome to be over here and have just such a great meet. It's such a good facility. I mean, Barry and Chris and everyone at Shanley's done such a great job with this. This facility looks awesome. I love the red track with the black exchange zones, and everything in the field is absolutely loaded today. So we're going to see some great track and field. So we're certainly excited about this day.
Tell us a little bit about your team. Who are some athletes we need to be on the lookout for this year?
Well, hopefully a lot of them. We got a lot of depth. That's certainly to single anyone out. Califia Arte is doing long jump, triple jump, high jump today. That's one of the better ones in the state. Kai Schlichting on the track is going to be running the 200, the 4x1 today. Hopefully have a lot for you guys to follow and highlight. Some good guys going in the shot put and discus. Jack Jelinek in the pole vault. We got 3 good pole vaulters that are rocking and rolling right now. So hopefully we have a lot of good things happen today. We certainly got the weather for it, so that's nice.
We've mentioned how nice the weather is, the facility is. Also, travel. You guys don't have to travel too far either.
We're spoiled living here in the metro where, we took a trip up to Grand Forks for EDC Indoor and, the state meet and Bismarck. Other than that, we have enough nice tracks around here, so no, we don't have to travel too far at all.
And what are some events that you're looking forward to, watching on the track or in the field or anything like that?
This time of year, we certainly want to get kids qualified, so we're going to lead it off with a good group in our 4x800. I'm really, really excited for some of the kids. We're trying to pick up some qualifying marks here throughout the day. Mamadi Dore and the shot put, that's right there. He keeps scratching these big throws. Hopefully we get him there. So the special 300, we got Will Morris running that here in a little bit. That's 300 hurdles. So that'll be fun. Our 4x4 at the end of the day. Hopefully get more kids and qualify in the 100-meter dash. We got 4 good ones that are going to step in the block for that one. So we, fortunately brought a really strong group over here. So hopefully we have a lot of good performances.
I'm sure qualifying for state, but also just being able to set those PRs as well, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it's really that time of year where stuff starts to click and kids are feeling fresh, and we kind of get out of that general prep phase where we do so much pounding and slower stuff, and now we're getting faster and more explosive, and stuff's really coming together. So it's such a fun time of year, and hopefully we can see a bunch of PRs and we keep building on that, and that takes us to the final 4 weeks we have in the season. So
awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to your boys down at West Fargo Cheyenne today.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
And again, Preston DeVille talking a little Mustang track and field here, as just in a few moments we will get to the Shanley dedication as they had the recognition of Shanley track and field alumni. We will get to the dedication of the track and field facility here in just a few moments, and then we will pause for the national anthem and then get to the relay events. As you see populating on the left side of your screen, for those watching at home, what's going to start happening now is the left side of your screen, you're going to see the time of what is going on once the lane assignments are finalized, and then the respective teams when it comes to relays, or the individuals and the team or school that they are representing throughout the course of the day. It'll populate for the final time, and then once they get from one heat, it'll go to heat 2, and we'll do it again and so forth. So you'll be able to see everything coming up alive here in just a few moments. What we're going to do is take a break. When we come back, we'll get to the dedication of the track and field facility here coming up next and keep you apprised of what's going on for the field events, that and more here on yourliveevent.com.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As we come back here on yourliveevent.com, this is the Shanley Track and Field Invite here today, as we also have our start-finish line cam as we take a look at the facility and, more importantly, the grandstand, and later on, those that are going to try to, so to speak, pass the tape at the very last second. So we will get to that once we have our 100 meters, the 4x8s, for what the final will finish, and then Jacob Anderson will make his way around the track here in a few moments as well when it comes to the respective following of the relays. But Josh Boyko, let's toss it back to you for some infield results or some fielding results that are going on currently here with some of the high jumps and the throws and everything else.
Yeah, a couple of high jump updates right here. Elizabeth Fedge from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, goes over 4:11, so she's one of the first to clear. We also had an Oak Grove athlete clear the 4:11 bar, and then Peyton Kanoki from Fargo North has cleared as well.
As Preston DeVille will make his way across, Mike Hagstrom right now is talking currently, so I'll try to get a microphone to get him a little bit.
Shanley Invitational Track and Field Meet. Again, welcome. Thank you for joining us today for christening this great facility. We wish you, participants, and teams all the very best today. Again, thank you for being here. With that, Father Kyle Metzger, class of 2000, principal of Shanley High School, will perform our blessing of the new track and field.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Brothers and sisters, God has given us our physical powers in order that we may serve Him joyously, to help one another, and by discipline in accord with the law of God, to make our body fit for every good work. God therefore approves of the forms of recreation which exercise our bodies, fostering physical and mental well-being, friendship, and virtue. A reading from the first letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians. Do you not know that those who run a race all run, but only one receives the prize? Run in such a way that you may win. Everyone who competes in the games of exercise, they exercise self-control in all things. So they do it to obtain a perishable wealth, but we an imperishable one. Therefore, I run in such a way not as to run aimlessly. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God.
Please rise for the blessing. Let us pray. Blessed be your name, O Lord.
As we'll have Preston make his way towards the pastor here and try to get that microphone there so as we can hear it a little bit better coming up.
Your servants, as they dedicate and bless this new track, may be a place of enrichment, fostering healthy competition, and the human virtues that lead to true freedom and happiness. May this place of training teach us all to strive for the immortal crown promised to your faithful.
We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen.
As this again is part of the dedication of the track and field facility here for the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invite, the very first one on campus grounds, going from the north end of Fargo for many years until the fall of 2002, where they had Shanley High School here today, as we go back to the field for the dedication.
God bless.
They're up. Oh, they're here? Okay. All right. Good, good, good. Appreciate that. Thanks. Thank you.
As they will bring the choir on for the national anthem here in a moment. We'll just have Preston hang around there if there's any more particulars that are coming on for a moment. But Josh, let's continue here with some field events that are going on and try to get some final numbers or some those who may be potentially qualified.
Yep, Isabel Knocklin over from Fargo South has cleared on 411, as has Mason Lynch from Central Cass. Aspen Jost, the most recent to go, does not clear on her third and final attempt. So those are the most recent three for girls high jump results. Brock Johnson over at boys pole vault from Kindred clears at 11 feet on his first attempt.
Coming up tomorrow on YourLiveEvent.com as we take a look now again at the high jumps that are making their way through. But tomorrow we'll have the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. 7 games down at Henriksen Field, then 5 games upcoming. That'll be on Saturday starting at 10:45 for the coverage, or 10:30. And then later today we'll have Region 1 softball, Enderlin going up against Hillsborough Central Valley, and we are just about ready to get to the first of our running events here today. This will take us all the way through the afternoon till about the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, but the 4x8 relay will be coming, the 4x800. You'll have the 300-meter hurdles, the 100-meter dash, and the 4x200-meter relay as well be the first 4 events when it comes to the track events here today. Josh with another update here for some of the field events.
Yep, Ren James from Fargo South able to clear the 4:11 mark. Fallon Passanante will be next up for Fargo Davies. So keep an eye on that result. She's 0 for 1 on her first attempt at 4'11", getting close to that qualifying mark. They're trying to hit 5'1" for the Class A, and Class B going for 5 foot even. So almost to that mark, as Haley Honnert is next up now for Fargo North.
We'll get to the track and field particulars here in a moment, but they'll have the national anthem here in a couple of minutes. We will take a break over that, and then we will get you ready for what will be the running events here today. Again, Larry Robertson is going to be with our main mic, but we will take a quick break, and we'll continue with the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite after this.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
As we come back here, taking a look at some of the respective athletes trying to qualify for the high jump, as we will get to Larry Robertson with some of the public address announcing in-house here for some of these scheduled events.
The event today, our clerk of course is Todd Knine. He is in the middle of the field at the clerking station. He's our clerk of course. Our starters are Doug Gieslin and Bill Shallow today. Meet managers Barry Anderson and Chris Forster. Your appeals committee consists of Darren McKinnon, Jeff Bakke, and Jamie Watson. And your finish line marshal today is Greg Faldy. Let's see here.
Welcome back to Fargo Shanley Track and Field Invite here. Josh Boyko with you here alongside Chase Miller in the Bank North broadcast booth, as we have got more results coming in from girls high jump. Fallon Passanante is now 0 for 3 on her final attempt at 4'11". As we've seen a few be able to clear that 4'11" mark, the next time they move it up will be going towards state qualifying level for girls high jump here. So looking forward to see who can punch their ticket to state if they have not already for girls high jump. Audrina Ellert is up next for Horace. Looks like she was able to clear that.
As we're getting ready for some of the events here, going through against some of the boys and girls records, just some of the names. You have Bryn Erstead from Jamestown back in 1999 with the 110-meter hurdles of a time of 14:64. Going through and seeing Fargo Shanley in the 200-meter dash. Henry Collins at 22:18 back in 2019. We mentioned some of the names for Miss Raceler, Laura Racer at Fargo South. And she put her name on a bunch of record books when she was having the opportunity to compete for the Bruins. Also, Ellie Groders from West Fargo back in 2010, the 300-meter hurdles from West Fargo at a time of 43:98. So those are just some of the times that we've made our way for some of the girls and boys records that we will be keeping track of a little bit later on. 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Meet that was established back in 1969, but this is the first one that is on quote-unquote home soil, Josh. And what we've kind of heard from some of the coaches from Preston DeVille's interviews with them is, yeah, it's a very nice day, number one, a really nice meet, number two, and I think just like you've been able to talk with the Troy Mathern for Fargo Shanley football, once they were able to upgrade from the old turf to the new turf, for anybody that's been having some good facilities, a lot of rave reviews so far that we've kind of heard from some of the coaches.
Yeah, pristine facility right now, and I mean, we were talking earlier before we even got on how this track is just of the top quality right now. So these athletes are getting the chance to break it in, and we'll probably see some pretty solid times, I would imagine, once we get the field events going.
And once we get to the relays, too, you got the relay zone. Sometimes you'll see some tracks that just have one particular, unified color all the way around, but you kind of see where the relay zones are a little bit at different times. So that's also something that'll be helping us out, as we'll see some of the girls will be up first for the 4x8 relay. As you see here, the EDC competition for the schools making their way through. You see some Class B area towns and track members and field members as well. The Moorhead Spuds are here, Kindred, Central Cass, and the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers. But we will have our first relay again, the 4x8 for the relays. Then we get to the 300-meter hurdles, and the 100-meter dash will be the cause of the events. And there is 8 lanes. Lanes 7 and 8 are going to be hugged up tightly next to the area here as we get to the starting line here in a second, but you can see 7 and 8 across for what we're going to be showing once we get to the 100-meter dash. You might see a racer or a runner kind of go away for a second, but we will get them to the very end of the start line here coming up here in a few short moments. But we're getting ready as the runners are taking their mark for the 4x8 as you see it here. The lane 9 is going to be Grand Forks Red River, lane 10 on the second one. But lane 1 will be the Kindred Vikings. Central Cass will be in lane 2. West Fargo 3, Davies 4. Shanley will be number 5 as well. Here in this one, as the time will scroll through, this will be our first heat. And then we'll have West Fargo, Cheyenne, Horace, and Devil's Lake coming up here in a moment.
The track for this first race ever at the home in Shanley Invitational. We'd like to welcome our honorary starter, Sam Montgomery, everybody. Put your hands together. Sam is a longtime supporter of Shanley Track and Field and the brother-in-law of co-head coach Chris Forrester. Sam has been starting races since the 1912 Stockholm Olympics and still has the hat to prove it. You look mighty swell for being that old. Sam, it's all yours.
Runners, take your marks.
And we're off here and running in the very first event on the field here today. Again, these 8 teams that are making their way. This is the 4x8, and going back through the girls' record here of the 4x8 from Fargo Shanley back in 1981 with a time of 1 minute 54 second, 1 minute 54.55. Kathy Day, Cindy Courtsey, I had Syndrome, and Margie Kanowski here for the 800-meter relay, as this is the very first leg of the 4x8 upcoming here, and we see the time that is making their way across. We're at 42 seconds as they're making their way through the second, now make it the third into the fourth corner here, Josh.
Yes, we got first lap about to be completed here, and one quick note from the field events. We have 2 people that have qualified at the state for the state benchmark with Amari Pape and then Haley Honnert have both qualified for girls high jump at the 5'1" mark as they are advancing right now at the 5'1" mark.
About 108 here for Fargo Davies as you see the first leg coming through. 108.68 Cheyenne in second, Fargo Shanley in third. That's the top third with Devil's Lake in fourth, about 2 seconds back. West Fargo Packers in the top 5, 3 seconds back. Central Cass and Kindred respectively, followed by West Fargo Horace. So you have 6 A teams, 2 B teams here in this 4x8, and then we'll get to see our first relay or the exchange coming up here in this 4x8. But 107 again, 108 was that very first lap time here, as currently Fargo Davies still on in front, followed by West Fargo, Cheyenne, Shanley a couple lengths back behind them here as they round the corner from 3, heading to the home stretch here for the first of 4 here on this 4x8. So far, 2 teams that have distanced themselves out, Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne. They're neck and neck as they come down to the final 50 meters here of this first of the 800. And Fargo Davies, as they will go into the second lap, will be in the lead with the exchange. Cheyenne will be second. Fargo Shanley will be coming up third. And then from there, the West Fargo Packers and the Central Cass Squirrels get a good kick here to get in the top 5 as they make their way for the relay here, and that is your top 5 going through.
Yeah, really nice kick there, you said, from Central Cass, and it's important to finish each leg of these relays strong here so you can just continue that momentum into the next leg of the relay. So really nice movement from Central Cass, getting a couple spots made up on that front stretch.
As the Fargo Davies Eagles still have the lead as they make their way down to corner number 3, able to stretch out what it was after the first leg here. So Fargo Davies continues to widen that margin to about a 10-meter lead. Fargo Shanley nipping on the heels then of West Fargo Cheyenne. The West Fargo Packers kind of by themselves in 4th, and right now it's a dogfight for the top 5 as Central Cass had 5th, but currently getting passed up in the backstretch right now as we'll see the front stretch coming up here in a moment. This is the first heat of the 4x8. We'll get to a second one, then the 300-meter hurdles after that. But look at the distance right now here as they make their way for our third lap. Josh, we have 8 laps coming, but the third one in Fargo Davies gets by at 3:32 here. West Fargo Cheyenne second. Then you have from there the Shanley Deacons third.
Yeah, Davies is in cruise control right now with control of this race to this point, but like you said, we are not even halfway through this first event, inaugural event on this track.
Grand Forks Red River in the back end currently here for the Rough Riders. Also for them with the Moorhead Spuds also participating in this one. But currently, right now, Fargo Davies playing on a blistering pace. And we've seen some really good athletes come through this Fargo Davies girls track and field program in recent years. Josh, when you go to a state track and field, whether it's been hurdles, maybe it's been the heats, we've obviously seen the relays. This has been a really quality program that's been around for just over a decade.
I mean, we heard the coach earlier, the assistant saying, hey, Fargo Davies is one to keep an eye on here today, especially on the girls' side. Just consistently such a strong program. And a couple updates right now on the girls' high jump. Knocklin and Kanoki unable to clear at the 5'1" mark, but Fedji from Drayton Valley Edinburgh clears at 5'1", so a state qualifying mark.
Fargo Davies with about a 60-meter lead here as they make their way to the third leg of this 4x8. West Fargo Cheyenne will be in second. Fargo Shanley on their heels currently in third. Then it's the West Fargo Packers in fourth. Devils Lake Firebirds currently in fifth. That is your top 5 right now as it stands. And from there in sixth, the West Fargo Horace Hawks. You have Central Cass 7th and the Kinder Vikings. That is your top 8 with Red River 9th and Moorhead Spuds currently in 10th. But take a look at the margin of a gap right now here for Fargo Davies in that second leg. Really spraying the margin out here, Josh, as we see Davies getting into the third corner where currently Shanley now takes second. Getting a nice little push here from their third leg as they're currently in the corner passing West Fargo Cheyenne.
Yeah, I was going to note that battle for second place is heating up right now. Just a meter or so between these two runners right now for Cheyenne and Shanley.
As Fargo Davies well in front, but Shanley getting a little kick on right now as they're currently in second. We said it was about 60 meters, trimmed down to about 50 here in the front stretch. This is going to be the last leg of the third lap, or the last lap of the third leg, so we are on our final 2 laps upcoming with the final relay once we get around the front stretch. But currently Davies first again, Shanley in second, starting to widen the gap a little bit with Cheyenne in third, West Fargo in fourth, the Horace Hawks in fifth, and that'll be your top 5 here in the 4x8 in this heat.
That battle for second place now as we see Fargo Shanley extending a little bit of the lead out of turn 2, has got about 5-10 meters now or so between them and Cheyenne.
Red River still in 9th with the Moorhead Spuds currently in 10th. Fargo Davies, though, with the lead, and to your point, Shanley starting to widen right now, but the question is, can anybody catch Fargo Davies? They've been out in front since the start. Currently 6 minutes and 50 seconds here for the Eagles as they're making their way for the final 120 meters here on this third leg of the 4x8.
Quick update on the high jump. Mason Lynch from Central Cass able to successfully clear 5'1".
As Fargo Davies right now going for this final handoff on this 4x8 relay. Fargo Shanley got a little bit closer, about 50 meters currently, as it goes to the final leg here at 7:15 for the Fargo Davies Eagles. Fargo Shanley currently in second. West Fargo Cheyenne is going to be in third. And that has been your top 3. And the Deacons have separated a little bit from the Mustangs here. West Fargo Horace Hawks now have taken 4th place. And the West Fargo Packers are currently 5th. But here comes a big kick from Devils Lake to get into the 6th spot. Currently here for the Devils Lake Firebirds in that battle of 5th and 6th. And then Central Cass is 7th with the Kinder Vikings in 8th.
Yeah, just take a look at some of the qualifying standards here for this girls 3,200-meter relay. 10:10 is the qualifying time for Class A. 10:23 is what your Central Cass would be looking at for Class B.
Fargo Davies right now with 2 to go ran 7:13.88. They were a solid 5 seconds ahead of number 2 as they are now 1 lap away currently with this final stretch coming here for the Fargo Davies Eagles, as they will come across the start-finish line with a mark of about 8:25 as they go to the final 400 meters. Fargo Shanley in second, West Fargo Cheyenne charging a little bit closer here in third. Then it separates back to the Devils Lake Firebirds currently in fourth. The Central Cass Squirrels making a big kick here, trying to get into sixth position. Horace is in fifth. Central Cass will surpass West Fargo for the number 6 spot right now with Mallory DeVries, who is a really good wrestler in her own right here for the Central Cass Squirrels. But the Fargo Davies Eagles have about a half of a straightaway lead on Fargo Shanley. Then you got about 15 meters after that from Shanley to West Fargo Cheyenne. That's your top 3. I'm not sure anybody's going to catch Cheyenne. That probably will more than likely be your top 3. But the Squirrels right now with Central Cass and DeVries trying to find their way into the top 5.
Yeah. Question right now is how many of those top 3, or who is going to be within that 10-10 mark? Davies will be within that range right there.
And look at the kick here from Fargo Davies coming down the stretch, widening the margin. Again, the time to beat here for the all-time record. And coming up here in the 800-meter relay, we'll see if it comes through here in a moment. But this one coming across in about 9:39 here for the Fargo Davies Eagles. And that one was awfully close here with the final time of 9:41. So we will have a new record here for the Shanley track and field. How about this? You got a brand new track. How good is it? It breaks a record for the very first one. So the Fargo Davies Eagles going to break a record dating back to 2008 for the Fargo South Bruins. Shanley right now is in second. You have West Fargo Cheyenne in third as a battle for fourth and fifth, and it will eventually be coming down the stretch here for West Fargo Cheyenne in third. Devils Lake takes fourth. West Fargo Horace takes fifth, and the Central Cass Squirrels will battle in sixth with the West Fargo Packers in seventh. Upcoming here will beat your top 7. But how about the run here from Fargo Davies with a mark of 9 minutes, 39:72, so 9:37. 9:39, They're able to beat the record by a solid 2 seconds here. So a new 3,200 meter relay, Josh, with a record here goes to Fargo Davies.
Yeah, and then we had right on the bubble with Devils Lake by 6/100ths of a second, I believe, actually qualifying right there with a 10:10.18. And just barely sneaking in over the 10:10.24 mark. So right on the money. I saw the lean right there. I knew it was going to be close, and it looks like they made it.
And the West Fargo Horace Hawks by 1 second don't qualify if they haven't done it before just in this one. But Davies, Shanley, Cheyenne, Devils Lake, all with this particular result. If they haven't done it already, they have officially qualified for the state tournament in girls track and field. And congratulations again goes to the Fargo Davies Eagles with a mark of 9 minutes, 39.72, 9 minutes, 39 seconds, .72. That is your new track and field record here at Fargo Shanley.
How about that? For the first and inaugural run on this track, already setting records. And then over on high jump, we had Amari over at Oak Grove. She clears 5'3", which is the top clear so far for girls high jump.
As we continue and get you a nice little look here from our start-finish line camera with some of the athletes coming out now for the boys 4x8 relay. You'll have the 9 teams competing: Fargo South, Grand Forks Central, West Fargo, Shanley, Davies, Cheyenne, North Red River, and the Moorhead Spuds, as Josh Boyko will continue to bring you some more results from the field. The record for the Shanley track and field invite on the boys' side goes to Grand Forks Red River in the 3,200 meter relay with a mark of 8 minutes, 8 seconds. So 8.24 back in 1999, and we're off and running here for the boys 4x8.
Yeah, one check-in on the field, or on the field events for boys pole vault check-in. Alexander Lewis of Horace has cleared on 11.6 right now, the most recent effort. Aiden Kiefert will be up next for boys varsity pole vault.
So we'll continue here as this one comes off and running for the very first turn. 30 seconds as they get to about turn number 3 here. Currently out in front is West Fargo Cheyenne as the Mustangs have taken an early lead, but we see a little pack brewing right now, Josh, with the top 5 here around corner number 4.
Yeah, already seeing that breakaway as you're really trying to establish yourself with that first leg and keep yourself in the race. These first 5 are the ones that are in contention for the win. We'll see how lap 2 fares.
So West Fargo Cheyenne held the lead for the majority, but right now getting passes, they make their way around the bend. West Fargo currently in 3rd, Fargo North in 4th, and Fargo Shanley in 5th. Grand Forks Central has taken out the lead as they are up by about 2 meters here, just a couple of lengths, stretches and head currently here for Grand Forks Central. So Central and Cheyenne as we have a battle for 3rd right now as the Fargo North Spartans are in the top 3, West Fargo's 4. After that, Fargo Shanley in the top 5, but look at the sprint here from Fargo North for the second part of this 800 meters, Josh, and the Spartans, and we've already had 3 lead changes here with Cheyenne Central, and Fargo North is on in front for the first time in this 4x8.
Yeah, huge kick right there from Fargo North to get out in front, and yeah, you're really seeing 3 breakaway right now as we've seen 1 fade back to the 5th position now. But we've got ourselves a breakaway at the front.
And speaking of a new lead change, here comes the West Fargo Packers taking the lead for the very first time, as we'll have our first exchange of the relay here in a moment. For the West Fargo Packers, they will be in 1st, Fargo North in 2nd, West Fargo Cheyenne in 3rd, Fargo Shanley in 4th, Grand Forks Central will currently be 5th. After that, Fargo Davies will be rounding the corner here for the Fargo Davies Eagles.
Ren James from Fargo South at 5'3", able to clear for girls high jump. So another state qualifying jump right there as Elizabeth Feggi of Drayton Valley Edinburgh is up next, trying to clear 5'3", has been able to get past 5'1" on the first jump already. So we'll see what she's got coming up.
Again, this is the boys' 4x8 relay here. 9 teams participating and competing as we make our way around for the 3rd lap upcoming here. As West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs had an early lead. They're currently in 2nd. Taking the top spot, though, now is Fargo North as they're in the home stretch. As they're continuing to come through, North number 1, you have Cheyenne number 2, Fargo Shanley number 3, and West Fargo number 4. And then it's a logjam at number 5 currently as Fargo Davies has the slight lead over the Grand Forks Central Knights. Seeing the time, Fargo North 3:05.25 with 3 laps. West Fargo Cheyenne at 3:07, Shanley at 3:07.56 is your top 3.
And Feggi did clear first attempt on 5'3" for girls high jump.
As the Fargo North Spartans continue to have the lead on the backstretch here, it is neck and neck for the 2nd spot. Fargo Shanley gets out in front as the Deacons with this little last 200 meters on the 2nd leg is going to take the lead here as they make their trek around the home stretch here. So Fargo Shanley now for the first time out in front. This is like a basketball game with all these lead changes currently in this relay. So the Deacons now about a good 10-meter lead. West Fargo Cheyenne in 2nd, and the Fargo North Spartans currently in 3rd. That's your top 3 as the Deacons will take the first time the lead here around corner number 1 with the relay exchange, and we're midway through this 3,200-meter relay.
Yeah, I believe that was Quinn Carroll maybe that was taking it for Shanley right there, and not surprised to see him out in front. He was a 7th grader when I was a senior running cross country for Shanley, and if it wasn't for the COVID season kind of limiting numbers from 10 down to 7 for the varsity meets, Quinn Carroll as a 7th grader would have been running varsity for the top 7 and probably placing too. So tremendous athlete, and I mean, we heard earlier he set that 3,200-meter record. Just an outstanding athlete, Quinn Carroll for Fargo Shanley.
But West Fargo Cheyenne giddy up. It's closing the gap here around corner 3 to corner number 4 here against the Deacons. Right now it's a 2-team race between Fargo Shanley and West Fargo Cheyenne as the Mustangs have climbed out now in front as they have taken the lead. Fargo North is in 3rd following that, but the Mustangs now have surpassed Fargo Shanley as we have 3 laps to go, and the Mustangs come across at a 5:11 here as we have 3 laps to go, followed by the Deacons. Fargo North is in 3rd. West Fargo is currently in 4th, and Fargo Davies, that rounds out your top 5 with Grand Forks Central currently in 6th.
Man, this is just a fantastic 4x8 right here. You said we've had the lead changes. We've kind of had it all in this first race. Cheyenne starting to put some distance on Fargo Shanley down the backstretch here to maybe put things out of reach, but wow, what a great start to this 4x8 right here.
The question is, will we get another record? The record back in 1999 was 8 minutes and 8 seconds. On the girls' side, if you're just joining us, Fargo Davies ran a 9-minute, 39-second, nearly flat time and broke a record that has been here for 17 years from the Fargo South Bruins. But West Fargo Cheyenne putting a little more room on and a little gap here against Fargo Shanley, Josh. That's 1 and 2 currently here in the boys 3,200 meter.
Yeah, really good stuff that we've seen. Quick check-in for boys long jump. Presley Peraza with a 28, 20 foot 8 inches. So he is a quarter inch off of the qualifying standard. So just missed for Peraza on attempt number 6.
So Cheyenne currently in first, Shanley in second, Fargo North as well by themselves currently in third, West Fargo fourth, Fargo Davies fifth, and Grand Forks Central about 10 meters behind them currently in sixth place. And then it goes to seventh and eighth rounding that, but right now out in front it's a two-team race. It's the Mustangs and the Deacons as we have about 600 meters left in this 3,200 meter relay.
Tell you what, that gap might be shortening up a little bit at the front here. It is.
I'll see how much you kind of save in reserve, right? The 400 is about the most grueling sprint there is in track. The 800 you save a little, Josh, but how much before you kick is always the question here as they come down the front stretch. Shanley has taken the lead with 7:10 here on the time. We have 400 meters left, and the Deacons trying to hold serve on their very first home meets here at Sid-Cichy Stadium.
That's got to be in Fargo Shanley's mind right now with the anchor trying to take this one home, getting the pass done on the second to last lap, but how much is left in the tank right now? That gap is opening up even a little bit more for Fargo Shanley down the backstretch. That was the gap in the opposite order this last lap, so a lot of time has been made up from Fargo Shanley, but you can kind of start to see the form is breaking down at the front. How much is left in the tank for the last 200?
You have a third right now for the Fargo North Spartans. Fourth is Fargo Davies, and fifth is the West Fargo Packers. But as Josh has said, taking the lead in the front stretch on the seventh lap was Fargo Shanley.
Here comes the Cheyenne kick.
Here comes the kick. That was the question. How much could you go? Shanley's got about 70 meters in front of them. West Fargo Cheyenne trying to get there. The Deacons are out in front. This one is going to be potentially coming down to the wire, but it looks like Fargo Shanley is going to come out in front with a mark of 8 minutes and 18 seconds as the Deacons take first. West Fargo Cheyenne takes fifth, not too far behind them, about 1 second behind, and now it's a battle for a third, which Fargo North is easily going to win as they come down the front stretch here for the Fargo North Spartans. From there, we'll get Fargo Davies currently in fourth, and then you'll have the West Fargo Packers as they're going to try to fend off the top five. But number 3 again goes to Fargo North. Number 4 goes to Fargo Davies, and here's a battle for fifth. Who's going to win it? Grand Forks Central with a kick. You have the West Fargo Packers, but look at Central coming, trying to take a top 5 finish here at the Shanley Invite, and Grand Forks Central is going to take fifth with a nice kick there, Josh, to be in top number 5 down the stretch.
Yeah, that's big, making up a couple spots down the front stretch. Always a great feeling when you've got that little bit extra left that someone else beside you doesn't, and Grand Forks Central able to punch a top 5 ticket right there.
West Fargo takes 6, Grand Forks Red River in 7th. The 8 and 9 is going to be finishing off here after that. So Fargo Shanley again takes first, Cheyenne takes second, Fargo North third. The Moorhead Spuds take 8th here in this one, and that is your boys 4x8 relay here in this particular event. Josh, that was a fun one, I think, for our 2 relays to set the tone of what we have left in store here for the particulars in terms of the track side.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just kind of showing this track has speed. These athletes also are bringing it as well today, too. So some really nice times to start off the day with the running events. The top 2 with Cheyenne and Shanley, both with state qualifying standard times, are the only 2 to do so.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the next due-up schedule here on yourliveevent.com is the 300-meter hurdles, which is going to be a feature event. You also have the 100-meter dash and the 4x2 relay as well, but that's unscheduled of what is coming up here. Those were just the heats again. One more time for the 4x8 with the boys and girls. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the field. Preston DeVille making his way around the track as well. We'll get some more interviews coming up here from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Meet.
At Bank North, We strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve, one transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels! Back here on YourLiveEvent.com, let's toss it back to Josh Boyko here as we get ready for the 300 meters. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you in the booth. Preston DeVille will be roaming the sides here, getting some interviews with some of the coaches and some of the winners once they come to the podium a little bit later on. Jacob Anderson is our cameraman in the sky here today. But, Josh, take a look at some of the other field events that are going on here today.
Yes, so Esposito of West Fargo unable to clear on 5'5" on her third and final attempt, but the only successful attempt on 5'5" right now for girls high jump is Elizabeth Fedge of Drayton Valley Edinburgh. She has cleared 5'5", is the only one to do so to this point.
As we have a tri-state North Dakota, Minnesota, and South Dakota events here, let's go to our public address announcer. As we have our main, again, Larry Robinson will be introducing our field here shortly for the 300-meter feature race here. Again, North Dakota, Minnesota, and South Dakota.
Running in lane 1 is Sophie Brocky, a senior from Grand Forks Red River. She is a 4-time state placer in multiple events, including 2 region championships. Sophie has a PR of 46.38 in the 300-meter hurdles. Ladies and gentlemen, Sophie Brocky. Running in lane 2 is Elsa Ingebretson, a senior from Kindred. Elsa has a personal record of 45.37 in the 300 hurdles and is ranked 6th in the state. She's a 2-time runner-up at the state meet in Class B and has 10 overall places at state. Ladies and gentlemen, Elsa Ingebretson. Running in lane 3 is Emery Schubeck, a freshman from Centerville. Her PR is 46.55. She is a 2024 South Dakota State 7th place winner and placed 4th in the 100-meter hurdles and 4th in the 4x4 relay. She is currently ranked 6th in the state of South Dakota in 300 hurdles and number 2 in South Dakota Class B. Emery is a school record holder in the 300-meter hurdles. Ladies and gentlemen, Emery Schubeck. Running in lane 4 is Payson O'Neill, an 8th grader from Bennett County, South Dakota. Payson has a PR of 44.56 and has the number 1 seed time for today's feature race. Number 4, 4th time place winner at the South Dakota State meet, and she ranks 1st in South Dakota in the 300 hurdles. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Payson O'Neill. Introducing the contestants in running lane 5, Elizabeth Fedge, a junior from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh. She is a 2-time Class B winner in the Northeast region and a 2-time state meet placer with a 2nd and 3rd place at the state meet. She has the 2nd best qualifying time and is currently ranked 4th in the state of North Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth Fedge. In lane 6 is Jocelyn Hefts, a sophomore from Grand Forks, Red River. Jocelyn's PR is 46.68. She has 5 state places in multiple events at the state meet and 1 EDC championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Jocelyn Hefts. Running in lane 7, Oximity Wren James, a senior from Fargo South. Wren's PR is 47 flat, and she placed 2nd in the 300 hurdles in 2024 at EDC, 5th in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Wren James. Finally, running outside in lane 8 is Ella Wass, a freshman from Devil's Lake. She is currently ranked 9th in Class A from North Dakota. She has qualified multiple times in other events for the state meet as well. Ella has a PR of 48.8. Please welcome Ella Wass. Okay, Star, do your thing, dude. I'm done.
All right, that again was Larry Robertson here doing our introductions here for the 300 meters. We'll get to Prestonville in a few short moments after this race concludes to get to one of our, again, interviews throughout the day with some of our coaches and those that are competing as we get ready for the 300 meters. As we heard it there, Josh, you got a little Class B, a little North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota flavor, got a little bit of everything, and this is the feature event here, the Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Yeah, and we talked about multi-sport or multi-event athletes right here. Lanes 5 with Fedge and 7 with James, as we're off and running. Those two are the leaders in the girls' high jump right now, both with qualifying marks there.
As we're able to see in the middle, doing a good job early on here with Emery from Centerville in lane number 3. We'll see what they do across the stretch as they make their way to the final about 150 meters, as they got 1, 2, 3, 4 more hurdles to go. And currently in the middle here for this particular invite, it looks to be from Bennett County with Payson O'Neill out in front, and then you have Sophie Brackey from Grand Forks Red River is currently in 2nd. This will be coming across the line at about 44 seconds here, 44.2 from Bennett County. Payson O'Neill will be coming up number 1 here for the 300 meters. And that was just shy of a record, about 2/10 from Ella Groders back in 2010. Brackey finishes 2nd, Fedge finishes 3rd. You have Warren James finishing 4th. And then that'll be the girls. We'll get to the boys' 300-meter hurdles here in just a few moments.
Yeah, no surprise to see all of those as state qualifying times right there in a premier event like that.
Without question, in the state qualifying time again, Josh, when you take a look again, this is North Dakota. We had those in Minnesota, South Dakota, but for those in North Dakota, what would be that state qualifying time?
That would be the 48.84 mark, which 1 through 8 all had as far as I could see.
As we have now the heat number 2. So this is, again, our first of 6 as we go back to our public address announcer.
Kanoki. In 4 from Moorhead is Annabelle Headland. Lane 5 from Shanley, Anna Strand. In 6 from Fargo North, Lucia Riedinger. In 7 from Moorhead, Ruby Martin. And in lane 8 from Kindred, Ashley Haas.
We'll give some continued updates as they're coming across while we get to the second heat here.
Last up for the boys pole vault, Alexander Lewis of Horace did not make it over the 12-foot mark as they are getting closer to that state qualifying standard there for the boys pole vault, which is 12.6, so still a half foot shy on that. Last girl shot put mark was Kenzie Wu, but that was a foul on her second attempt. And then over at boys discus, Holden Deutsch of Shanley fouled on attempt number 1.
as heat number 2 is off and running here, and currently kind of seen as we did in the first heat, kind of in that middle lane of 4 and 5 seems to be the current leader of the pack here as we make our way down to about the final 110 meters. As coming across here right now is Peyton Kanoki in lane number 3 with the lead. You have Isaac currently in second from Fargo Shanley, but right now Peyton Kanoki in lane number 3 has the stretch as she's coming down to the final 50 meters, and we have a race for third as Reininger from North is trying to get to third, but here we go down to the wire, and this one is going to go to Kanoki first. Number 2 is going to be Strand here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, is going to be Isaac for Fargo Shanley. Aspen Joes finishes third. Peyton Kanoki with a time of 48.95, so 48.95 comes across here with the lead in heat number 2.
Yeah, and that Kanoki marked just a 10th off of the state minimum qualifying standard, but this second heat seeing some good battles, especially in that 3rd to 5th range, only separated by 7/10 between 3rd and 5th, and then even 3rd and 4th by just 2/100ths. Yeah,
you're able to see a couple more head spuds take 5th and 6th respectively as we get ready for the heat number 3 here across the way now as they're getting everything set. After the 300 meters, we'll have the 100-meter dash and then the 4x2 relay upcoming. But again, this is the girls' 300 meters here as we've already seen 2 heats in with 4 heats to go.
In lane 1 from Horace, Akur Duat. In 2 from West Fargo, Brooke Finn. In 3 from Oak Grove Lutheran, Sophie Geiger. Lane 4 from Horace is Leanna Williamson. 5 from West Fargo, Chloe Nelson. In 6 from Cheyenne, Miley Bruce. In 7 from Moorhead, Greta Verkelen. And in lane 8 from Cheyenne, Piper Newell.
Was just about to give an update on the girls' shot put as Haley Newman has put up a 36, which is state qualifying, and then J.C. Reardon a 39.6. So a massive output there on shot put from Reardon, over 4 feet beyond the qualifying mark.
Brooke Finn of West Fargo currently doing a nice job getting out in front early here as we go to another hurdle around the corner here on corner number 3. Brooke Finn currently has the lead here from the West Fargo Packers in lane number 2. And she's coming out, it'll be Chloe Nelson in lane number 5, will be having the lead. But the question is for how much longer, as getting chased by Geiger here from Fargo Oak Grove as they're going to the final hurdle here. Currently Nelson out in front. We'll see it at the line. Nelson takes first. Coming third is Geiger, and then there is a battle for third, Josh, down the stretch, but Chloe Nelson at 49.48 takes first. Geiger behind her at 49.87. Then Williamson from Horace finishes in the top 3.
Yeah, solid battle right there at the front. Geiger with a nice last 50 meters or so to kind of close that gap down to the 4/10 mark after being behind closer to that second mark. But Geiger with a nice close for Oak Grove, but Nelson ultimately from West Fargo gets the win in heat number 3.
So 49.48. We've been talking about 49 the last 2 heats in terms of the winner of the heat. There's still a couple more to go here for the girls' 300 meters. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko, Preston DeVille, and Jacob Anderson here from the Shanley Track and Field Invite as we get ready for our another edition of some of the announcements here and those in their respective lanes for heat number 4 here in a few moments with Larry Robertson here, our public address announcer again here at Fargo Shanley. We'd like to thank Hero Timing for helping us get some of these results across the way to show everything and help us out as well.
Here is your final results. Coming in 8th place in a time of 48.26 from Devil's Lake, Ella Wass. In 7th place from Red River in a time of 48.10, Jocelyn Hefs. Your 6th place finisher from Kindred in 47.46, Elsa Engebretson. In 5th place from Centerville, 47.43, Emery Schubeck. In 4th place from Fargo South, in 47.33, Ren James. And then they start the event because nobody.
As
Valley Edinburgh, in a time of 46.85, Elizabeth Fedge. In second place from Red River, in a time of 45.51, Sophie Brocky. And your girls 300-meter featured race champion today from Bennett County in 44.22, the 8th grader, Payson O'Neill. 8th grade.
Just an 8th grader there as they're getting some of the other heats here across the 300-meter hurdles as they are going to the finish line here. As again, we kind of had more of the featured with some of the varsity. This will be at about 55 meters as Isabel Oaks at 54 seconds from Moorhead takes first. Kinley from Red River takes second. Klockner from Fargo South third, and Tompkins from West Fargo is currently fourth on that, but actually there will be Hardy from Davies fourth and Tompkins fifth from the West Fargo Packers. But Josh, we saw it there and taking the championship, an 8th grader here from the 300-meter hurdles, but that was kind of the main feature race there right off the bat.
Yeah, just really impressive performance right there from that entire first heat, really, putting up some crazy good times, all within that 48 second and lower mark. So that's the cream of the crop right there. That's one of the best events we're going to see today.
Broadcasting today from the Bank North broadcast booth here on yourliveevent.com. This is the 2025 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invite. They've held it at a myriad of places, but this means a little bit more as it's close to home, and it is home here for the Shanley Track and Field team with the Sid Cichy Stadium. But again, broadcasting today from the Bank North broadcast booth. To find a bank or location near you for Bank North, simply go to their website. That's banknorth.bank. That's banknorth.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. See what values-based banking can do for you at Bank North. Josh, some more fielding results here in a moment. What have you got across the way here today for some of the boys pole vault here in particular?
Yeah, boys pole vault from West Fargo, Cheyenne, Jack Jelnick will clear at 12 feet. So still ramping up to the state qualifying mark of 12 and a half feet. So we've seen only a couple clear on 12 feet so far. Austin Sari with a miss on his first attempt. Still got a couple others left to try and clear that 12-foot mark as we've got our next heat for the 300 hurdles underway.
Heat number 5 of 6 so far, 32 seconds coming around for about the final 110 meters right now as you have 7 participants in this particular heat making their way through. And as we talked about earlier, kind of have more of the varsity now and maybe into sub-varsity or JV if you want to call it that. Sometimes you get a chance to go out and participate in some different events throughout the course as we get to the final couple of meters here in this one. And coming across in lane number 4 will be McCarthy with 56.38 from Devil's Lake. Wilburn from Capstone Academy takes second, and Bennett from Grand Forks Central takes third. Graves in fourth from Wahpeton, and Hetland from West Fargo Horace is fifth in the girls 300 meters. That is, again, heat number 5 of 6. One more to go, and then we'll get to the boys' side coming up here in a few moments.
And then again over at pole vault, Sari does on his second attempt clear at 12 feet. Alexander Lewis is now 0 for 2 at the same height.
As we have our final 300-meter heat, then we'll take a quick break. We'll get you ready for the boys' side, and then from there we'll also have an interview with Preston DeVille here in a moment as well. That and more still to come here today on yourliveevent.com. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to find out where Preston is, and we'll hear from him around the corner. That is next.
Schools, rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
All right, let's go to Preston DeVille now, who's got some more interviews for us in the infield.
Yeah, thanks, Chase. We're here with Ron Davies, head coach of Moorhead Track and Field. And Coach, just overall, how exciting is it to be a part of this event today?
You know, it's really nice to be here. It's a great day, beautiful new facility. I actually spent 2 years at Shanley growing up, and we ran on a dirt football field for track practice. So it's really nice to see them get this facility and just have a fantastic day and great competition to watch.
Awesome, and I'm sure today for you guys, for your runners, a day just to come out, run hard and set some PRs?
Yeah, run hard, set PRs, and any day we get a warm day without a wind or without a strong wind in North Dakota at this time of year is a win for everybody.
And kind of going back to you, running here when you were in high school, per se, and just overall, how much has the sport, grown in maybe popularity and such since then?
Oh, it's ridiculous how much it's grown. Even in the time I've been coaching at Moorhead, we've gone from a team of about 175 to 270 athletes. And looking around the different schools in the area, it's kind of the same way everywhere. Everybody's teams are getting very large. And you'll see a lot of these meets have 8, 10, 12, 15 teams at them, and it's a reason. There's a lot of demand from the kids and from the community for the sport.
And in terms of teams here in attendance today, who are maybe some that you're going to be keeping your eye on, like, oh, that team is a must-watch in this event?
Well, you know what, I'll tell you what, it's kind of hard to pick one. There are so many. Every team's got really strong athletes in every event. Davies is normally strong in everything, and they've already kind of shown that in the girls 4x8 today. I think their boys 4x8 might have done really well. I know Fargo South has some really strong jumpers. It's just all over the track. It's just going to be a lot of fun to watch all the teams compete today.
And for Moorhead Track and Field, how's the season looking for you guys so far?
It's been going really, really good for us so far. This week's a little different that we're split up between 3 different meets. We have a squad going down to the Hamlin Elite meet down in Minnesota tomorrow. We have a whole bunch of kids competing on Saturday at the Fargo Elite that NDSU is hosting, and we have a squad competing here today too. So we're kind of spread out all over and just really excited to get the opportunities.
A busy day for your coaching staffs then too, I assume.
Oh, real busy, because some of us are going to be leaving in about an hour and a half to go back to school for practice for those athletes that aren't here. So yeah, it's a busy day.
Awesome. Well, Coach, before we get going, just anything else you wanted to mention about this event before we get going?
Well, I'm just really thankful, one, that Shanley's hosting it, that they have this beautiful new facility to enjoy. They've earned it. They've been hosting this meet for, it's been 50 plus years, I think. So it's really great that they have this and that they invited everybody, and I just hope everybody has a really good time.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today. Good luck today and at the rest of your events this week.
All right. Thanks a lot.
And again, Preston DeVille there as we get you ready for the 300 meters coming up here. This will be making their way to the boys' side. Josh, let's bring you back in with some updates on the field side.
Yeah, boys discus update right here. Really good mark set here by Alexander Meese of Davies, a 155, which is well above what he needs for the state qualifying mark. Just trying to find that mark. I think it was 145. Yeah, 145, and he's 10 feet over that right now. So Alexander Meese with one of the throws of the day for boys discus.
And again, is Josh Boyko giving us an update a little bit on the fielding events as they are going through some of the respective racers here. With Trey Kanoki here from the Fargo North Spartans, but let's toss it back to Larry Robertson with our feature heat here of the boys' 300-meter hurdles and some of those participating in it.
Including the state championship in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Trey Kanoki. Running in lane 5 is Joshua Beal, a senior at Fargo Davies. His PR is 39.20, is a past EDC champion in 2024, placed 4th at state, 2nd at EDC places state 7th place in 2022. Josh is currently ranked 2nd in North Dakota 300 hurdles. Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Beal. Running in lane 6 is Joaquin Valdez. He's a sophomore from West Fargo, placed 6th at EDC last year, currently ranked 4th in the state in 300 hurdles. Also qualified for state in 3 events. Please welcome Joaquin Valdez. Running in lane 7 is Will Marvis, a junior from West Fargo, Cheyenne. Will Morris. He competes in both sprint and hurdle events and was a state qualifier in 2024 in the 110 hurdles, among 2 other events. He's currently ranked 5th in the state in Class A in the 110 hurdle event and 6th in North Dakota in the 300 hurdles, with PRs of 15.44 and 40.99 respectively. He placed 2nd this year in the 60-meter hurdles at EDC Indoor in Grand Forks. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Morris. And running in lane 8 is Easton Holland. He's a sophomore from Central Cass High School, has a PR of 41.92, and is ranked second in Class B in North Dakota. Easton has one school record in the 300 hurdles and has qualified for the state meet in 2024, finishing 9th. Ladies and gentlemen, Easton Holland.
Again, is Larry Robertson here, our public address announcer, as this one continues on yourliveevent.com. A couple of Class B kids with Schlosser from Stanley, who had to make his way from Western North Dakota. Easton Holland will be on lane 8. They will bookend the Fargo Metro there of Cheyenne, West Fargo, Davies, and Fargo North here for the boys 300 meters. This, again, is our first of 6, and just as the girls, the if you want to call it the feature racers, will be right off the bat here. Take a look at the boys' hurdles. Paul Lean from Fargo South in 1986 holds the Shanley track and field meet record with a mark of 38.54. So that is where you want to be in the record books if you can beat that here today, as they're off and running for a qualifier on the boys 300 meters at state will be 42.44. And right off the bat here, Josh, you got a Cheyenne Mustang and a Fargo Davies Eagle out in front early. Here is Fargo Davies with Joshua Beal, and then from West Fargo Cheyenne, Will Morris. As they're making their way around the final turn and coming across here for the Fargo Davies Eagles, Josh Bell currently with the lead, but here comes Trey Kanoki with him. Kanoki now has the lead. They're going down the final couple of meters here. Kanoki has the lead out in front with Beal right behind him as they go to the final hurdle, and it looks like Kanoki from Fargo North is going to win her in lane 4 with a mark of 37.99. 37.99 with the win here for Kanoki from the Fargo North Spartans, and that is going to be a brand new record as well, about a half-second record. So, Josh, we've seen some records falling here with this new track and field meet early on here in this one.
Yeah, this track is fast today, and I mean, we've got the cream of the crop here with Kanoki headlining this 300-meter event for boys hurdles right here, and Kanoki, basketball star as well. A true athlete, and then Nojang also puts Fargo North as 2 of the top 4.
That, again, is your top 4 here. Kanoki with a 37.99, defeating the mark that stood since 1986. So it's been a while, 40 years here as we get to our public address announcer here. Again, one more time, Larry Robertson with some of the particulars here in this one.
Congratulations. The second heat of this boys 300 hurdle event. In lane 1 from Moorhead is Israel Kine. In 2 from Red River, Cameron Cook. In 3 from Fargo South, Javon Anderson. Lane 4 from Grand Forks Central, Danny Sudell. In 5 from Davies, Colton Tesh. In 6 from West Fargo, Elijah Morris. In 7 from Cheyenne, Kim Hunder. And in 8 from Devil's Lake, Adam Sobolik.
As we get you ready for the boys' heat number 2 of the 300 meters. After the 300 meters are done, we will get to, well, maybe everyone's favorite, some more than others, the 100 meters. We'll get to that. Always, when you come to the Olympics, you know, the 100 meters is kind of like the granddaddy of them all, Josh. It just, everybody wants to see, especially when you had the athletes there of Usain Bolt, you know, just kind of put the 100 meters on display. But that kind of is the marquee when it comes to track and field at times.
Yeah, that's where you find your headlining athletes of a Bolt or Gatlin or others like that, Noah Lyles, the sprinters that just kind of blow it out of the water. So we'll see what the 100 has in store for us later today.
There's a little bit of everything here from West Fargo to Devil's Lake to south to Moorhead. A lot of I-29 flavor here in this second heat of the Fargo Shanley 300 meters. We'll see who will take the lead coming down the stretch. Having a chance here is Anderson in lane number 3 from Fargo South currently. And then you have Tesh in lane number 5 from Fargo. Davies making it a dogfight as they have one more hurdle to go. Currently right now, Anderson is out in front as we go to the wire here. We'll see the final stretch, and it's going to be close. Was it lane 3 or lane 5? And lane 3, Anderson by .06, able to get by Tesh of Fargo Davies, as Anderson with a 41.40 able to come out in first. Cook in third, Morris from West Fargo in fourth, and Hunter from West Fargo Cheyenne in fifth. But, Josh, that went right down to the wire here as Anderson takes first from Fargo South.
That's why we got the handy-dandy camera right down there at the start-finish line. 6/100ths of a second separating Anderson and Tesh in that heat right there. Good race.
As we get to heat number 3 of the boys 300 meters upcoming here in a few moments.
From Fargo South, Jasher Hidalgo Figueroa. In 4 from Moorhead is Justin Jacobs. In lane 5 from Horace, Andrew Rexine. In 6 from Horace, Jacob Birnbaum. Lane 7 from Shanley, Michael Holcraft. And in 8 from Grand Forks Central, Brody Schneider. Okay, I am plugged in.
As we get you ready here, as Preston Duville will make his way towards about the 50-yard line and try to get to an interview here with Kanoki in a few minutes from the Fargo North Spartans, as he was our main winner for the boys 300 meters. So we'll allow Preston to make his way to the 50-yard line here in a few moments as they are getting ready for heat number 3 of the boys 300 meters here. As we kind of mentioned in the girls' side, it was more the main 100, as we are off and running here for the boys 300 meters in heat number 3. Some Moorhead, some Horace, Shanley, Central, Fargo South, and Cheyenne flavor here in this one, as the 300 meters is making their way around. As this one continues to go, as currently for the Moorhead Spuds, having a chance in lane number 4 right now with Justin Jacobs, but him and Dawson in lane number 2. Dawson from West Fargo, Cheyenne is able to take a big lead. Look at the push there by Dawson for about the last 60 meters. Easily going to win it here in heat number 3 with a time of 43.91. Michael Hallcraft from Shanley takes second. Birnbaum from Horace takes third, with Rex in 4th and Justin Jacobs in 5th there. But a really good push down the stretch by Dawson, Josh, to take the lead in that particular outcome.
Yeah, that was a blowout right there. If we've seen any blowouts in an event today, really good event from Dawson right there, able to control that one from the start, and his finish was incredible as well.
As we will take a quick break, we'll continue after this here from the Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Public School looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kendrick Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kendrick Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
As we come back here, as they're honoring the feature heat, let's toss it to our public address announcer again, Larry Robertson, with the final results.
Coming in 4th, in 39.61 from Fargo North, Aiden Nojang. 3rd place from Cheyenne, 39.34, Will Morris. Your runner-up is from Fargo Davies. He ran 38.61, Joshua Beal. And your boys 300-meter champion for the feature race from Fargo North, in a new meet record, 37.99, Trey Kanoki. That was my wife.
Again, Trey Kanoki there, able to take the first place, as we will hear from him in a moment as he comes up on the podium here again with a brand new boys record, as he will take first place here from the Fargo North Spartans. And we will hear from him in a moment as Preston DeVille will come across and make sure he gets a tray before he scattles on out, and then we will get a chance to interview him as they will continue with some of the other meets in the 300 meters. But in this particular one, congratulations again goes out to Trey Kanoki, able to come out in first, as we take a look at the boys pole vault right now here for a second, as well as we allow the headsets to make their way to Trey Kanoki, and then we'll get to a fielding event update after our interview here with Trey in a moment with Josh Boyko. But as Trey Kanoki right now puts on the headsets as we get everything good to go, Trey, first things first, can you hear me okay down there?
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, Trey, congratulations. Just take us through what does it mean to win this particular feature event with some of the best, not just across the state of North Dakota, but just some of the best that you've been able to see here, early on this season.
Oh, yeah, it feels good.
Your attention, please.
Still a little
Second
tired.
call.
And
Boys 100
yeah,
meter,
just glad to
girls
break
100
38.
meter
And,
dash.
yeah.
Second call.
Take us
girls
through, was
100 meter dash.
38 meters, is that something you were looking to break in terms of a time, or what's a time that you're kind of looking at, trying to make yourself as best as you can before you try to get that state meet in Bismarck?
Yeah, just as long as I can bring it down every meet, that'll be good, and just keep training hard for state.
You had a .5. You broke the previous record that's been in place since 1986. Trey, what does it mean to be the new Shanley Track and Field invite holder here at 300-meter hurdle?
Yeah, I'm just really glad. And yeah, it's crazy how long I was there for, and yeah.
Final thing for me, Trey, what's it like racing on this brand new track and field? Obviously a perfect day with temps in about the 50s, but what's it like racing here on this brand new track?
Yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot. And yeah, the weather conditions are just perfect out.
Hey, Trey, congratulations again on breaking the record, and best to you throughout the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Trey Kanoki here from the Fargo North Spartans joined us as, again, the new champion at 37.99. Let's toss it over back to Josh Boyko here with some updates from the fielding positions here across the way for the Shanley Track and Field invite.
Yeah, just taking a look at the shot put right now. Reardon puts up a 40-plus mark on the shot put, so that's the best launch that we have seen today from shot put is Reardon, and then a couple of the Shanley qualifiers in that as well as Lily Wavrin and Addison Larson. Larson basically tied, but was clear by about a half inch in the state qualifying mark there, and then Wavrin goes 36 feet to be clear by a half inch as well, half foot.
As we're taking a look at the boys pole vault right now here, as we'll see some of the particulars participating in this one, also as they continue to finish off some of the final heats of the boys 300-meter hurdles, so we will get to some of the finals in that after hearing from Payne Kanoki taking first. You can still tell he was trying to catch his breath. The 300-meter hurdles is very similar to the 400 meters, Josh. You're wasting very little time. You are about giving it a green means go, and you are going 100 miles an hour as you can jumping over those hurdles.
Yeah, that's an all-out sprint right there, so hard to hand it off to the athletes so soon after those events are in the books, but got to try and get them while the moment's there as we're taking a look over at the field events right now. Trevin Quam from Central Cass unable to clear 13 on the boys pole vault.
So that's the pole vault, taking a look at what's going on a little bit here as we still have the boys 300-meter hurdles as well, as it's coming down the stretch for the second to last hurdle, as we saw again in the very first heat, kind of the more premier athletes than those that maybe are the second tier or maybe a little bit younger getting a chance to race in an event like this. But Carter Shambaugh here from the Fargo South Bruins in lane number 7 looks like he's going to take this with a clean jump. Yes, he will. He'll take first. The Moorhead Spuds looking to take second then, and lane number 3 with Jeremiah, and a mark of 44.13 for Shamba. He'll take first. Macau from Fargo Davies third. Nolan Snyder from Shanley fourth, and Tucker Bennett from Devils Lake takes fifth with a mark of 49.56. But just in comparison, about 7 seconds faster was Trey Kanoki from Fargo North. So you can just kind of see where the separation is at particular times of these, especially as we call them feature heats here today.
That's why I was breathy was 7 seconds faster. So another update on the boys pole vault. Parker Wixo clears on 13 feet, and any clears right now, I mean, everyone that is in this round has qualified for state, whether they had done that in a past event or for the first time today. They are above that 12.5 feet mark. So going through the 13-foot round, Trevin Quam will be up next. He's 0 for 1 in that regard so far.
As we're seeing the opportunity here for pole vault, you kind of calm your breath and have a chance to get in rhythm, and I think that's the biggest thing when it comes to track and field is you'll hear those that start from the block as almost takes a little bit of a spill, looks to hopefully be okay coming off that pole vault, but the biggest thing when it comes to track and field is just finding your rhythm and your routine here as we go to the final heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles. You'll hear that in golf, right? How you come to drive and make sure you have everything in unison. You heard Tiger Woods, whether it was a drive, whether it was a chip, he took 1 or 2 practice swings, he kept it consistent, and you're seeing that here today as we have 5 racers here in our final heat of the boys 300 meters. As after this concludes, then we will get to the 100-meter dash, and we'll take a little break to allow them to clear the hurdles as well. But coming across here for the final boys 300 meters as a nice lead out in front here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Peter Shorma in lane number 5. He's going to make the stretch. He will take number 1. Close for number 2 coming here, as Joe Motherwell will take second from Red River. Cameron Kraft from Devil's Lake third. Keaton Link from Central Cass takes 4th, and then Flanagan from Central Cass takes 5th. But Shorma with a mark of 48.06. Shorma, that should sound familiar. Got a older sister that is pretty good at basketball during her tenure here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we will continue from the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Meet, a gorgeous day on the south side of Fargo here on yourliveevent.com.
North Dakota State College of Science? Don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As we come back now here from the Sid Sitchy Stadium here today on yourliveevent.com, let's toss it down to Preston DeVille, who's talking with Adam Rowland here from the Fargo North Spartans.
Yeah, here with Adam Rowland. And Coach, nice event here today. How is your team over at Fargo North running so far?
Oh, I think that we're doing great. You know, we had 2 guys in the feature 300 hurdle race, and Trey won it, and Aiden got 4th in it. So our 4x8 ran well. We had some guys run some pretty good splits there, and beautiful weather and it being warm with very little wind. We expect some pretty good performances today.
Pretty new facility here too as well. How are you guys enjoying that here so far?
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome facility. I think it's a long time coming for Shanley, and we're happy for them to have a new track and have a track. We were in the same boat. We just got our new track last year, and makes a world of difference when you can have your own place to go out and practice and hold your own meets. And they've always had a really good meet. This meet for years, and they've had to host it other places, and for them to finally be able to do it here, it's good for them.
We've had some pretty close finishes here so far, so competition seems to be pretty tight as well.
Well, yeah, when you're going to host a meet, this large, I think, 18 teams here. Most teams are going to put their best relays together, put their kids in their best events, and hope for the best. And we're well over halfway through the track season, so everyone should be trained and ready to go. So, again, with the beautiful weather, we should have good performances, not just for North, but for every other team.
And then I'm sure goals for most of your team here today, just set new PRs and run hard?
Yeah, as always, we got guys, with personal goals of qualifying for state today, and some guys to get that checked off their list, and with our relays, we have most of those qualified. It's just to improve times and improve, seating when we get to state and things like that. But As we tell our guys is kind of let that stuff, work itself out. Just go out and have fun and work hard.
And final question here for you today. Who are some athletes on your Fargo North squad that we need to be on the lookout for here today, but also here in the future?
Well, obviously we already, mentioned Trey and Aiden. Trey will be running the high hurdles. Aiden will be featured on both our 4x1 and 4x2 relays. Both our 4x1 and 4x2 relays with guys like Clay Koenig and Mason Lockwood, Mason Volbricht, or Mikkel Lockwood, sorry. Those guys they're all performers, and so we hope the best for them today. We already, like I said, have qualified. We just want to improve our times and should have some pretty good performances there.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to your guys here the rest of the day, and congrats to the state qualifiers.
Awesome.
That again, Preston DeVille with Adam Rowland, as we turn our attention now for Jacob to go from one side to the other here for the 100 meters, as we're just about ready to get underway with the 100 meters girls. This will be our first of 8 heats, and as we said, the near lanes of 7 and 8 will kind of go as a ghost for a little bit here with just our track, how it's set up here. But in lane number 1, you got Nygaard from Horace. From there, another Horace Hawk in Sappington in lane number 2, Lockway at lane number 3, and she has a good start, but also does Michelle Gee here from the West Fargo Packers. Gee comes down the line here, stretch. Here's the final 10 meters of this heat, and this one is going to go to lane number 6 from Gee with a mark of 11:96. You have O'Neill from Bennett County at 12:06. Ray in third from West Fargo Cheyenne at 12:32. But again, 11:96 for the girls 100. As the girls 100 meter dash, Lane Awender from Oaks at 12:33. So that is a brand new record here at 11:96 for Michelle Gee here for West Fargo. As we'll get you ready for the second one quickly. The state qualifying time in North Dakota at the 100 meters is 13.4, and that first heat, a lot of them, Josh, blew that away.
Oh yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone was well within that range there. So, top tier of athletes right there for heat number 1 of the 100. We'll get the second heat of the 100 going shortly.
As we'll go back to our public address announcer here with Larry Robertson to get some of the participants here in our second heat.
In lane 5 from Oak Grove is Aubrey Lindteigen. 6 from West Fargo, Ella Heilman. In 7 from Bennett County, Macy Clausen. And in lane 8 from Cheyenne, Otelia Morris.
Again, that is the second heat here, as we'll keep you apprised of what's going on with some of the field events as well. So it's a full 8 lanes one more time. Got a little flavor of Class A, B, and also get some out-of-state flavor here with Bennett County with Macy Clausen in lane number 7. But right now, Gee at 11.96 from West Fargo, beating Lane Awender from Oaks at 12:33, has the new record for the moment. Good start. Kind of in the middle right now. It's coming across here on lane number 5. Gonna get the quick stretch there. Sheriff from Davies was awfully close, but Aubrey from Fargo Oak Grove at 12:66 takes first. Heilman from West Fargo takes second. Blessing Sheriff takes third, and kind of saw Sheriff in lane 1 there, Josh, come down the stretch and almost looked like she was gonna able to come back and get Aubrey.
Yeah, she had a head of steam going right there and didn't get off the blocks necessarily like the top 2 did, but Sheriff able to get back and get to 3rd place in that second heat.
So Michelle Gee again takes number 1 here, and we'll get to our 3rd heat upcoming after the results here from heat number 2. After this 100-meter dash, we have the 4x2 relay, the 1,600-meter one, and then the 4x1. And then after we get past the 4x1, as traditionally, you're nearly at the midway point here when it comes to the running events, similar with the fielding events.
In 2 from Fargo South, Isabel Knacklin. In 3 from Moorhead, Nadia Davis. Lane 4 from Wappeton, Hallie Miller. In lane 5 from Wappeton, Taylor Mock. 6 from Davies, Ainsley Dietrich. In 7 from Centerville is Lily Shearer. And in lane 8 from Kindred, Allie Henke.
And now taking a look at this 3rd heat of the girls 100 right here. as we've got Nacklin in this event right here. She was in that high jump battle towards the end there in the state qualifying battle. So Nacklin, one to keep an eye on for this third heat right now.
As we get you ready to see what's going to happen. Clean start off the blocks here. Going to make that little push as we get to the midway point. Currently, it looks like Miller from the Wahpeton Huskies has the stretch, and she will come out in first here. Allie Miller will take number 1 with a mark of 12:84 from the Huskies. Nadia Davis from Moorhead takes second. Dietrich from Fargo Davies third, and Shearer from Centerville will take fourth. As we'll take a look at some fielding events here in a moment with Josh Boyko with some updates as well. But Allie Miller with a 12.84 takes first in the third heat of the girls 100 meters.
Yeah, one of the notable results from the fielding events, Parker Wixo of Central Cass at pole vault goes 13 feet 6 inches, so that's one of the ones to beat right there is Wixo for pole vault.
As we're taking a look at another pole vaulter here, and then we'll get to our fourth heat of the girls 100 meters in a moment. As this one not going to be able to clear on that one, and that looked like to be another Central Cass
That
squirrel.
was Wixo back up again at 13.9, did not clear. It was Cheyenne up before that.
As the girls look to be done on the high jump, we'll get to the boys as they will be warming up. So we will get to the boys coming up here a little bit later on. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on with the shot put and the discus and everything as well for some of the fielding events. But let's get back to the girls 100 meters, heat number 4. A little flavor of Moorhead Spuds. You got the West Fargo Packers, a Central Cass Squirrel, Devils Lake Firebird, and a Fargo South Bruin here as the girls 100 meters. So far today, we've had 2 girls records broken just on the track side. We've had 1 boys record broken on the track side with the boys 300 meters with Trey Kanoki. Gee from West Fargo with the girls 100 meters, and the 3,200 meter relay by Fargo Davies girls as we're off and running here in heat number 4. Coming through in the middle there in Kelsa on lane number 5 for the Moorhead Spuds had a good start, but a better finish here coming in lane number 7. Looks to be Meyer from Central Cass, and she's able to win it at 12.87, taking first. You have Morgan taking second, Carlsrud from the Moorhead Spuds third, but a nice little kick there by Meyer late to take it first place here for the Central Cass Squirrels in the girls' fourth heat of the 100 meters. As we'll continue to see some other results coming on in here. Boys discus throw with Alexander Meese from Fargo Davies, able to throw about 45 here across the way. Some other events. Seeing the girls' shot put as that one is slowly going across. And we're kind of getting to that middle ground now from the earlier in the day. Jake Stiegman, the boys' javelin with a mark of 111.10. 111.10 there for Jake Stiegman. Mentioned earlier, Fallon Paginante was doing awfully well when it came to the long jump. Josh, as she's at a 14.03 here for Fargo Davies. And then you mentioned the girls' high jump as well, as we're kind of going to be making our way to the boys' high jump here in a moment.
Yeah, it was a 15.03 even for Paginante. Boys pole vaults right now, Wixo 0 for 2 now at 13.9. No one has cleared that benchmark yet.
Heat 5 of 8 of the girls 100 meters here. We got a full 8 lanes, a little Class B flavor with a couple of Fargo Oak Grove Grovers, and alongside the Kindred Vikings. See Avery Sakari here from the West Fargo Packers, Matichek from the Wahpeton Huskies, Hayden in lane number 6. And we're off and running right now as it looks like Christina from the Kindred Vikings trying to hold off a late surge here from the outer lane, and we'll see what happens at the line as Edie was coming in, but we see Christina Kringstead taking first place at 13.35, Avery Scary at second from the West Fargo Packers, and then Edie taking third as well. And we'll also hear from talking about the Wahpeton Huskies, we'll also hear from the Wahpeton Huskies head coach in a few moments with Preston DeVille, trying to get to all the teams here before we bid adieu today. They're kind of roughly, if you're wondering what time that this would all wrap up, around 5, 6 o'clock, depending on how many heats, how many finals they got through here on this particular day. But earlier in the week a chance of some showers rolling on through, but I think, Josh, the conditions are about as pristine as you can get. Not too windy. Don't have to really worry about that as a runner. And same thing if you're pole vaulting or jumping, you can kind of just get in your groove a little bit and try to find your rhythm.
Yeah, couldn't ask for much better today right now because it's not overly hot, so the distance runners aren't dying out there of heat stroke, and the wind isn't too bad right now, so that's not really affecting the straightaways all that much. So, yeah, this is about as good as you could ask for on any event.
So the girls were first with the 100 meters. We'll get to the boys second here in a few moments, and we'll get back to the pole vault as well, as we have another chance here for a pole vaulter coming across.
I believe that's Wixo again trying to go for 13.9, and he is now 0 for 3 at that mark. So, I mean, he's one of the only ones even left remaining at this point.
I was going to say, you mentioned it earlier, but for Class B, it was 11.6, and you're talking about 13 feet. The Class A was at 12.6 as we're going here for heat number 6 of 8 on the girls' 100 meters. As we see it coming down the stretch, this one's going to be tight at the finish, as we'll see the final line. And we'll see if lane number 1, Capstone Academy, nope. That will come in number 2 for Pape with a 13.66. Hendrickson from Central Cass takes 3rd. Porter from Fargo South takes 4th, as we have 2 more 100 meters upcoming, as the boy high jump right now are just getting underway. As again, in the morning, if it was the boys that started, the girls get going in the throws or the jumps, and the same thing, flip it when it gets to this time. So you kind of get the fielding events going a little bit earlier to get ahead of schedule with the track events traditionally, and that's where we're going here now with some of the jumps and warm-ups here for the boys' high jumps, but still seeing some at the pole vaults one more time. As we'll go back to the 7 of 8. As to your point, Wixo is done, and now the girls are starting to warm up on the vault. So we have kind of reached, for the most part, on our fielding events, have reached the midway point as we're transitioning from one to the other. As we get to heat number 7 of 8 now in the girls' 100 meters. A Shanley flavor in this one, Ferguson, Jensen, Shorma. And a couple Devils Lake Firebirds with Fetch and McCarthy here, as they'll be running on the near lanes of 7 and 8. Liza Trembeth from Kinder will be running in lane 3, and Rogers from Red River will be in 4, and Olson from Central Cass will be in lane number 5. Clean start, knock on wood. No announcers jinx to say that we maybe have a fault coming up a little bit later. But on lane number 1, Ferguson from Fargo Shanley, but coming through the middle is Olson here from Central Cass, and it's going to be just in front here for Ferguson with a mark of 13.57. Olson at 13.72 coming in second, and Jensen in third at 14.24. But a nice little run there by both Ferguson and Olson here to finish 1-2 respectively. As we see the final times coming on through, able to see the different events as we have one more heat here in the girls' 100 meters. And we'll get to the boys' opportunity. Groups going now will be the high jump for the boys. The long jump for the girls will be having 2 pits across the way. The triple jump for both boys and girls. Shot put for the boys, discus for the girls, javelin for the boys, and then pole vault for the girls will be upcoming. Also a note from the Shanley contingent and those that are coaching and supporting, they would like to thank the visionaries, designers, donors, and builders that made the dream of a home track and reality here from the Shanley Athletic Club for their support of Shanley Track and Field, and all the coaches, workers, and parents for volunteering their time and energy. You know, there's just been a lot of excitement, and it's been many years where they had one of the very first turfs when it came to football. I mean, Steve Lockwood and the MSUM Dragons and some other high schools and colleges would come here because, hey, it's, you know, late October and you get a foot of snow, we got to go somewhere to practice. They would come over here. They use that a lot, as well as we'll get to Preston DeVille after this heat, talking with the Wahpeton coach here in a moment as he'll make his way out of the end zone a little bit so we can better make his way and see him. But it's been fun to see this particular track meet on this day continue here, as we will also hear from Tommy Butler from the Central Cass Squirrels one more time as well, And it looks like that's who Preston's got will be from Tommy Butler from Central Cass. But we get back to the 100 meters. Got a stretch here coming down in lane number 7. That one's going to is from Capstone Classic Academy, as Kate will come in first, Victoria Bolstead coming in second. But we'll allow Jacob Anderson, our cameraman, where the S of the Deacons is in the end zone here on the south side, to find Preston DeVille with a Central Cass track and field coach and Tommy Butler as he makes his way across the way with Preston DeVille. Preston, let's toss it back to you.
Yes, thanks, Chase. As you mentioned here with Tommy Butler, head coach of Central Cass. And Coach, just overall, how's the event going for you guys, for the Squirrels here today?
Man, we're having a great meet so far. I mean, we've got, I think, about 4 or 5 kids that have qualified. Unbelievable day. I mean, we finally have a great day for our kids to compete, and I think we're taking the most advantage of that. So we're enjoying it.
Great facility here as well too.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. It said state of the art on on our PDF that we got, and they weren't joking. It's a great facility. They're running it extremely efficiently, but yet still. They're not kind of running your kids into the ground. So again, credit to Shanley. It's an awesome event.
Any athletes you'd like to highlight for how they've done here today so far, or ones to keep an eye on here later in the event?
Yeah, I mean our girls 4x8 got in. That was the first time they've qualified there. Our pole vaulter Parker Wixo just broke our school record. We had a freshman, Mackenzie Meyer, just got in the 100 right now. And I think there's a couple others that I might be missing, but yeah, I mean Easton Holland, I think he broke his own school record in the he didn't break our school record, but he qualified in the 300 hurdles. So hopefully we get another one in here in the 100. But yeah, I mean I'm really looking forward to watching all of our kids compete.
We know a big thing is always breaking personal records, but I mean breaking those school records puts kind of icing on the cake, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean ours is really just about getting as many kids on that bus for state track. So watching our kids compete here, got another one here. I think it's just awesome. I just love that part. Getting those kids to Bismarck. So hopefully we can get some more in today.
Awesome, well, Coach. Good luck here the rest of the day, and thanks for the time today.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Go Squirrels.
Thank you very much, Preston DeVille, getting to talk with Tommy Butler. Our first boys 100-meter heat, Rush O'Neill from Bennett County at 11:07. Titus Dolo finishes second from Davies, and then Jalen Reynolds at 11:21 here. So taking a look at the boys 100 meters, 11:34 is the qualifying time in North Dakota for A, 11:44 for the B, and going back to the boys record at 10:82. So you got to run an under 11, and that was from the Moorhead Spuds back in 2022 in Salomon here at the 100-meter dash. Josh, but some updates, or what have you kind of seen in that first 100-meter as well, just your thoughts?
Yeah, 5 able to move on with state qualifying time with the Central Cass runner just sneaking in 5 100ths ahead of the Class B time.
Mentioned Tholks, and Tommy was kind of talking with Preston going, wait a second, the 100 on, I want to see how he does currently as a true coach looks to do so here in this one as we get to the second heat of the boys 100 meters. Coverage beginning back at 10:30 earlier today, as we're just kind of rolling through some of the interviews, having a chance to hear from some of the participants and coaches as this one continues. But so far, the one boys record in terms of track again was Trey Kanoki from Fargo North breaking a school, not a school, but breaking a Shanley track and field record, running a under 38, a 37.99 300-meter hurdles earlier today. So the second heat upcoming here for the boys 100 meters. Once the 100-meter dash is done, we'll get back to the relays, the 4x2. Then the 1,600 or the mile will be following that. Then another relay of the 4x1. Then later on, as it does concludes with the 2-mile individual and then the 4x4 relay. And girls, again, will precede the boys when it comes to the running events here in this one. As we're starting to see some warm-ups continue here with the high jump. As the high jump is continuing to make its way through a little bit here. And we'll get to those particulars when they come through one more time here today. A little bit longer delay here for the second heat of the boys 100 meters, making sure everyone's good to go at the blocks.
With boys high jump, you were saying Bonfus Loria has gone 5'8".
I'm talking with Bonfils a little bit in the triple jump as well. He just has the build of a jumper when it comes to someone. I know Adam Palczewski loved him when it came to basketball for defense and doing the dirty work for the West Fargo Packers, but someone who, without question, just kind of looks like a physical specimen when it comes to fielding events as well.
Yeah, that dude, I'm sure he can just palm the square of the backboard with how high that man can jump, so not surprised to see him probably clearing the state mark here.
Our crew of today, he's Josh Boyko, I'm Chase Miller. You have Jacob Anderson again running at main camera, Preston DeVille getting his steps in the infield here today, having a chance to speak and see with other coaches and those athletes here as they are getting ready about to get in the blocks here for our second heat. Fisher from Central will be in lane 1, Zabel from Oak Grove 2, Koenig in lane number 4 upcoming here. Lane 3 will be open. Peraza from Kindred in 5, Bauer and Salis from Horace in 6 and 7, and you have Sands in lane number 8 here for the Fargo Davies Eagles. Lane, as the first one went to Rush O'Neill with a time of just over 11 seconds as we're off and running here in the second heat. Peraza in the middle. This one by Sales, though, from West Fargo Horace has about a stretch in front of him as we come down to the final stretch in this one. It's going to be a photo finish right in front of 12 seconds at 11:37. Clay Koenig from Fargo North takes first by .01. That's how close it was in Peraza. .06 behind Koenig finishes in third. Bauer in fourth and Fisher in fifth. Josh, that was literally a photo finish to find out the top 3 here in our second heat.
Yeah, fraction of a second, just 1/100th between Koenig and Salas in second with Horace there. So what a, I mean, even down to third place with Presley Peraza, that's only 600ths off of the top finisher in Koenig there. So that's a really close heat in heat number 2.
Peraza does qualify again in the state. It was 11.44 was the qualifier for the B. The A qualifier is 11.34. So Koenig in just that particular heat misses it by 0.03 of a second. That's how cruel track and field can be as well sometimes.
Yeah, down to the just margins and fractions of a second or a foot, everything is just so close here in these first few heats.
Preston DeVille, taking a look, what's the track conditions? We're starting to see the wind pick up a little bit here. Just kind of what are you feeling down on the track and field across the way here at Sid Cichy Stadium?
Oh, it's feeling honestly quite perfect down here. You know, not too hot, not too cool. Nice little breeze coming through now to kind of just kind of cool you down here a little bit, and morale seems to be pretty high here as well. You know, lots of people from opposing teams, you know, congratulating each other, and yeah, just an overall good feeling down here on the field.
57 degrees, overcast skies currently. We do see the goalposts here with the wind picking up a little bit high on top of the goalposts. Mind you, those are in high school. That is like NFL-style goalposts with how high that kind of goes here. And why not when you have really good kickers at Fargo Shanley, when you got a kicker in Emmett Kenny made his way to Stanford to kick collegiately for a Power 5 football team, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, even I remember seeing him run Kenny run even in elementary track against my friends and I. He would run like the distance stuff, but also, of course, going on to Stanford there for college football kicking. Got a good leg.
Mendy right now out in front for West Fargo Cheyenne in this third heat is, well, I'll take the blame for that for the Butterfingers, and taking a look at the pole vault as this one comes through. And Mendy does take first at 11:31. And then Ben Orvik at 11:44 just outside. But Thomas Mendy does a nice job. One of the better times that we've seen from this heat. And he does get to Bismarck as well with that mark of 11:31 here for Thomas Mendy for West Fargo Cheyenne.
Yeah, Mendy right there, even faster, I believe, than the winner of heat number 2. And that heat right there was a pretty close spread, too, with less than a half second spreading the top 8. So a solid third heat right there with very comparable times to the second.
The one thing I always mention about track and field, it kind of feels like this, particularly once you, if you've never been to a local state track and field meet, and talking particularly in North Dakota, it's one of the very few events where you get everybody across the state. Every school is represented. Wrestling, very similar, but some programs maybe don't have their own a wrestling program. They might have co-ops, and some teams don't field what they can provide just with how many students that they have. But I think about the closest thing that you can get to a family reunion in high school sports is going to a state track and field meet, because you see all the colors, you get to see a bunch of ADs, a bunch of different coaches, parents and participants and runners, and sometimes, going back to Paul Olson from Kindred a few years ago, Josh, never did track and field until his senior year. It was so crummy out that you couldn't golf. So the coaches found a way to say, hey, why don't you, just give this a shot, stay in shape, and kind of have some fun. He goes to North Dakota State, and then all of a sudden, the indoor track meet breaks a school record and gets a scholarship offer on top of that from NDSU as well. Get to one of the coaches coming up after this race, as this will be the heat number 4 of 100, standing by with Preston DeVille here in a moment. We'll get to another track and field coach in the end zone. This is inside information for Jacob Anderson. Same spot as he had Tommy Butler here, Jacob, just a few minutes ago, as we get you ready for the boys 100 meter.
And one thing to note over on girls long jump right now, Reagan O'Neill from Bennett County, a foot over. I mean, this is the North Dakota mark right here at 16 feet 8 inches, but she's at 17 feet 8 inches right now for the girls long jump. So a tremendous effort from Reagan O'Neill from Bennett County.
That is insane to kind of see that particular athleticism and feats as we've been able to see throughout the course of the day. Boys 100 meters. As they're at the starting line, the gun is off, and we're off and rolling here in our 4th heat. Currently, Cheyenne has a nice 1-2 combination here. Can they finish 1 and 2 here for Cheyenne? Edward looks to be the winner. Riker to second from our eye and a vantage point, and it is at 11.37. Edward takes first. Birnbaum takes second. And then Chris from Fargo Davies third, Simmers fourth, and Stahl at number 5. But let's go now to Preston DeVille, who's standing by with another track and field coach here inside the infield.
Yeah, we're here with Josh Almaris from Kindred. And Coach, just overall, how's the day going for you guys over for Kindred?
It's a beautiful day today. So far it's going good, and excited for some more good competition throughout the day.
And who are some athletes we need to be on the lookout from Kindred here this year?
Yeah, Presley Peraza, for sure. He had a great day of long jump today. He won the long jump, was 1/2 of an inch short of the school record, but he's always one to watch. Just qualified here in the 100, ran a good race for us here. We're excited for our relays. Our 4x2, 4x1 on the boys' side should be strong. And then Elsa Ingebrigtsen on the girls' side, she got to run in the 300 hurdle premier event. She did a great job. She's always fun to watch. She has the 100 hurdles coming up. And then, our girls 4x4, we're looking forward to that. Same with our boys 4x4. There's a whole host of things we're excited about throughout the day. Jav over at Jav. Andrew Haley's had a great start to the year, so looking forward to how he competes as well.
I know one thing a lot of coaches have brought up, this new facility. I know one person just said when the flyer came out, they said it was a world-class stadium. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, beautiful stadium. I love the track, and yeah, the atmosphere's been good. It's been a fun meet to be a part of.
And I assume just the goals for the team here today: qualify for state if you can, but also break those PRs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the nicer days we've gotten, and just continue to get better and better. We say a lot. I mean, we care where you're at right now, but we care more where you're at in 2-3 weeks. So continuing to train, see those PRs. There's some goals that we have as far as qualifying, and just continuing to get better and better every day, and be excited for the region and the state tournaments.
I know you mentioned weather there. Sometimes here in the Red River Valley, not exactly as good a weather like this this time.
No, this is beautiful. I mean, this is, you know what a true North Dakotan will say is the wind's not that bad. And then when the wind's not that bad, that usually we can take any temperature within reason. But this is great. The wind isn't that bad today, so we're happy.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to the Kindred Vikings here the rest of the day.
Thank you. And thanks for your guys' coverage today. That's awesome. So many people appreciate that. Thanks for all you guys are doing.
That again, Preston DeVille with Josh. You can call him Almers or Almaris, depending on where you're from. I always like to give Josh a little ribbing about that. Is he's got an uncle who's from New Rockford who says it's Almers if you're from New Rockford. If you're somewhere else, it's Almaris. It's like Machenbaker, Muchenbacher, depending on the county line, Josh. You got those names, and then it kind of can go a different way.
Not everyone could be born with an immaculate name like Chase Miller. That's easy enough to say. So.
I've had people ask me if that was a radio name when I was in radio, because there is radio names a lot of times. If for those of you that are just tuning in, whether it's radio for KRJB on 106.5, KRJM on 101.5, check out the R&J broadcast app. Sometimes, you might have Boyko is Josh's actual last name, but you might say it might be Josh Anderson, or we'll give you a nickname called J.A. or something, and it's for privacy to a certain degree, because sometimes in radio you're asked to do a lot of random stuff for just different things. But no, I was like, no, that's a good name, can't complain. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Josh. I didn't even think I'm gonna have to give Josh a raise here today after that compliment. Sorry, Jacob and Preston, you guys will get your raises maybe a little bit later.
That's why they bring me here.
As we get you ready for heat number 6 out of 8. Just speaking of the Kinder Vikings, Brock Johnson and Sawyer Hess will bookend it here at lane 8 and lane 1, respectively. You have Isaac from Fargo Shanley in lane 7, Lockwood from Fargo North in 5, with Sean from Moorhead. Kazik here in lane number 6. Carter will be in lane number 4 here for Central Cass, and a couple more Spartans here in Eno of Fargo North, and Volbrecht in lane number 2 here for the Fargo North Spartans. So it's the boys 100 meter heat number 6 out of 8. A good run here from Isaac, but coming down the middle, this one going to be tight between lane 3, 5, and 7, and it will go to Lockwood at 11:47 here for Fargo North, able to defeat Isaac from Fargo Shanley at 11.48. So we've seen some really close, which is what you expect in 100 meters, Josh. We've been talking about hundreds of a second here.
Yeah, that's. It's stayed pretty consistent right here, and the fields have been pretty packed together. So it's always good to see those heats being competitive to the finish.
As they are continuing to get some warm-ups in with the boys' high jump, but also the girls' pole vault here, as right now we do get a couple of high jumpers here on the boys' side looking to compete and get some particulars in, as we will allow Josh Boyko to bring us some of the results that are coming in here from the high jump.
Yeah, right now, we're seeing a lot of misses actually from the 5'8" mark, which is where they're starting right now, and the qualifying standard for guys is 6'2". So I have not seen yet a clear on 5'8", but we are just at the beginning of boys' high jump.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll continue with the 100-meter dash. The 4x2 is coming up around the corner. The girls here on the track will start things off with the 4x2. Then we'll get to the mile run a little bit after that with the 1,600-meter run, the 4x1 relay. Then we reach the midway point of the track meet portion of the event. The fielding meets the girls. The boys' high jump currently going on. The long jump here going on with 2 pits. With the girls' side, the triple jump, shot put, discus, javelin, pole vault, that and more here today from the Shanley Track and Field Invite, as we will do one more boys' heats before we take this break. Lanes 1 through 8 all open here in this one, and a really good start here from Dunlap from the Moorhead Spuds, as he's got his own teammate and Aaron chasing him here in that middle. And those two with a photo line finish here from a couple of Spuds, an 11.99 for Dunlap, as he's able to defeat his teammate in Dunker here from the Moorhead Spuds. And then you have Domingo from Devil's Lake, Pollock from Shanley, and Shower from Shanley 4-5, respectively. This is the 55th Annual Shanley Invitational on yourliveevent.com.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shanley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
This is the Shanley Track and Field invite here as we'll toss it to our public address announcer, Larry Robertson, trying to get some final results. Also, we're having Josh Boyko go over there and get some of the final results as well so we can bring you those throughout the course of the day.
West Fargo Lila Stegman with a toss of 121 feet and 3 inches. And finally, the girls' shot put. In 4th place, Kenzie Woe of Cheyenne. 3rd place, Haley Newman of Oak Grove. 2nd place, Claire Woods of Wahpeton. Girls' shot put champion from Grand Forks Central, J.C. Reardon, who put the shot 40 feet, 8 3/4 of an inch.
Again, this is the Shanley Track and Field invite. Coming up, we'll get the 4x2 girls relay first. Then we'll get to the mile run, and then the 4x1 after that as we get this underway. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko, alongside with Preston DeVille and Jacob Anderson here with you today from the 2025 Shanley Track and Field invite from Sid Cichy Stadium as they are getting ready on the track here for the 4x2 relay. Taking a look at the record on the 4x2 relay here from the West Fargo Packers back in 2007 with a mark of 1 minute 46:28, 1:46:28 back in 2007 in the 4x2. As this continues today on yourliveevent.com. A gorgeous day for track and field. We've kind of have joked over the years. You get to this time of the month of April, you're just not sure what you're going to get. We've talked to some softball coaches over the last couple of years where they maybe had a softball game on April 1st or April 2nd, and same for baseball. Then it took till about April 25th before they played their second or third particular game. So knock on wood for those that are in the field farming, able to get out and put the weed in, work on the corn and everything else. They've been doing a nice job for weather there. If you can get in the planting can go pretty quick if you get weather like this. And so far, knock on wood, it's been pretty good and similar when it comes to track and field. When you can get field meets like this, it's not a bad opportunity here as Josh Boyko comes back on through and has the headsets as we'll get through some of the final results here one more time in some of the fielding events.
Yeah, I'll be able to take you through about the top 8 of most of these fielding events here. First, for girls high jump, the winner was Elizabeth Fedge at 5'5", and she's from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, and then followed by Amari Pape from Oak Grove Lutheran, and then Emma Esposito and Ren James. 2nd through 4th had a 5'3" jump. And then at 5'1" was Haley Honnert, Mason Lynch, then Kanoki and Nacklin go 4'11". Then for boys pole vault, Parker Wixo, we heard earlier with the school record, or right there, was right around that school record mark, goes 13.6 and was the clear winner. Jack Jelnick from Cheyenne was the 2nd place vaulter at 13 flats. Then Trevin Quam it was 12-6.
As we'll get to some more of those final results when they come in here in a moment. As we get to the 4x2 here, Devils Lake in lane number 1, Fargo North in lane number 2, Davies 3, Central Cass 4, Wahpeton 5, Horace 6, Oak Grove 7, and Shanley 8 to start things off. And right now early it's neck and neck between the Shanley Deacons and the Oak Grove Grovers here in lane 8 and lane 7 as they're making the stretch after the first part of this relay. And this is currently the 4x2 when it comes to the 4x2 relay, as in that particular time just under a minute as we continue here. And right now making a good push in the middle, as it looks like the Wahpeton Huskies have jumped out to a little bit of a lead as they're making their way. Fargo Davies in second as they make this final handoff here. And here comes Davies. Look at this final 200 meters, and Fargo Davies, no doubt about it. Similar to what we saw in the first relay here today for the Davies in the 3200, trying to do the same here and take a sweep in the 1600. Look at that big push. Wahpeton in second. But right now, no one is coming close here to the Fargo Davies Eagles. Question is, how quickly can you get out in front here for Fargo Davies at the stretch? And they're going to come out in front and win this one by a final of 148-23. And we will have almost a new record. And the 800-meter relay, the previous was 146-28, but Fargo Davies takes first, Wahpeton second, Central Cass coming in third at 149. So a nice chance there. All those are state qualifying times under 150, 154. So the top three all state qualifying times. Horace 4th, Shanley 5th, Oak Grove 6th, and Fargo North 7th. But talk about that last 200 meters, Josh. Once you got there, it was pretty much good night, and this one's over.
Yeah, that last 200 kick right there from Davies was absolutely incredible. Another thing to note there was going on in the last 100, Central Cass was closing in on Wahpeton very quickly down that stretch, but just barely enough kick left from Wahpeton to hold off the anchor for Central Cass. 3 100ths separate second and third in a closing Squirrels and Wahpeton battle.
So we will get to the second heat upcoming here. Then it will be the boys following that. On the boys' side, when it comes to the 800-meter relay, Fargo South with a 129.04 back in 2023. As Josh, let's get to some more final results from earlier in the day on the field side.
Yeah, we'll swing it over to boys long jump here. Presley Peraza goes 22 feet, over a foot clear of second place Aiden Nojang at 20.11. And then it was Amari Taylor at 20 feet 8 inches, the top three right there. So Peraza over Nojang and Taylor. So Kindred's Presley Peraza, your boys long jump winner today.
Peraza, part of the state championship team. There's a reason why he could dunk the ball so well when it came to high school basketball. As we take a look at some of the high jumps that are making their way through as our starting line. We're about ready to get to the gun here and get things underway for our first part of the 4x2 as well.
Ryder Soper was able to clear for boys high jump just a moment ago for, Oak Grove Lutheran.
As we see the lane assignments here from Sid Cichy Stadium, lanes 2 through 7. West Fargo in lane 2, the Moorhead Spuds in 3. Fargo South in 4, Grand Forks Central in lane 5. West Fargo Cheyenne in 6, and Red River in lane number 7 as we're off and running in our second heat of the girls 4x2 100-meter relay. We get 200 meters, a straight sprint essentially before you get to your teammate in the corner, and this will be corner 3 and corner 4. And we'll see who comes down the straightaway and has that front stretch, that is, and has that early lead as we're about 20 seconds in as we're getting closer to that first stretch and that first exchange.
Meanwhile, Drew Kessel clears on high jump for Fargo South.
As they come in the front, again, at lane number 7 is Grand Forks Red River. Lane number 6 right now behind them is West Fargo Cheyenne Central in lane number 5, but currently out in front is Red River as we're getting close for that second exchange. The second exchange, the first team to make it will be in lane number 3 here from the Moorhead Spuds. So we'll see what the Spuds can do here in this 400 to 600 mark. Red River still out in front for a second, but coming across on that bottom lane are the Moorhead Spuds there in lane number 3 as they have taken the lead as they're going to that final exchange. And this is where we saw Fargo Davies put pedal to the metal, and it looks the same here potentially for the Spuds, but not so fast. Here comes Fargo South in lane number 4. We'll see if we get a good finish for about 150 meters left. West Fargo Cheyenne now gets into 3rd place, but currently the Moorhead Spuds in lane number 3 in 1st, Fargo South in 2nd, West Fargo Cheyenne for the moment in 3rd, but here comes West Fargo, and this will be an easy Moorhead Spud win as they will cross the line here around 150 for a time, 150.88 for the Moorhead Spuds. Fargo South takes 2nd, and then West Fargo Cheyenne 3rd, West Fargo 4th. And is your top 4 again for the girls 4x2 relay with Grand Forks Central in 5th. But talk about the anchor, Josh, and what that just kind of means. Sometimes you, as a coach, you want to place certain athletes in different spots. You want a really good start. Sometimes you want to hold your ground in the middle. Obviously, some put their best athlete as the anchor, as we can kind of tell the reason why. But just what does an anchor do in a relay here?
Yeah, it's like your closer in baseball. I mean, it's time to slam the door shut and go take that win. So that's the one that's throwing the fireballs, the flamethrower out of the bullpen. You bring them out last, and they're the one that's going to take it home for you. So, like you said, though, you usually probably stack your top 2 runners first and last, typically, because it's a lot easier to run from when you are in contention than playing catch-up in the middle. So that's kind of the reason you'd format it front load and back load it first and fourth for those last couple legs.
And that is the anchor, if you will, and we saw it come into contention here in this one for both the Moorhead Spuds. Fargo South, you thought maybe for a second had enough to get there in that second heat, but in the first heat again, Fargo Davies, as we get some more final results here on the infield here, Josh.
Yeah, boys discus, Alexander Meese of Davies with a hefty win in the discus. 158.8 was the distance for Meese in discus. Holden Deutsch second at 147.10. Caden Mansky 140.4.
So we will get to the 4x2 here for the boys in a second, and then Preston DeVille will be standing by with another coach upcoming here in the end zone as we'll about ready to get on the starting line here for the boys 4x2 as Grand Forks Central in lane 1, Kindred in lane 2, Horace in 3, North in lane 5, Cheyenne, in lane 5, North in 4, Davies 6, Shanley at lane number 7, and lane number 8 here for the West Fargo Packers. And then we will get to another interview here after this one with Preston DeVille standing by with another track and field coach in the south end zone at about the C here after this race concludes. As the gun is up for our first on the boys' side of the 4x2, our first of 2 heats. Then after the 4x2, we will go back to the individual where we'll have the mile upcoming here, and the girls will be first. We're off and rolling here for the boys, 4x2. It's always tough to tell right off the bat just with where everybody is, Josh, but kind of once you get to that second leg of it, that's when you kind of really see who starts to separate in this 4x2. That's currently on the far side again here on lane number 8 for the West Fargo Packers. They make the exchange, but coming out here is Fargo Davies on lane number 6. Has a good start, especially after that handoff there with the baton. And right now it's a little bit neck and neck, and Davies out in front here in lane number 6. West Fargo Packers in lane 8, then coming in third in lane number 7 is Fargo Shanley. And we'll see what these last 400 meters have in stretch, but the Fargo Davies Eagles right now are figuratively and literally flying around this track here in the boys 4x2. 52 seconds in as we're hitting the back straightaway here at Shanley High School. West Fargo trying to keep it close. Cheyenne knocking on the door of a top 3. Fargo North now is going to take third over Fargo Shanley, who goes to 4th, and Cheyenne goes to 5th. And here's the final 200 meters. The Kinder Vikings trying to knock on the door now with top 5, if maybe a top 3 finish here as well. But Fargo Davies currently out in front. Fargo North currently coming down in second for the final 100. Fargo Davies has the lead, but here comes Fargo North stretching for the final 50 meters. Fargo North is looking to take it on the anchor, and they will on lane number 4. Fargo North is first. Fargo Davies is fifth. The Spartans with a 1:30.33. A 1:30.33 as they're able to take it on the 4x2. And they have a nice run there on the 4x2 here in this one for the team relays. Not a record, close, about a second off. Davies second. Kindred does a nice job in third at 1:30.60. Cheyenne fourth, and West Fargo at number 5. Let's go to Preston DeVille now, who's at the C in the south end zone with a track and field coach as we make our way through some of the interviews here today from Sid-Cichy Stadium.
Yeah, we're here with Tim McClagan, head coach at Oak Grove. And Coach, just overall, how's the event going for you guys over at Oak Grove so far?
Oh, it's going great. We have a school record at our girls high jump, 5'3" Amari Pape. All kinds of nice PRs happening with an excellent weather day.
Yeah, you mentioned it there. Excellent weather should be nothing but a benefit to these athletes today.
Absolutely. They work really hard and they deserve it, so it's going to be a fun day.
And not too often at this time can you get weather this nice here in eastern North Dakota at this time.
You're correct. It's very difficult to get this kind of weather, so it looks like everyone's taking advantage.
And who are some athletes that we should be on the lookout here for the rest of the day or even here earlier today?
Well, Amari has some events going on. Also, we have one of the better high jumper boys in the state, Noah Meidinger. Also, we also have Cole Onstead, who's also on the track, sprinter, as well as Aubrey Linteigen, and we've got a few others.
And how has the season gone for you guys here so far? Happy with how things have gone so far as we approach this maybe midway point for you guys?
Absolutely. Lots of great team performances. We also have a great thrower, Haley Newman, who is one of the best in the state. Relays are nice and stacked, and everyone's having a good time.
What do you think about this new facility here here in Fargo?
It's great. Fargo needed another track, and I know that Shanley's been working really hard for this, and they deserve it. It's a beautiful facility.
Awesome. Well, Coach, any exiting comments before we get going here today?
No, it's almost like a nice celebration of all of these athletes that have put their hard work in and working in gyms and crappy weather, and this is just a nice way to celebrate their hard work.
And to end on that, one of the more busier events I've been to as well by the looks of it with the amount of athletes here.
Absolutely, all kinds of athletes. The fans are here, and so this is awesome.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to your team the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Preston. Talk a little Grover athletics there as we take a look at the high jump, but also we take a look at those sprinting by in the 4x2 one more time here on the boys' side of things as we're off and rolling here today from Sid-Cichy Stadium. Heat number 2 as you take a look, lanes 2 through 7 all in order. Moorhead, Devils Lake, Central Cass, Red River South, and Wahpeton. 1:30.33 was the time earlier here that was coming in first. Here again on the boys 4x2. So we'll see where this goes. The Fargo South again with 1:29 as the Bruins are currently out in front here as we go to the final 400 meters. This one's going to be close. Central Cass Squirrels almost had a little bobble there on the baton on the switch. Central Cass now with Fargo South. You also see from there Grand Forks River kind of leading the pack currently here in this second heat. After this one concludes, we'll get to the mile upcoming. Girls will be up first as we get to our final 200 meters. Red River, Central Cass, Fargo South, your top 3 currently. As we'll see this one coming across, Wahpeton bringing it up the rear, Moorhead in 4th, Devils Lake in 5th. For the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders right now trying to hold off the final push here from the Fargo South Bruins. This one coming right down to the wire. Red River will take first, South in second, and the Central Cass Squirrels will take third. This one at a time of 1:32.12 for Red River. South will come in second at 1:32.35, and Central Cass in third at 1:33.32.
And we heard from Oak Grove just a moment ago. Just wanted to highlight a couple of their performances. So we heard about Noah Meidinger, who has cleared now on 5'8" on the boys' high jump. But Amari Pape, we heard setting that school record there in high jump, comes in second overall, as we heard those results a moment ago. But the top two finishers for girls high jump, not Class A, as Drayton Valley Edinburgh's Elizabeth Feggie goes first place at 5'5", and then Amari Pape with Oak Grove at 5'3". So a couple performances to shout out there from the Class B/Oak Grove side.
As we will get to the girls 1 mile here in a second, we'll take a quick break and we'll get to the girls 1,600 meters, 1 mile, however you like to say it, coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Back here at Sid Cichy Stadium, the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational here that started back in 1969 here in this one, as we're off and going for the girls 1 mile. So the girls 1 mile, taking a look at the girls record here, was Annie Smith of Fargo South back in 1983, 5 minutes, 3 seconds, 0.64. So 5:03.64 here for Annie Smith, who has the 1,600-meter record back in 1983. As there is a handful of athletes here in this one coming out in front as we go all the way through 2 particular pages here, Josh, of runners here in this one. And again, this is our first of 3 heats. And in the 100, a little bit different than the 400, you're pacing yourself to kind of come through and see what you can kind of have left in the tank. I remember just talking with FIA coaches, can you run a 4, 5, 6 minute, mile, depending on what condition you were in or how much have you really done in terms of getting out in the track and field at particular times here in this one. Grand Forks, whatever, out in front. Shanley second, Red River third, and then Moorhead fourth is currently your top 4, as we'll see what the time is coming across the line here for this first of the 400 meters here for Grand Forks River, again out in front. So Matea Green at 1:16. Then you have Johnson from Shanley at 1:16.45. Ava Parks third at 1:16.64. And Lauren Guess here from the Moorhead Spuds at 1:16.92. So that's kind of your top 3, 4 as they've kind of separated, Justin, as we take a look at the backstretch here. Got your top 3. Parks kind of 4th right now. From there, then you kind of have your next pack coming on in.
Yeah, this top 3 is running strong right now, and I would say this top 4 is really where you're going to see your contenders come from, because usually if you're pacing yourself, you're not going to be too far off the front pack if you got a chance at winning this. So I'd assume these top 3 are really where we're looking at.
Johnson on the inside trying to get out in front here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. She's got a pair of Rough Riders right with her here. But right now, Johnson takes the lead a little bit out in front here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Green right behind her, and Parks currently in third, as Guess still standing in fourth, but we see that second group kind of getting a little bit closer to her. But right now, Johnson out in front here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons as we get to our second lap. 2 laps to go. Going to be about a 2:40 time, 2:39 or so for Johnson to come out in front here in lap number 2.
I never spent a whole lot of time as the pacer of the field being out in front, but it is an important job when you're in first. You got to be able to set the pace that's going to run away from that mid-pack, but also not just waste yourself on the first half of the race.
Johnson got a nice little stride here, Josh. Probably a good about almost 10 strides out in front currently right now between Green and Parks, who are trailing her. She's starting to separate a little bit here, but we'll see what Red River can do with that 2 and 3 spot. Green still in fourth by herself, but that group is slowly coming back to try to find her in the top 4 spot. But right now, Johnson, as you mentioned, setting the pace out in front. But we're starting to see a little push here from both Green and Parks here, trying to separate what was a 10-stride lead, getting now closer to about maybe a 3 or 4-stride lead as we're coming down this stretch here for the third lap.
Yeah, got to be careful not to push too hard. You can't win the race on the third lap, but you can certainly tire yourself out and set yourself up for a tough last half of the race. And I don't think that that's what's happening here, that anyone's pushed overly too hard, but that gap has been closed, especially from second to first, as we see a little bit of separation now from second to third with Parks and Green.
So coming across at about a 4:03 here for McKenna Johnson, as she's currently in first right now, as we'll see when the Jets start kind of clumbing across here a little bit more. So McKenna Johnson in first, you have Ava Parks in second, and Matea Green in third, with Lauren Guess here currently in fourth. But right now that lead continues on the way here for Johnson. She is about neck and neck with her competition from Grand Forks Red River with Ava Parks. So Ava Parks, we'll see what she has in store as we're getting to about the 250-meter mark that's still left, but you see Parks and Johnson starting to separate from the number 3 runner here from Grand Forks Red River with Green. But right now, Parks trying to make a push. Johnson staying inside that track, trying to make it as difficult as it can be for Parks. Parks now starting to lose a little bit of momentum here. We'll see what they have for the final 100 meters coming around here for heat number 1 of the girls 1 mile. Right now, all on in front for McKenna Johnson, a chance to defend her home track on the very first meet here for the Shanley Track and Field Invite. And look at Johnson book it here for the final 100 meters. McKenna Johnson from Fargo Shanley is easily going to go away and be your victor number 1 here at the line with about a mark of 5:20 coming across here. She will take first. Grand Forks Red River will take second and third respectively here with Ava Parks and Green. And coming in fourth is Bryn from Fargo Davies, but Johnson again finishing with a time of 5:20.94 here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons.
It turns out she had plenty left for that last 100 meters.
So a 5:20.94 here, and that'll easily get her in 10 seconds ahead of the qualifying mark. And on the girls' record, about 17 seconds behind of what Henny Smith did back again in 1983 at 5:03.64. So that's a look at the girls' 1,600 meters as Preston DeVille is standing by again near the finish line here with one more track and field coach as we'll get to our second 100 meter and making sure that everything is all right as we'll send it back down to Preston.
Yeah, we're here with Red River coach Adam Eckert. And coach, just overall, how's the event going for Red River here today so far?
So far, it's going really well. We've had some PRs and a couple of more state qualifiers. So it's always nice when you have a good weather and a great brand new facility. Putting on a great meet today. So yeah, we're doing really well.
A couple of runners here in the mile here as well. Always nice to see multiple runners in there, I'm sure, and as it is a pretty difficult race for some.
Yeah, absolutely. Our distance girls are really doing well this year, and it's fun to see that all their hard work is starting to pay off. And they're, like I said, they're PRs and they're doing really well so far this season.
Thoughts on the event here so far? I know very new facility, so I know a lot of people excited about that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to see Shanley finally get a track of their own and host their invitational that they've been doing for so many years, and getting to do that their own home. So it's kind of nice, a beautiful facility. It's kind of viewer friendly. You get to kind of watch. If you sit up in the stands, you can watch a little bit of throwing, jumping, and running all at the same time. So great facility. I'm glad these guys have a home now.
And what does the kind of rest of the season look for you guys over at Red River?
We're still hoping for a couple more state qualifiers. We have a couple of girls that are really close, and hopefully the weather continues to keep going the way it is, and we'll hopefully get a few more girls going to state, and we're looking forward to the next couple of weeks.
And then a final question for you. I know we're kind of near in the in the middle of the things here, but final question, who are some athletes we need to be on the lookout here for Red River today?
Sophie Brecky, she already placed second in the 300 hurdles, and Abby Baker just threw her PR in the shot put. Sophie Brecky's going to be jumping the triple jump. Ava Parks and Matea Green just finished running the race, the mile, and they were 2-3. We've got a couple other hurdlers and a couple more jumpers that are looking to hopefully PR and squeak into state. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to your team the rest of the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That again, Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders talking a little track and field there, as we'll allow a chance to take a look at the high jump, and also we'll get to some more fielding events here, Josh, as we'll transition from that then to the second heat of the 1,600 meters. But what's the latest here for some of the field events, Josh?
Yes, we've got some final results in here from girls javelin. Lila Stegman from West Fargo is your first place winner at a 121.03. And then runner-up was Ava Cotton from Central Cass at a 119, followed by J.C. Reardon of Grand Forks Central at 118.07.
Thank you very much. He's Josh Boyko. I'm Chase Miller. Preston DeVille. Again, we'll find some more coaches and some more athletes throughout the course of the day. Jacob Anderson high on top here running camera. The first lap at about a 1:23 here for our second heat of the mile, or 1,600 meters, as they'll come out in front here in this one, as currently the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs have the lead in heat number 2. Able to see this one on in front. And then we'll get to the third heat coming up for the girls' 1,600 meters as well. And keep you apprised of what's going on with the pole vault, the high jumps, the long jumps, the discus and throws, everything and more, as we're about to that 2-minute mark here. Is Alexis Lingren from West Fargo able to see Keeley from West Fargo Cheyenne with one of her teammates, and Kildall here as well. And we'll see Garmin from the Central Cass Squirrels, Nelson from Devil's Lake, Gates of the Fargo North Spartans. At 1:23 was that first lap that we saw again from the Devil's Lake Firebirds by Nelson. And then Keeley from West Fargo Cheyenne in second, and Berger from Wahpeton in third, with Grace Thiel, also a really good basketball player, in fourth. And then you see Hannah Leibel here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons in fifth. That was, again, your first lap, as currently in lap number 2, a little bit tighter here, going stride for stride with Keeley and also with Nelson here from the Devil's Lake Firebirds. Olivia Garmin then in 9th place for the Central Cass Squirrels on that first lap. But Nelson, Keeley, and we'll see for the Wahpeton Huskies then Berger as well in 3rd place. It was about a 3-minute mark once they got to and through lap number 2. So lap number 2 at 2:57.07, Keeley from Cheyenne. Nelson from the Devil's Lake Firebirds, 2/10 behind her in 2nd place when they came to the line that last time up, and it's still 1-2 respectively. And then with the Wahpeton Huskies in 3rd there with Berger here at 2:57.56, but currently a nice stretch. And we, unlike the first one, Josh, where we saw about 3-4 athletes and runners really get on in front, this one is just a pack of about 11 of them. And anybody's race right now, as this one kind of goes to the corner number 3.
This looks like a NASCAR drafting track right now, like we're at Daytona. We're just single file pack right now. The battles are further back usually in these pack style races that you go side by side, but now we see maybe a little bit of separation starting to come from Kylie out in front.
So Kylie currently in 1st, and you got Nelson again in 2nd. Question is, can Kylie start stretching out this lead even more and start separating once you know you have that final 400 meters coming in front of you. Central Cass doing a good job on the outside, getting a couple nearing that top 10, that top 5 mark currently. Kylie right now going to take the final bell here around the horn for the final 400 meters. Maybe sub 430, maybe about that 426, 427 here for Kylie as she comes across the line. But as you can see, Josh, she has definitely put on the afterburners a little bit right now, starting to separate as she comes across. Nelson again finished in second through 3 laps, but Filady is currently now in second here for the Central Cass Squirrels as she's made a nice little round from lap 2 to lap 3.
Yeah, Filady up from 7th on the last lap to the 2nd position right now, so she's our biggest mover in this race, and here she comes trying to narrow the gap on this lead. She is right now on the backstretch.
Oh, Filady's currently getting a lot closer for the final 200 meters as it looks like Kylie was going to go out in front and maybe win this one going away, but those two have separated from the pack, so it's a 2-person race for the final about 175 meters as we come around that corner from corner 3 to corner number 4. It's a Mustang and a squirrel, and the squirrel right now says giddy up for the final 120. Here comes Filady as she comes around the corner, takes the lead on Kylie here, and the afterburners are coming on. Can Filady hold on? Can Kylie come back? Look at the steps on the way here by Filady. Filady coming down the stretch here looking to take number 1 spot here for the Class B Central Cass Squirrels in our second heat of the 1 mile, and it looks like Filady's going to do so at the line at about a 5:50 mile. Kylie, who led nearly wire to wire, will take second, and then coming in third will be Hannah Leibel here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. What a race, though, by Filady, Josh, especially that last about 600 meters or so, able to come back and put herself in a position to come back and catch Kylie there that was out front for most.
Yeah, that was extremely impressive right there because as noted a couple laps, like halfway through this race, Filady was sitting in 7th place. So that pack-style racing, that race just had a different take on it than what we saw in heat number 1, where everyone was more congested, closer together, that allowed someone like Sophia to lay back in the weeds a little bit, save some energy, and she really showed those last 2 laps what she had left in the tank, was able to just leave everyone behind. The splits on that must have been very impressive.
So Filady again able to take that one as we take a look at the high jump right now, unable to get that one coming across. As we'll take a look at the high jump here in a second, take a look at who's competing here in a moment, and we'll also get to some particulars in this one. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back after this here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side. Corner 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at YourLiveEvent.com.
As we continue here with the Shanley Track and Field Invite, let's go down to Preston DeVille, who's roaming around finding some more coaches across the way here today on YourLiveEvent.com. Take it away, Preston.
Yeah, we're here with Chris Forrester, co-head coach of Fargo Shanley. And, Coach, exciting day for you guys here in Shanley. You guys get to host on this new facility.
Yeah, it's been awesome today. There's a lot going into getting it ready, but once the day gets going, it's just kind of fun to walk around, check in at events, and see how it's all flowing. And it seems like it's fitting well. Everybody fits in the space. Everything's flowing smoothly, and it's been a great day. Yeah, it's been fun.
Couldn't have asked for a better day weather-wise as well.
No, that's rule number 1 is if you get a good weather day, it's going to be a good day. So,
how is your team doing here so far at the event?
We've had some good things. We've had some qualifiers that in the 4x8, 4x2 for boys and girls. Girls just won the mile for us, and qualified. So it's been a good day on the track.
I know that mile race, one of the harder ones on the day as well, so always excited to be able to qualify on that.
Yeah, McKenna Johnson's been doing fantastic this year. It's her first year out. She's been a soccer girl all her life, loves soccer, but she runs cross country, and we kind of kept talking over the years, maybe you should give this a try, just maybe indoor and see, and it took. She got a taste of it and really liked it and did really well and has made it work. So she still is at all our soccer games, but gets here for track meets when she can, and it's been doing well with it.
And in terms of some athletes to be on the lookout here, who are some that maybe done well here today so far, and who are some that we need to keep an eye on later?
Well, later on in the 2 mile, Quinn Carroll will be running, and he last week set the school record, a 48-year-old school record he broke, and he'll be going at it again today, and there's a good field, so that will be a good race to watch today.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks again for the time here today, and also congratulations, like I said, on hosting another successful event.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's Preston DeVille with Chris Forrester here on YourLiveEvent.com as the second heat of the girls, or make it the third heat, of the girls 1 mile has gone underway as we take a look at the high jumps a little bit here as well with the participating numbers. And then the girls pole vault is also going across as we get a boys high jumper. Oh, just got the top of that one. It looks like to be a Grover there. Josh?
Yeah, that would be Ryder Soper, 0 for 3 now at 5'10", so unable to get to that 6-foot mark that he was looking for to qualify. We've seen a few be able to hit the 5'10", so we'll see what Isaac Beauchamp can do up next for boys high jump as we see that mile heat still going around here. Girls' third heat.
Yeah, this one is lap number 1 is officially done. Lindgren from West Fargo currently in first, and a couple of spuds behind her in Pennington and Evenson here second and third. Melby from Fargo North in fourth, and Johnson in fifth after the very first lap. But we're starting to see a little bit difference in all 3 heats, Josh. You see a group that's currently vying for second, but out in front by a good maybe 20 meters or so right now is Samantha Lindgren here from the West Fargo Packers.
Yeah, we've just seen each race have a different feel to it. Each race is just a little bit different. None of them are going to be exactly the same. So you've got your clear front runner this time in Lindgren with a pack behind her. Last race was an exciting one where we had that entire pack together, and then someone springs from the mid-pack to the win. So everyone just got a different take on it.
Because currently right now, this one continues here on YourLiveEvent.com, is still with a good chunk of a lead is Lindgren here from the West Fargo Packers, and the pair of spuds again still in second and third. But as we see coming down the front straightaway, or the front stretch here, Samantha Lindgren for the second lap will reach the midway point once she gets to that start-finish line. Pennington in second, and then from there you have another one in third.
Most recent boys high jump attempt is Joel Nelson of Devil's Lake. He's 0 for 1 right now on boys high jump. The last of the finals that we have in right now, girls shot put, JC Reardon comes out on top by a good 3 feet in the girls shot put with a 40-foot, 8-inch shot put. JC Reardon blows everyone out of the water. But there were also some pretty good performances for that girls shot put that still qualified by plenty. Claire Woods of Wapaton, a 37-10. Haley Newman, a 37-7. Kenzie Wu with a 37-6. Abby Baker from Red River, a 37-3. Lily Waverin, a 36-9. All of those, and then Addison Larson, too. That entire top 7 qualified by plenty. But Reardon just blew him out of the water.
And speaking of blowing out of the water, Patty Perper over 8 feet farther for the all-time record here at Fargo Shanley at 48.7 from Grand Forks River back in 1985.
Wow.
So 48.7 is the shot put girls record again by Patty Perper. But a fellow Grand Forks native, but not a Red River, but a Central product in Reardon again takes first today here on the girls' studies. We take a look at the pack right now here on the girls' 1,600 meters. Coming through on this front stretch, as it's been a little bit of a catch-up process here for the spuds, but right now tandem and 3 of them, and here comes Evenson and Pennington now to be out in front here as they're making their way here for the Moorhead Spuds currently. As we get to the final bell and the final 400 meters.
Back over at boys high jump, Isaac Beauchamp 0 for 3 now. The Shanley product at 5'10", unable to convert. Chris Campbell of Fargo South is through on 5'10" on his first try.
So Lindgren now in third place, and the question is, how much more do the Spuds have in them as they're trying to finish that 1-2 combination? And then you got Melby here from Fargo North getting a little bit closer to Lindgren here to try to be top 3 in this particular heat for the Spartans. We've said it from the start of this third heat for the girls 1,600 meters that Evanston and Pennington have done a nice job, Josh, kind of being that second and third spot, and they finally got past Lindgren there, and those two right now are, it looks like, to battle for that number one spot, and indeed Melby does come in third place as Lindgren right now is starting to fall a little bit, currently in fourth.
Well, this is the advantage of having a teammate that is about the same pace as you in a race. Right here, you can kind of work off of each other, as we saw the top two doing right there of Evanston and Pennington, whereas Lindgren went out on her own, doesn't really have a partner in crime in this race necessarily, so the Spuds runners of Evanston and Pennington able to race each other down the front stretch right now for this finish.
You mentioned racing each other. The question, who's going to have that little extra at the very end? And we're going to find out here. This one coming across the line in about a 6:14 and a 6:15. Yep, 6:13. Pennington takes 6:13. Evanston will take second at 6:14. And then from there, the Fargo North product in Melby will take third, and Lindgren will finish fourth here for the West Fargo Packers. That, again, is a look at your girls' 1 mile or 1,600 meters here today on yourliveevent.com for the heat number 3 on the girls' side. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back after this, we'll get you ready for the boys' side. Also, we'll keep you apprised of what's going on the fielding competitions as well. That and more today from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite here from the south side of Fargo. This is high school track and field.
District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kendrick Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kendrick Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
As the boys' 1 mile just got underway here, still to come, the 4x1 relay is next. We'll get to the 400-meter dash and then the 110 and 100-meter hurdles respectively, and those will be the final hurdles for the events that will be coming up here later today. But on the boys' side, and we'll see who kind of takes an early lead here. The boys, in terms of qualifying in North Dakota at the 1,600 meters, is a 4:35.24 in A and a 4:40.24 in B. The all-time record here at the 1,600 is Quinn Roll of Grand Forks Central 2 years ago with a mark of 4 minutes, 18 seconds, and 24 seconds. And the West Fargo Packers are going 1-2 West Fargo. Cheyenne in the top 5 with Grand Forks Red River as well. But Chance Stevenson at 104.48 coming in first. Isaac Osmundson right behind him second. And then Elijah Dick here from the Kindred Vikings. Tyler Grunwald as well upcoming here in this one. And that's from the Kindred Vikings, not the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs. Got the wrong, if I was in wrestling, I'd say singlet, taking a look at on that one. But Stevenson, Osmundson, Deck, Grunwald, and Chafee, James Chafee here from Oak Grove in the top 5. Again, heat number 1 of 3 on the boys' 1,600. And we'll see what the pack is able to do here as they come around. And so far, about 6-7 runners have separated themselves just a little bit here. The Packers trying to go 1-2 again a second time around. Stevenson, Amundsen able to see this one kind of be 1-2. Bennett from the Devils Lake Firebirds up there in the top half, but the Kinder Vikings might take the lead here for this second lap, and it looks like they will. At about the 2:16, 2:17 mark, Tyler Grunwald from the Kinder Vikings about 0.04 of a second quicker on that second lap, but quickly Osmondson comes back out in front here for the West Fargo Packers. Currently nice pace going on this mile run, as they have about 5 runners that have separated between themselves and the rest of the current field. Lucas Weber here from Grand Forks Central participating in this 1,600 meters. But Chafee, Stevens, Bennett, Amundsen, and Deck here have kind of put themselves out in front in this 1,600 meter invite. As the West Fargo Packers again looking to go out in front with Isaac Amundsen right now putting a nice push with his teammate coming across the line as well with Chance Stevens, as they will go back to a 1-2 combination here. Final 400 meters upcoming, 1 lap remaining in the boys' 1 mile, the 1,600. As the Packers, as they did in the first lap, went 1-2, have a chance here to finish it out, but here comes a kick in the back straightaway. As Chafee right now from Oak Grove is stretching the lead with Amundsen. They're currently number 1 and 2 right now, as look at Chafee kind of hanging in that 5th spot, getting a little bit extra stretch here with Amundsen. Then you have Stevens behind him, followed by Grunwald here for the Kindred Vikings. That's your top 4 right now. As we work our way back for about the final 100 meters, what does Chafee and Isaac, what do those two have left in store? Here comes James trying to see if he can beat him. But look at Isaac Amundsen, able to have a little gas in the tank, makes a good stretch to come across. It looks like Isaac's going to take second, Chafee's going to take third, and it'll be a close finish. For third place. Chafee takes second. Packers will go 1 and 3 here with Stevens, and the Kinder Vikings with Tyler Grunwald takes 4th. And then finishing 5th is Zane Bennett, but a nice run by Chafee, but a better job by Isaac Amundsen. He was pretty much in the front of the pack the entire time here in this 1 mile run.
Yeah, well run race by Amundsen right there. And during this race, I was just taking a look at where Roll ended up, our record holder in this event, where he was at in the cross-country seasons that year. So 3rd place in state cross-country for Quinn Roll in 2022. And then was able to set this track record that following year. So 6 seconds better than Amundsen's time, but Amundsen a really nice run here at a 4:30.
We just saw Cheyenne Mustang take the high jump, seeing who that might particularly be here in a moment, seeing if they were able to come across.
That was Khalif Yalarty, who did clear on 5'10".
And Fargo South Bruin, who's also able to clear. Able to have that little stretch of the back and able to get that one across here on the boys' high jump.
Yeah, that's Amari Taylor going 5'10" as well, as that is the next step up here for boys' high jump, which started out at 5'8".
Got the pole vault for the girls in action as we see this for the second heat of the boys' 1 mile upcoming here. And we'll have one more heat before we get back into some of the shorter distance races. Another relay. This will be the second to last relay, which is on deck with the 4x1. That's also one of the 4x2, 4x4, 4x1. That can be a lot of fun and awfully quick when it comes to just the definition of it, as we're off and rolling here for our second heat of the boys' 1 mile.
At least Scovholt from Wapaton was able to clear 8'9" on pole vault for girls.
Reminder, go to our website, yourliveevent.com. Check out our complete schedule coming up throughout the rest of the month of April, and we'll get to some more events here in the month of May. From there, we'll also get you slated for some of the Summer All-Star Series. We will have the Shields Softball All-Star Series the first Monday and Tuesday of June from Grand Forks. The new digs at Albrecht Field at the University of North Dakota will be on the south side of Minot, upcoming for that as well on a Tuesday. And we'll have the Optimus Volleyball Series, which will be in Bismarck and Fargo, and then as well the area, and then we'll get to the Lions All-Star Basketball Series. That'll be in July. So that's just some of the Summer All-Star Series. Is right now a pair of teammates here taking 1 and 2 in the first of 4 laps here for Grand Forks Red River as they come across the line. About a 106 mark with Sam Baugh here for Red River comes across first in this first of 4, and then Pritchard of Red River coming in second. Azure from Devils Lake third. Devon will be in fourth here for Cheyenne, then Moorhead with Jonathan Nelson there fifth for the Moorhead Spuds. But as we said in our first race, Josh, a pair of Packers here in the second race, a pair of Rough Riders right now that have made a good stretch here with Baugh and Pritchard.
Yeah, Baugh and Pritchard definitely pacing with each other right here and seeing if they can't leave this next layer of the pack, as we've got kind of a next 4 forming in that mid-pack group, and then you've got another 6 or 7 before the back markers. So still a long lead for Baugh and Pritchard, as it was about a second and a half after one lap. We'll see at the halfway point if they've increased that.
Yeah, Baugh and Pritchard sounds like an upcoming law firm in Grand Forks for years to come, as right now they have a nice little distance lead with Azure. Also from behind him with Devon and Nelson. That's kind of been the main part of the pack, but right now a difference in third, currently changing to the guard here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, as they're going to be in a top 3 spot here with Henry Liebel coming in for a third place, or Liebel, excuse me. But again, the Baugh and Pritchard 1-2 combination here for Grand Forks Red River. So Liebel in third place, and West Fargo Cheyenne in fourth, and get to the Devils Lake Firebird in Azure currently in fifth.
Mentioned that 1.5 second gap after lap 1. That is increased to about 4.5 seconds as of lap 2's beginning, or lap 3's beginning, rather.
Able to see this from Sitchi Stadium. It's for some fans and for some of those that are out there, it has been a full generation plus of what Shanley used to be on the north end. Their rivals were Fargo North. They were right next to each other on the north side of Fargo, but now being on the south side of Fargo since 2002, the 25th Street Showdown with Fargo Davies has came back. It's crazy to think it's been 23 years since Fargo Shanley opened up here in the fall of 2002 with this new digs, and it's taken that long for them to get a track and field as you phase stuff in, as you do with any particular school district or program, seeing what the next level is coming through. But we got 1 lap left. Sam Baugh right now out in front of his teammate Pritchard. Cheyenne currently in third following that, but right now, Josh, it seems like Sam, it's his current race to lose, as he has about the final 300 meters upcoming.
Yeah, we're still waiting for those times to get. There we go. We're still waiting for times to come in for that last lap, but Baugh has significantly pulled out the lead here.
As Baugh continues to be out in front. Pritchard again in second. And we've just saw this pack continue to wind back a little bit more as Pritchard and Baugh kind of have, as Josh said earlier, set the pace in this particular 1 mile race. It looks like Sam Baugh, he's easily going to take it coming down the stretch here for the final 100 meters. So you'll have a Grand Forks River Rough Rider finishing second in heat number 2 and also first here in heat number 2, as they will go 1-2 upcoming. As Baugh will come across the finish line here, we'll see what the final time will be for Sam. About a 4:44 coming across here for Sam. And then you got Alex Pritchard currently in second. From there, West Fargo Cheyenne third with Devon. And we got a quick spill right in front of the camera. Jonathan Nelson takes first, and Sappington able to take fifth here from West Fargo Horace. As you saw, between first and second, about a 3-second gap, and first and third, about a 12-second gap here in the 1,600 meters.
Baugh even going down to a 4:42 on that run, so he put a couple seconds on his teammate Pritchard in the closing lap. A really strong close there from Baugh.
As we continue to take a look at some of the other field events here in a moment, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the field events as we'll get to one more jump here before we do so. Looks like a Fargo South Bruin able to get that over across. That was a nice back jump on the opportunity there.
Campbell, yeah, Chris Campbell goes 6 feet, and he matches Trey Kanoki at 6 foot. So Fargo South Bruin and Campbell, and a Fargo North Spartan and Trey Kanoki going head-to-head at 6 foot.
All right, thank you very much, Josh. We'll continue after this and take a look at the final boys 1 mile when we return.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
As we continue to take a look here at some of the jumping events that are making their way as the boys have gone, we'll get to a West Fargo Cheyenne Mustang here who has an opportunity.
Yeah, Kyson Keller able to clear at 6 foot right there. That looked really clean.
Able to kind of see the boys getting a little bit of a rhythm right now, Josh, particularly on that high jump in the last couple that we have seen, as the Wahpeton Huskies will also get a chance, and it looks like we'll get to a Kindred Viking here in a moment as well. For the Huskies, they're also able to get across and able to clear that one. So nicely done, as we'll get to our final heat of the boys 1,600 meters as well.
Rush O'Neill from Bennett County has gone 6 foot on the boys' high jump.
Gotta love when you get a team from not in the area, but looks like the Wahpeton Huskies with that purple and that gold.
And we'll have Brooks Baco coming up at some point here for Kindred.
That was Brooks right there, able to clear.
Yeah, he did clear. Not surprising after seeing him play basketball.
And we'll go right from there, and not having to worry about resetting the high jump bar. You can just kind of keep rolling here as Bonfils Loria is able to clear as well, Josh.
Yeah, we've started to see these boys high jumpers who's establishing their results here, because we had a lot of jumpers that were struggling on the 5'8" and 5'10" mark, and now we've got several that have cleared the 6 foot mark in a row and really put their foot down.
As we will go from there back to the track here, as we're already one lap in, going on lap on the way for the Devils Lake Firebirds. It looks like Ackerman is going to be out in front, and he is, followed by a Central Cass Squirrel coming in second. The Squirrels currently with 2 of the top 6 in this third heat, as Ackerman, Kunze, Steele Bryant on the top half of this particular 1,600 meter. Taking a look at some other field events, Josh, any updates for anything else from earlier here in the day, or that's currently going on, whether it's pole vault or triple jump or anything else here on this one for the field events?
I'm current on the finals that I've got. The girls pole vault is still going on right now. Lee Scopeholt from Wahpeton didn't clear on 9.3. Tompkins from West Fargo is up next for 9'3" on girls pole vault with their this is the qualifying jump right here for pole vault to see if they can punch their ticket there.
So you have that, and then after the boys' 1 mile, we will get to the 4x1 relay, the 400-meter dash, which is always fun, and then the 100-meter hurdles and the 110 hurdles. Then we'll have 4 track events following the conclusion of here the 1 mile. As we get to our final lap, as the Devils Lake Firebirds are out in front here for this last lap. Looks like Ackerman's got himself a nice little lead, as he does currently. Well, as we saw earlier, just because you have a 10-20 meter lead, if you want to call it that, going into the final, that doesn't really mean too much if you can't really have that little extra kick there, Josh, once you come to that front stretch or that final 100 meters.
Yeah, always important to have that last kick in there, but not leave anything left in the tank once you're done. So these athletes are all pushing hard right here, and this top 3 is still in play.
Carson Phillips is there, but there goes a little bit of a stretch by Ackerman right now, and then
he just floored it.
You have Aiden from Fargo Shanley behind him. Westby currently in 4th from the Kindred Vikings, but the top 3 right now putting on a nice show here for our final heat of the boys 1,600 meters. Ackerman, Phillips, and then Och here, Aiden. Aiden Och makes the stretch around Phillips. Does he have enough in him here as we go to the final 50 meters? Och and Ackerman, it's one-on-one, and Ackerman able to get a little bit late. Och will take 2nd, Phillips will take 3rd, but that was a nice finish, 1, 2, 3 respectively, Josh, at the start-finish line.
Yeah, Ackerman almost went a little bit too soon. He kind of went at that 150, 175 left to go mark, and he put just enough distance between from Och at Shanley and then Carson Phillips as well from Davies. Just barely put enough distance between them that Och couldn't quite track him down. But he was looking over his shoulder at that 75 meter to go mark, and that's not usually the place you want to be in. But he's able to hang on and just stay under that 5-minute mark too.
Kunze takes 4th, and then followed by Westby in 5th. That again is the boys' 1,600 meter, the 3rd heat. As we will get to Preston DeVille here in a moment with another interview coming up in a moment. We'll ask him to move a little bit more towards the actual part of the football field at about the 5-yard line or so, as we got some of the kids that are making their way through. So just keep on moving down there, Preston, as he's at the goal line currently and making his way to about the 5-yard line, right about there, as we're just getting a lot of kids and those that are making their way through. But let's go back down to Preston DeVille, as we have done throughout the course of the day. I have another track and field coach. Take it away, Preston.
Yeah, we're here with Harvey McMahon, head coach at Fargo Horace. And before we get started, Chase, he first wanted me to tell you to say hi, so he says hi. And Coach, in terms of the event here today, how's the event going so far?
It's been awesome. I know Shanley's been looking to host this meet for a long time, and they're doing a tremendous job. The weather's been awesome today, and so this is kind of our first meet where we've had permittable weather, and it's been ran really smoothly so far.
And who are some athletes we need to be on the lookout for or have done well here so far for Horse?
Well, Israel Bauer is a name that pops off. He state qualified in the long jump earlier in the year, so we don't have him jumping today, and we're looking to really focus on our 4x1 relay today. So knock on wood, we're hoping to get a state qualifying time in that 4x1 relay, and that would consist of Israel Bauer, Marcus Podliska, and then a couple of freshmen, George Salia and William Reddig.
How about future events for you guys? Do you guys have anything coming up here soon?
Yeah, we have the Packer Relays next Friday, and we've got the Throwers Relay as an event in that one, and we won that last year, so we're looking forward to that Throwers Relay again. But outside of that, we've had some really good PRs today, and hoping to build on that next Friday at the Packer Relays.
Sure, couldn't be happier with the weather as well.
Oh yeah, anytime you can get out here and have good weather, that plays a part into the PRs. The kids have been working hard through lesser weather and being indoors, and so letting them have some of those rewards and PRing has been super fun today.
Have any kids, have you seen like major growth in throughout the season that you maybe took that next step?
Yeah, absolutely. Pole vault has been an area in our program that we haven't had a ton of success in, and we actually just set the school record at this meet a couple hours ago. Alex Lewis cleared 11.6, and so he's a kid that we're looking to maybe eventually get that state qualifying pole vault. And then Cade Mansky had a nice discus throw where he PR'd by about 7 feet and hit 140.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and a good luck to your team the rest of the way.
Absolutely. Thanks for covering track in North Dakota, you guys. It's awesome for the sport.
Then again, Harvey McMahon with Preston DeVille down there as we get you ready for another relay as we take a look at the high jumps as well with Presley Peraza just coming through. So thanks again for Preston DeVille talking with Harvey McMahon on that particular one as we get this one up and ready to go for the 4x1. The 4x1 when it comes to boys record here at the Shanley Invite for the relay goes back to West Fargo Cheyenne at 42.81 back in 2023 on the boys side. On the girls side for the 4x1, it's 50.44 from Fargo North back in the year 2000 as this is the girls 4x1 as we're off and going here for our first of two heats as we come across from the high jump to now the 4x1 as they're already past the backstretch into turn number 3 is currently in the middle. You got Bennett County that's doing a nice job so far coming across, and then in that number 2 spot in lane number 2, the West Fargo Horace Hawks. We just heard from Harvey McMahon. You got West Fargo Horace, and you got Bennett County. It's 1-2, and look at Bennett County and the closer as Josh Calder a little bit earlier on, able to finish this one off first. Horace is going to come up about second or third, but how about the anchor from Bennett County? Central Cass will take second here. Horace will take third. Davies fourth, and Kindred 5, but that little stretch there by Bennett County really finished things off as they come up first and Central Cass second.
Yeah, trying to figure out who that was. I think O'Neill was the last name of the runner that had been doing really well for Bennett County and doing well in the field events too. So if I had to guess, that would be the name, but Bennett County with a fantastic finish to that 4x1 to take that one.
And that's going to be a new record as well for Bennett County, a full second and some. Central Cass also broke the previous record, as well did West Fargo Horace, but Bennett County is going to break a record that stood for 25 years here at the Shanley Track and Field Meet, 49.03, taking down Fargo North's record back from the year of 2000. So a new record that has gone down. We've seen the relays so far, Josh. The Davies Eagles did so in the 3200, able to see this in the 4x1 now.
Yeah, this is record conditions right here because, I mean, this is about as good as it gets. The temperature is not cold where you're stiff, but it's not hot where you're losing performance to it. The wind is not strong. The sun is not out. It is overcast right now. So this is just the perfect quote-unquote storm, if you will, for record conditions. And speaking of school record, we heard Alex Lewis a moment ago, 11/6 for Horace in the pole vault. That is 6th for the pole vault today.
And not too shabby when it comes to that. And also when you take a look at the pole vault in terms of just the qualifiers and what you can find a way to do, you know, A is a 12/6, B is 11/6, so he's knocking on the door potentially, again, just trying to find that way. And pole vault's an interesting one, too. You have to have it's kind of like being a catcher in softball or baseball. You have to have a certain mentality to take a pole and say, I'm going to go 10, 15 feet up in the air, Josh.
Yeah, it wasn't my cup of tea. Is definitely not. My sister definitely enjoyed pole vault for Park Christian, but yeah, that's one you gotta be bold for.
So Bennett County able to take the 4x1 relay on the first heat. We'll see what happens here in heat number 2. A full 8 lanes: Red River, Shanley, Devils Lake North, Moorhead, Cheyenne Central, and West Fargo. As heat number 2 is already to the first exchange, as now we're to the backstretch here on the far side. Again, for the West Fargo Packers, currently out in front, has a nice little advantage, and you kind of get into that middle spot here with the Moorhead Spuds, with West Fargo Cheyenne also right there as they make the turn now around corner number 3 to corner number 4. Still the West Fargo Packers with the advantage out in front, but the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs are closing that lead a little bit with the Moorhead Spuds. But here comes the West Fargo Packers, and it looks like West Fargo is going to take the second heat here of the girls 4x1, and the Moorhead Spuds right there with them at the stretch, and taking third. Looks like West Fargo Cheyenne by about a step, and it is at a 50.50 here for the West Fargo Packers, as they are first, Moorhead second at a 51.72. West Fargo Cheyenne the top 3 at 53.17, followed by Devils Lake and Shanley respectively at 4 and 5.
And then Aiden Wunderlich of Central Cass is qualified now for shot put for Class B as he went 47-10, which is a good foot over the Class B margin right now at 46-9. So congrats to Aiden Wunderlich over at Central Cass for that. And then girls pole vault right now is attempting 9'9", so that's a half foot over the qualifying mark. So anyone that's attempting right now has already qualified. Morgan Wheeler is next up in that regard for Cheyenne. She'll be giving her third attempt for 9'9". Alyssa Hoyles now next up for Drayton Valley Edinburgh. Some really good Class B performances here that we've seen today, as Hoyles will be attempting her second on 9'9".
As we see this one here today on YourLiveEvent.com, Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko. You got Preston DeVille with us here, as we'll get another report from Preston just in terms of some of the weather coming up in a few minutes, but also keeping apprised of what's going on at the high jump, as West Fargo Cheyenne product just able to get over and taking a look at the boys, Josh, and keep elevating that particular chance to get to, and it seems like more and more we found consistent jumpers finding ways to get over the next bar here today.
Yeah, I think Loria had gone before, and then that was Kyson Keller, both clearing 6'2", which is the qualifying mark.
And O'Neill right there does it as well, so another 6'2" here as we have Bonfils Loria up next, and we'll see if Bonfils can be the next one. Like we said, if you just don't take the bar down, you can just really swing along with pole vault. Easier said than done, though, from up here.
Absolutely.
As Bonfils Loria kind of getting into his particular spot. The boys 4x1 is making their way. We'll see the chance here by Bonfils, then we'll get our side to the boys 4x1, our first of two heats. And Bonfils just can't get over it, but that was his first attempt at that particular height, right, Josh?
Yes, that was his first attempt, and they just have recently moved it up to 6'2", so only a couple of goes so far, and a couple have already gotten it on their first try. So seeing a high success rate through the first few jumps of 6'2". Brooks Bacco should be up soon.
Here comes Bacco, and then we'll get to the 4x1. And similar with Bonfils Loria, just can't get over that 6'2" level, but has another chance as we get to the 4x1 here for the boys. The boys 4x1 record one more time with West Fargo Cheyenne 2 years ago to 42.81 here for the Mustangs, and we're off and going. Central, Horace, Cheyenne South, Kindred, North, Davies, and Red River here 1 through 8 on the lanes. And on the far side here on lane number 8, Red River had a good jump, but coming there is Fargo Davies, as the Eagles relay teams have been good between boys and girls so far here today. Fargo Davies currently out in front. Fargo North there chasing behind, though, in a lane underneath them. And here goes North off and running, trying to catch to Fargo Davies as we get to the corner now of corner number 4. What are we going to have for the final stretch? Currently Fargo Davies, Fargo North. Here comes West Fargo Cheyenne. Oh, it's a nice finish upcoming here. The Spartans with a little flurry at the end. Here comes the Mustangs. It's the Spartans, the Mustangs, and the Eagles as we get to the final stretch line. And it looks like the Fargo North Spartans on that third and fourth relay really got the job done, and they did with a mark of 43-31, 4/10 in front of West Fargo Cheyenne. Davies in third, South in fourth, and Horace at number 5.
Outstanding runs today from Aiden Nojang as he closed. I wanted to mention it earlier, but we got into the 1600. But he closed the men's 4x2 relay with an incredible kick from he wasn't leading coming into that last stage, but both situations coming from at least third position back, anchors at home, and Fargo North takes the 4x2 and 4x1 thanks to Nojang cleaning up his anchor.
Top 5 qualify for state. Kindred in the B qualified for state. 6 and 7 missed it by a 10th and 2/10 of a second. That's how good that particular 4x1 was. That felt like a state tournament or a conference meet. And the 4x1 again going out to the Fargo North Spartans. That was our first. We still got one more here. Lanes 2 through 6 will be in competition as the pole vault continues to make its way for the girls. The girls throwing. We got the triple jumps, and we get you ready for our seconds here of the boys 4x1. And then from there we'll get to the 400-meter dash and the 100-meter hurdles as well.
Brooks Bacco, Bonfils Loria advancing from 6'2" in high jump right now as well.
as you can see the tape measures out. You know, it's a good thing when the tape measures out, making sure everything is proper and where it's supposed to be as they continue to move it on up. And that, again, is the high jump, which now for the boys, Josh, as you alluded to, 6'2" is the side of where it is. And we will get to Preston DeVille here in a second after we get done with this second 4 by 100 meter relay, as Preston will be around midfield here for our cameraman and Jacob on the right-handed side as we kind of see him on the far side of the field. So we will get to that after the relays are coming up here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite. Always fun to hear from the coaches, particularly some of the athletes, Josh, of who to kind of watch out or see what they're doing for PRs. Maybe it's talking about a relay, maybe it's talking about a thrower, but that's always a fun thing to hear from these coaches.
Yeah, definitely. It gives the coaches a chance to brag about their athletes, which they typically love to do. And, yeah, we've seen some really impressive performances here. One that sticks out to me right now is Nojang, as just mentioned, for Fargo North, anchoring home 2 different relays where he came back multiple positions. And we'll get to hear from some more coaches that are going to have some positive stories to tell, as it's been good running today.
So our second 4x1 on the boys, Wahpeton, Devils Lake, Shanley, Moorhead, and West Fargo here. So 5 runners. We'll see if it can be as good, or 5 teams here as the first one. But right now in the middle, the Moorhead Spuds off and rolling as they have it with the West Fargo Packers. And then from there, the Devils Lake Firebirds, kind of the top 3 currently here in this one as it stands. As this one continues to come through around the corner, and it looks like the Spuds are easily going to take this as they have the final 100 meters. Moorhead Spuds blistering here in heat number 2 at 40 seconds. I'll see how closely this one can be to a nice time here for the Moorhead Spuds as they will come in first. You're around that 45-second mark here, as it'll be at 44.71. Fargo Shanley in second. West Fargo in third, Wahpeton fourth, and Devils Lake in fifth, but 44.71 here for the Moorhead Spuds. As we turn our attention now to Preston DeVille, who's standing at midfield here at Sid Cichy Stadium. Sid Cichy very much known for a football coach, but those in the Shanley community will say he was well known for a track and field program too, getting athletes out. Let's toss it back down to Preston.
Yeah, we're here with Alex Copy of Fargo South, head coach. And Coach, I know we were talking off mic here a little bit, and you said the day has so far been ecstatic for you guys.
Yeah, a beautiful day, a beautiful facility they have here at Shanley, and excited to be here for their first meet here. And like we were saying, the first 3 meets of the year had some pretty rough weather, and it's been a beautiful day so far, and kids have really responded to the weather and just coming up with some big season bests, big state qualifying marks, and it's been some good stuff today.
And I know Shanley mentioned they're very excited to be able to have this new facility, but I'm sure you Fargo schools are looking at it like, hey, just another really nice facility in town here.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. The jump facility back here with the long jump boards, just everything being so close-knit for the fans too, it's really good.
Any kids really impressing you for how they're performing here today for you guys?
Right now, 300 hurdles, we had 2 guys drop. One dropped a 5-second PR, another one had a 2-second PR to qualify. And got kids going from the second heat. Placing is what, they're stepping up and competing. Even though they're not in that fastest heat, they're working to say, hey, we belong here, and I'm really impressed with them.
Awesome. Any athletes we need to be on the lookout here for the rest of the day?
I'm excited about Javon, the 110 hurdlers here. Javon Anderson, Carter Shambaugh, and Chris Beta are really going to get after it in those 110s. We got a nice wind for it, nice warm day, and they've got some fantastic competition with Trey Knoke, and they're going to get after it.
No, we've seen a lot of close finishes here at the line as well. That just shows good competition here today.
Yeah, I can't remember if I heard 17 or 18 teams here, and they all brought their best. The special feature 300-meter hurdle race was great. Fargo South girl, Ren James, ran a fantastic season best there, dropped 2 seconds with her race, and came in, I believe, 4th or 5th, and just really proud of her. So good competition all the way around.
And you mentioned those 17 teams. Final question here would be just which program do you typically look at and be like, yeah, that's going to be one of the tougher ones to beat on the day?
It's tough not to say with Fargo Davies. They just got numbers, and they filled the field well in every single event. So they've kind of set a standard here in the East, and we're trying to get after them and say, hey, we can be in the hurdles, we can be in the jumps, we can be in the sprints, distance, wherever, and they do a great job of that. We're trying to modeling that.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks for the time here today, and good luck to your team the rest of the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Preston, as Michelle Gee will come in first at a 58.35 here in the 400. Amanda Levine, a former Packer back in 2012, owns the record at 57.65, but Gee will take first in the girls 400 meters. Kate Lockway, the daughter of Steve Lockway, takes second. You have Honert from Fargo North third, Uranus from Davies fourth, and Steffens from Davies fifth. To the point that we were just hearing from the coach, it's kind of nice when you can fill 3 out of 5 here for Fargo Davies, and they take the top 5 here, but taking second. But Gee from West Fargo has put her fingerprints all over this particular invite here, Josh, breaking a school record or breaking the Shanley track and field invite record with the 100-meter dash at 11.96 earlier today and taking first place here in the 400.
Yeah, that's another performance from Gee right there that really sticks out, and she's one of the athletes that's really stuck out this entire meet. So from start to finish in her events, been very impressive. So Gee bringing up the front of the field in the 400.
As we see another high jump here, just unable to get across. It looked to be a Packer on that one.
That was Princeton Keller, who is now 0 for 3 at 6'4", as boys high jump has advanced to that 6'4" mark, and haven't seen many clear it yet. So Kanoki, I know, was 0 for 2. I think Loria might still be in there. So a couple names left for boys high jump.
Fargo South Bruin also unable to see that one come across.
Yeah, that's Campbell on his third attempt. No good. So this 6'4" mark has been proven to be a difficult one, already above that state qualifying mark.
As the girls heat number 2 of the 400 meters upcoming here in a few moments as we continue to watch some of the boys high jumpers. That looked to be Brooks Bacco as well. And to your point, Josh, right on cue, just that mark has been a tough cookie to hoe.
Yep, that is 3 for Bacco now that he is had unsuccessful. So still looking for who can break that 6'4" place.
As they're going to about take their mark at the line here as the gun is up. And they will allow the runners to get into their starting positions here for the second heat of the girls 400 meters. A couple of Deacons, Horace Hawk, a Kindred Viking, West Fargo Packer, Bruin, a Husky, Oak Grove Grover here in this one. It's a full heat, lanes 1 through 8. All with a runner. As they come around that first stretch here, this is one of those races that we said, the 400, you just don't really leave anything on it. It's about the last race where if you can do it as an 800 athlete, you got something special, so to speak, to do that at about a 10 out of a 10 level. But right now as we work our way, currently in that third spot, Anna Strand has a nice little position here. She makes her way to the third. Also, her teammate in Izzy rounding in the middle here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons in lanes 3 and lanes 4. We'll see where they can kind of be once they come into the front. Also out front here for in lane number 7 right now is Williamson here for the West Fargo Horace Hawks as she takes the big turn with the lead. Kringstead from Kindred trying to finish second with Strand and Tillich here from Fargo Shanley trying to be in the top 3 podium as well, but going to the line here will be Williamson from West Fargo Horace taking first, and then Kringstead from the Kindred Vikings taking second. 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 79 seconds for Williamson. Kringstead from Kindred takes third, and Tillich here from Fargo Shanley takes a third, and Christina, again from Kindred, takes second.
Yeah, I got an update now for boys high jump. We have a clear with Kyson Keller of West Fargo Cheyenne at 6'4" was able to get up and over. Trey Kanoki is out. Rush O'Neill is not able to hit on his second attempt from Bennett County. So we do have someone through on 6'4" though, and we might have had one that I just missed earlier, but Bonfus Loria now is next up to see if he can advance. This is attempt 2 for Bonfus.
We'll take a look at the next one for Brooks Bacco. Then we'll get to Preston Neville, who's on the south side of the field around the 10-yard line here with another interview upcoming with a coach. As taking a look at where Mr. Preston is, we'll see that in a moment as Bacco comes across. This is the Shanley Track and Field Invite. We'll continue after this, and we'll get to our next interview on yourliveevent.com.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
As we come back here, as we take a look at the high jumps, let's toss it back to Preston DeVille, who's tracked down another coach here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Yeah, here with Larry Lash of Wahpeton, a head coach. And coach, just overall, how's the day going for you guys so far?
We've had a good day. Our girls 4x2 relay ran their best time by almost, I think, a full 2 seconds. They placed second at the track meet, which is really good here. Really happy with that. And on that relay was Hallie Miller, and she ran 100 just a little bit before that and qualified that for state track meet. And she placed in the long jump today. Our girls 4x1 relay also placed today, and they had a state qualifying time. So yeah, we're off to a good start. I'm happy with it.
And how have the Huskies been throughout the season so far?
Well, this is our first track meet that the temperature has been above 55 and it hasn't rained. So it's been a workout to get through the track meets earlier. So this is our first nice day, and the kids are taking advantage of it.
Nice day and a nice new facility as well.
Oh, it's wonderful here. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, it's a fun track meet too. There's a lot of good athletes to take advantage of watching.
And what's kind of the goal the rest of the way for your team?
Well, our goal was to get the 2 girls short relays qualified, and we did that. We're trying to get a 4x4 team. We have some work to do there. Our boys, they haven't got their relays qualified yet, but it's definitely in the cards. So the goal is always to get as many kids as we can to the state track meet, and things are looking good.
Awesome. Any other any people we should be on the lookout here over the next throughout the season for you guys over at Wahpeton?
Sure, yeah, we got 2 senior boys who couldn't be here today, but Jackson DeVries has already qualified the 100, and you can't count indoor times for qualifying, but he'll be right there in the 2 and the 4. He's ran those times, but they were indoor meets. And then Trayton Mouck, he runs 100, the 2, he's qualified in the 300 hurdles already, and he's really close in the long jump. So once those 2 boys get back with the program here when they return from their absentee, we'll be all right.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks again for the time here today, and good luck to you guys the rest of the way.
Thanks for covering the meet today. That's awesome.
Thank you very much, Preston. Talking a little Wahpeton Huskies, and yeah, Trayton Mouck, really good football, really good basketball. He is what you might call just a stone-cold killer when it comes to sports. He is just that good. I think if you put a stick in his hand, a ball in his hand, you just let him do whatever, he's probably going to be really good at anything he does.
Yeah, there are some athletes that are just athletes at all the different sports. Bonfils Loria is now cleared on 6'4" for West Fargo.
So they will look to go from there and add it up a little bit more to the 6'6" variety here as we're at to heat number 4 of the girls 400 meters as we get to the backstretch. All 8 lanes in action, and there is a Wahpeton product in lane number 5 in Bertelston right now. From there, we see Aubrey from Fargo Oak Grove in lane number 4. Blanchard from West Fargo Cheyenne in lane number 3, and we'll see what the stretch kind of has involved upcoming as this one makes its way around the corner. As it looks like the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers here with Aubrey in lane number 4 has just a slight advantage, but Blanchard here from West Fargo Cheyenne is making a good push late. See if Blanchard can try to catch her. But it looks like Aubrey here from the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers will take heat number 4 here in the girls 400 meters with a mark of 1:04 right around that time frame. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll continue with the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational. Also still to come here, we'll get to the boys 400 meters, the 100-meter hurdles, the 110 hurdles, the 800-meter run, that and more, and we'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the field events today from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
As we come back here for the final little stretch of the girls, 400 meters in heat number 5. That's going to be a nice little flurry of a finish. Avery Thomas from West Fargo Horse takes first. Emma Howard from Red River takes second. Then Yoder from Devil's Lake finishes third as we get to the high jumps here. And we get another high jump opportunity. This one will just miss on the attempt as Josh, that just keeps on climbing the ladder a little bit here.
Yeah, we're up to 6-6 now, as I think that was Peraza that missed right there. But we do have Rush O'Neill, who got through from Bennett County, yes. Bennett County with O'Neill cleared 6-6. He was the first to attempt. Boniface Loria is 0 for 1.
So the high jump record goes to Scott Schiller from Red River back in 1983 at 6 foot 8 inches for Scott Schiller for the high jump back in 1983 is the current boys record holder. As there's one more heat in the girls 400 meters, and then we will get to the boys side upcoming here as West Fargo Cheyenne also just had another chance there with Briggs and just hit the little bit of the top as the bar came down as we make our way back to the field as the gun went off here as we got lanes 2 through 6 in action. Hushka from Central Cass, from Moorhead as Wilson, Pryor here from Fargo North, Doman from Wahpeton, and Vetch here from the Devils Lake Firebirds at lane number 2. When you get to these latter parts here, Josh, a lot of times it's maybe younger athletes, or as we've heard from some coaches, you'll hear say it's the first time that they are participating in this season. It could be a junior or a senior, so you're just trying to piece them together and see, is this something that you can practice and how do you compete in and see what your record or see what your time is, maybe compared to when you're doing some distances or when you're doing some practices, if you want to call it that. So sometimes you get to these final heats and it's just as much as the future as it is now at these particular times.
Yeah, especially for kind of these younger athletes here that are at the later heats in their respective events. You're trying to get them some experience and maybe see, is this event something that you could probably work towards once you're in the upperclassmen range, like if you're in junior high or if you're in 9th, 10th grade, you might be able to sneak in an extra event here and maybe figure out that, oh, this athlete right here can actually excel in the 400 with a little bit of practice here and kind of just evolve them as an athlete in what events they can do.
Vetch takes first with Hushka from Central Cass taking second. We'll get to our first of 7 boys 400-meter heats here in a moment. And once we get to that, we will get you off and running as they are getting on the track and getting loose. Here comes Boniface Loria for an attempt. Almost able to clear it for Boniface Loria, but he hits the pole. And you could just see some of his teammates and some of his competitors kind of all jumping up and down with him at the same time to see if he could possibly get over that last particular spot here as we're getting ready for the boys 400.
I just missed the name. I think it was Thorson that was in the boys shot put that had a, if I saw it right, a 58, which is 10 feet over the shot put qualifying standard right here. So I'll have to see that one come by again. But that was a monster toss if that indeed was the case.
He's Josh Boyko. I'm Chase Miller. Preston DeVille in the inside, roaming through, getting some interviews throughout the course of the day. And then Jacob Anderson running the camera here as it's past the 3 o'clock hour. It's already 20 after 3 here today on yourliveevent.com. And you start adding them up and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still got 6 more events when it comes to the track side of things to go. As we've kind of talked about, you know you were going to get a lot of heats with a meet like this where you have most of the Eastern Dakota Conference here. You have some Class B towns. You have Moorhead, able to see some other towns make it on in with some of their respective individual athletes as they got everything ready to go here at Sid Cichy Stadium. Lane 1 through 8 all going to be full, and we'll see a lot of EDC teams. Brady Riley from Drayton Valley Edinburgh from Class B, also Cole Onstead from Oak Grove in lane number 4 from Class B, and from across the river, Owen Thielgis in Moorhead at lane number 2. Otherwise, it's all EDC teams from there competing here in our first heat of the boys 400 meters. Boys 400, Sem from Fargo North, that's Weah Sem, back in 2012, ran a 49.31 is the record here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite. And a good start on the far side here for Jalen Runnels here on lane number 8. As he's got that 8 spot, we're starting to see a little bit of a push here in the middle by Onstead from Fargo Oak Grove as they take the turn with him with Joshua Beal in lane number 5 here for the Fargo Davies Eagles. But right now it looks like Cole has a good spot here for Fargo Oak Grove as they're making their way down the bend for the final 100 meters. Who's got the kick in them? Right now it looks to be Onstead as Onstead comes across. He's got a nice healthy lead in second. There is Beal here from Fargo Davies, and then it's going to be a battle for third. But currently here for Fargo Oak Grove, it looks like they will take it at the line with Cole Onstead. And Onstead will finish with a 50.40. So Onstead at 50.40 will take first place. Joshua Beal will take second. And then from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, Brady Riley will take third. Campbell from North fourth. And able to see this one, Josh, it's going to be fun to see Brady and Cole, I think, at the state track meet coming up here in Bismarck in a few weeks for those two, particularly on the Class B side.
Yeah, man, a 50 that is hauling right there on the 400 right there. So Cole Onstead of Oak Grove, what a performance that was right there, as he had 7/10 on Josh Beal in second.
The qualifying time to make it to state is 52:24 in North Dakota. Everybody that is in North Dakota officially qualified if they haven't. So the top 7 officially able to get there, and Owen Thielgis was from Moorhead, but he was knocking on the door at the 52:36. So that was a really good 400-meter heat. As we get ready for the second one upcoming, as they continue to make the high jump here a little bit even more higher with the pole as they continue to bring out the tape measure.
Yeah, we're up to 6'10" right now for high jump, it looks like.
Are you talking Tim Duncan, or was Tim Duncan like 7 feet? Tim Duncan was up there for an NBA athlete in terms of. So you're telling me you're jumping over Kevin Love is what you're telling me
Jaden
right
McDaniels, Naz Reed.
As we'll get to another interview here in a second with Preston DeVille, who's making his way towards the 50-yard line. As we'll get to that after this second heat here of the 400 meters, as he is actually with our champion here in a second from Fargo Oak Grove, was able to finish, as we will take a quick follow-up here and double check as we'll get to that. As we get to our second 200-meter dash here, again, lanes 1 through 8 all open. All Class A competition outside of Colson Stahl from Central Cass in lane number 6. And then we will hear from the Fargo Oak Grove Grover, who just won the heat here, coming up in a few moments after the conclusion of this particular heat. As this one makes its way through, a good start on the outside here for Stahl. Stahl's taking a little bit of advantage, but chasing him down here is Cedric Peterson in lane number 5 from the West Fargo Packers, as it's going to be a Peterson and Stahl showdown as it currently comes through the turn in turn number 3 as they make their way through the third. Stahl still has a little bit of an edge, but we'll see what Peterson's able to do rounding the third, and don't count out Iverson here on the far side. Or make that Breidenbach here from West Fargo Cheyenne. Breidenbach making a good push, and coming into the side now with Swanson from Fargo Davies. Look at Swanson Hall. Swanson gets by Stahl, and Swanson makes his way for the final 20 meters, and it looks like coming across that final 200 is Hunter Swanson. Did a nice job there finishing it off, as this one was able to make its way across at 51.96. Breidenbach will finish second. Stahl will finish third. Patterson will finish fourth, but Hunter Swanson at a 51.96 takes first place. As we make our way now to the 50-yard line, coming up here for our interview from the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers. That'll be Cole Onstead here from the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers as we make our way through. Hey, Cole, first things first, congratulations. Just take us through that particular run. What did you kind of see out there, and particularly the last 100 meters to fend off anybody that was coming up from behind you?
My main plan was just take it a little bit easy in the first 200. Don't break the stagger too much. Stay strong in my pacing, not to blow off all the steam. And then once I start coming into that second turn, kind of start kicking it back up a notch and start pulling away from everyone, break that stagger. And then in that last 100, just staying as relaxed as I can, keeping my form and not falling apart.
Take us through the brand new track here. What's it like getting on this brand new facility here as one of the newer ones, Cole, in the Fargo-Moorhead area?
Yeah, it's really nice. I don't have any complaints. It feels like a pretty fast track. It's nice on the shoes. It's not too squishy, not too hard. I'd say they did an excellent job on this one.
I know the qualifier was a 52.24. You were able to run a 50 there coming up here, just over a 50. Just what have you liked so far, and what are some things you're going to be working on before you get to Bismarck and that state tournament here, Cole?
Well, in terms of my 400, what I'm doing right now seems to be working pretty well. But if I had to pick anything, I'd say I need to work a little bit more on my starts, staying explosive, and maintaining my form and not tensing up in important moments of my races.
Hey, final thing, Cole, just what is it this time of the year? You're in the latter part of April. It's 50 degrees. You're in shorts and a T-shirt, for crying out loud. Sometimes it's 3 feet of snow. What's it like physically getting outdoors this season here for track and field?
Well, I'd have to say it kind of sucks when the weather's pretty cold. I'm always the guy. I got 2 pairs of sweatpants on, a compression shirt, and sometimes 2 hoodies as well, and sometimes even a jacket if it's snowing out.
Hey, Cole, congratulations on the win. We'll let you go catch your breath, and best of luck moving forward here throughout the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Cole Onstead here for the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers joins us here as we make our way now towards the final kick of the boys 400 heat number 3, and we'll see who comes down the stretch here. This will be about lane number 3. Jordan Sommerfeld from the West Fargo Packers with a 54.59, able to take first. Caleb from Cheyenne taking second. Flores third. Eno fourth, and Jenna Sear from the Kinder Vikings taking fifth in the boys for 100. And Josh, as we talk about Cole there, you kind of mentioned it. He was hauling, and he still sounds out of breath, and rightfully so when you run almost a 50-second 400.
Yeah, that is impressive stuff right there from Cole, as he looked really poised in that first 200, like you said, and then just kind of let it rip for the last 200, where the form started to break down a little bit. The head was moving a lot, but he definitely had the gap to be able to afford a couple tenths of a second, but he ended up being 7 tenths of a second ahead of the second place with Beal, so just a really impressive run from him. Really no contest once he turned on the jets.
Without question. We're going to take one more break. When we come back, Josh Boyko will recap what happened earlier in the day on the field side with some of the winners. If you're just joining us right now, to let you know who has won officially on some of the field results from earlier in the day. We'll let you know about some of the particulars in terms of some of the record breakers. That and more still to come, as we're still continuing at the 400-meter boys dash. We'll get to the girls 110-meter hurdles, and then the boys will follow that, and we still have the 110 hurdles as well. That and more still to come here today on your liveevent.com. At
Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Today from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite, Chase Miller, Josh Boyko, Preston DeVille, and alongside Jacob Anderson with you here today. Let's go back to Josh here with some of what happened earlier in the day with either some particular records or those who have won their respective events here, Josh.
Yeah, I'm just going to recap some winners here from field events. So for girls high jump, Elizabeth Veggie of Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, 5'5" on the high jump. Then boys pole vault, Parker Wixow, the school record, 13.6 on that. And then Presley Peraza, 22.01 on the boys long jump was first place. Then boys discus, Alexander Meese with a 158 over Holden Deutsch, second place Shanley with 147. Girls javelin, Lila Stegman from West Fargo at 121, 2 feet further than Ava Cotton from Central Cass. Girls shot put, J.C. Reardon, 40 feet 8 inches from Grand Forks Central over Claire Woods, 37-10. So a hefty lead in the girls shot put for Reardon.
Yeah, we were talking about the shot put earlier about how she did such a fantastic job. So you're like, I wonder what the record was. We go back and you got Patty Perper from Red River who threw a 48.7 back in 1985, about 8 feet in front of her yet. So it's just crazy to see some of these records from the 80s still that are still alive, and particularly Annie Smith with the mile run. You have Lemnis from Valley City, the 200-meter hurdles back in 81. And also, in fairness, there's different events back then than there are now, and vice versa with how kind of track and field has morphed a little bit too, Josh. So some of these events, they're going to be there all time going forward unless that event ever comes back as the example.
Right, for sure. And then a couple other results in here. Shanley's got a couple discus qualifiers as of today. Addison Larson and Shia Stockmo both going over the 110 mark in discus.
So that, again, is some of the updates from earlier in the day on the field side. On the track side for the boys, Trey Kanoki from Fargo North broke the 300-meter hurdles record here at Fargo Shanley with a mark of 37.99, defeating a record back held in 1986 by Pauline from Fargo South. We've seen some records broken on the relays on the girls' side from Fargo Davies, the 3,200-meter relay with a time of 9 minutes, 37 seconds, able to finish with the record here for Fargo Davies. The previous was 9:41 from Fargo South. In the 4x1 Bennett County 49:03 broke a record from 25 years ago from Fargo North by almost a second and a half. That was at 50.44. And then Michelle Gee from West Fargo with a mark of 11:96 defeats the old record of the 100-meter dash held by Lane Allender of Oaks back in 2019 with a mark of 12:33. So she was able to be almost make that 4/10 in front of that for Michelle Gee. That's a look at some of the records from earlier in the day and also what happened on the field events as we continue to make our way through on the boys 400 meter. This lanes 2 through 7 in action right now with all EDC competition outside of Blake from the Moorhead Spuds is currently in lane number 7. And then after the 400 meters, we will get to our final 2 hurdling events of the 100 and the 110 hurdles. 800-meter run, the 200-meter dash, the 2-mile race, and then the 4x4 will wrap everything up here today as we get to corner 3, corner 4 right now. As coming across here on lane number 2 is Desire here from the West Fargo Packers. At lane number 2 having a nice lead as we reach 50 seconds here as he's going to come across and look to easily take this heat. Able to finish in first place here. So for Desire with a mark of 58.12. Mason Woolman from Fargo North takes second. Hollingsworth from Shanley fourth. Jackson Richards from Wahpeton fourth. And Hollingsworth again from Shanley taking a third here in this particular heat.
Over on boys high jump, I believe that is finished up now. Rush O'Neill was not able to clear on 6'10", but I'm pretty sure he was the only one attempting on it. So Rush O'Neill, I believe, is your final jumper for boys high jump.
That is correct, as the camera has now made its attention towards the girls pole vault. We mentioned the boys pole vault, so now we get to see the girls pole vault here. Josh, get a couple of chances upcoming, as it looks like a West Fargo Cheyenne product will be having a chance to try to jump over that bar as we get to our final 2 racers as well here in a second of the boys 400 meters. Caden Safe and going up against Cameron Wood here from Grand Forks Red River. So it's a 1-2 combination upcoming as we will get to that here after this attempt in the pole vault. As the coaches, some last words of advice on the way. And here comes the attempt. As we come down the final stretch here, Caden Safe from the Kindred Vikings. And these situations are all about trying to have your best PR time possibly in different situations, as we alluded to earlier, just growing depending on what type of the year you're at, and that's about going to be a 1 minute 400 here for Safe from the Kindred Vikings, and just over a 1 minute .21 here today for the Vikings, as Wood goes 1:02:68. As we will go back to the fielding competition here in a moment, as we will get now the chance here to get ready for the 100-meter hurdles and then the 110-meter hurdles. So we'll make our way towards the left-hand side here in a moment for the main camera as we continue to take a look at the pole vault cam across the way. As we saw earlier in the day, it was nice and sunny and probably needed some sunscreen. That lasted for about an hour, and then it's been cloudy and cool since then a little bit with some overcast skies. But the nice thing is we haven't had to worry about any weather or Mother Nature when it's came to that point.
I'll refrain from the weather report for the 4 o'clock hour. It's not bad. It's a 42% chance of a light rain, so that could come around 4:15. It'd be less than a quarter of an inch. So
I'm looking at the radar right now. As long as nothing hopefully pops up is the question.
Yeah.
There is some rain south of us into Fergus, but in terms of what it's been so far today, it's been about a pretty nice afternoon here today at Shanley.
It's a less than 50% chance, and the temperatures will stay at the 59 degree mark, which is about the high that we've had today. Good running conditions, and then this cloud cover will end up clearing up by about 5 o'clock.
For more sports coming up here on yourliveevent.com, simply just go to that website. You can check out what's on store for the rest of the week with the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree. That is in store tomorrow. Brunch and baseball. 7 games tomorrow down at Hendrickson Field on Your Live Event. 5 on Saturday. We'll get coverage starting away at 9 o'clock in the morning. For our first of 7 games upcoming. That, again, will be tomorrow. We'll have high school softballs currently in action with Hillsborough Central Valley and the Enderlin Eagles. That and more still to come as they have made their way towards the starting blocks, and they got the hurdles all on the field, or the track, that is, making sure that that is good to go. A nice crowd and a nice contingent here throughout the day coming to Shanley, and this has that feeling, as we kind of said earlier, just almost of a conference meet or a regional where you bring a lot of teams in. Josh, just able to see that here on this Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, brought a lot of teams in here. I mean, it's 17, 18-ish teams that we see here from Class A and B combining, and even some out-of-state stuff. So looking forward to seeing what that brings us, as we've got like Centerville visiting here in lane 6 for the girls' 100 meters coming up. Everything, and then Kindred, I guess, lane 3, everything else is EDC for the first heat of girls 100 meters.
Yeah, a couple of Kindred Vikings in lane 3 and lane 7, as you alluded to. We've seen some different names like Centerville here, but they put some premier events to say if you have a student and a track and field coach or a parent that's willing to travel maybe a little bit farther to have some good competition and see where you kind of stand. And the Howard Wood Relays, a lot of people will talk about when it comes to track and field, going, if you can compete at the Howard Wood Relays, you know you're pretty good, not just in your region, but your state. And that's what we're kind of seeing here. Not to maybe that degree, Josh, but in some events we are seeing some different names in different places.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a litmus test that you're able to get a sample of what you've got versus some competition that might be out of state, out of your region or class. So it's just a nice test to be able to see where you're at.
Inga Brightson here from the Kinder Vikings in lane 3, Isaac in lane 2. You have Jocelyn in lane number 1 here from Red River. From there, South Product, Norum from Davies, number 5. Schubeck again from Centerville. You have Ashley Illis here from the Kinder Vikings, and then Peyton Kanoki from the Fargo North Spartans. As they're up here in the 100-meter hurdles, as we'll see with the nice stretch currently here. Narum from Fargo Davies off with the lead as we have reached the midway point, as she has a nice stretch out in front. It's going to be a battle for third, and this one will come to the line, and it will be from Fargo Davies with a 15.16 in the 100-meter hurdles. 15.16, the record. It goes by Ellie Groders from West Fargo at 2009 and a 14.89, so the record will still stand, but taking first place here for the Fargo Davies Eagles will be Kaylee here at a 15.16.
Yeah, that's a really nice time at 15.16 there, and I mean that's almost a full second ahead of third place. So really nice performance from Kaylee up in first there for Fargo Davies. As that field was pretty spread out for a first heat, you had a 2-second gap from first to eighth, so we'll see what the rest of the hurdles heat brings us.
As we get you ready for the second of 6 heats, this one you have McLeod from Devil's Lake in lane number 1, Mallory Keller from the Kinder Vikings in lane 2, Hillard from Davies in 3, Wass and Devil's Lake from 4, a pair of Packers in Brooke Finn and Chloe Nelson in 5 and 6, Newell from Cheyenne in lane number 7, and Aspen Jost from Fargo Oak Grove in lane number 8. So that'll be, again, your lane assignments for our second heat of the girls 100 meters. Then we'll get to the boys 100-meter hurdles coming up. Or the 110-meter hurdles, excuse me. Brian Erstead from Jamestown back in 1919 ran a 110-meter hurdles at 15.64. So the 100 meters, the 110 coming up for the boys. Get the 800-meter dash after that with the 200 meters. 200 meters, always a fun race to take part in here. There's the good start. Currently in lane number 6 right now, Chloe Nelson off to a lead. Nelson making her way as she's got the final couple of hurdles to go here, as she does on the second and the first. It'll be a battle for third, as that's going to be tight at the line. But Chloe Nelson with a 17:09 takes first. Ella Wass takes second from the Devils Lake Firebirds. Piper Newell third. Brooke Finn fourth. And Mallory Keller will take fifth from there. As right on cue here, we have Kaylee here from the Fargo Davies Eagles at the 50-yard line will be joining us now after running a 15.16 100-meter hurdles here. Kaylee, first things first, can you hear us okay down there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, congratulations. Just take us through this particular event, this meet, just winning obviously in the first heat, but what did you just kind of see from yourself out there taking first place there in the first heat?
I just see a good amount of improvement and hard work being put onto the track. It's been a long journey, and this year really there's a lot of improvement to see.
How tough is it as a runner where year to year it's so tough, right? Because you're never sure when you're officially going to get outside. You know you're going to get a lot of indoor work early on in March and April, but how fun is it to be here in April, a 50-degree day? I know maybe you like a little more sun out there, but at least able to get outside and not have to sit indoors and do a lot of repetitions, as some years is what you're doing at this time of the season.
As my coach always says, every weather is our weather, so being able to get out here in any weather is really just a blessing. It's very exciting, and it's a good place for me to really strive and put everything out on the track.
Kaylee, what has allowed this Fargo Davies Eagle program to be so consistent, no matter if it's a hurdle, no matter if it's a sprint, no matter if it's distance? We just seem a lot of Eagles able to find ways to get on podiums. What has just allowed this girls track and field program to be really consistent over the last handful of seasons?
Honestly, just the patience and good coaching that we're receiving from Rory Beal and everybody else. Just great coaching, great patience.
What's the one thing you want to look forward to? You got about a month now before you get ready for, obviously, postseason, a couple weeks, staying in Bismarck. But what's one thing you're growing towards as you kind of get to that middle part of May?
I'm just going towards just better times, harder work, and obviously, hopefully, first place. And everything that I can put my heart towards.
Hey, congratulations. Best
Thank
of luck
you.
moving forward. You bet. Again, Kaylee here from the Fargo Davies Eagles. Josh, and I think she said it well, right, in terms of what they're looking to do and how you're trying to perform as best as you can. You kind of heard her talking about that, but also the program of what they've been able to have at Fargo Davies, having a lot of success once they go out to Bismarck.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every coach that we've heard from that has commented on the who you got to look out for, it's that girls team for Fargo Davies that's really a big threat in a lot of the different events. This year we saw them really succeeding in the sprints earlier today, and then Kaylee there coming out on top of the hurdles.
Final for you from Target Field in a rain-shortened game. The Minnesota Twins fall to the Chicago White Sox 3-0. They call it after 7. So we talked about Mother Nature here. Mother Nature down there not as good, especially on a getaway day sometimes too, where you might call things a little bit earlier.
No, not quite the result the Twins are looking for, but that's been the theme of the year for them to this point. They get 2 out of 3.
It was $10 to get a hot dog and a ticket this week against the White Sox.
I'm sure it was.
And that included fees.
I'm sure it did.
Josh is like, just find a way to get butts in the seats at Target Field. You don't need to worry about that here at Shanley today. Nice crowd and contingent on hand as we get to the girls 100-meter hurdles. Again, heat number 4 of 6. As a little bit of Spuds, a couple of Squirrels, a little bit of Red River, a Shine, and a dab of a Firebird here as we get you ready for this make that 4th out of the 6 heats. Coming through the middle, able to see Filady and Pavlicek here for Central Cass. A good start, though, on lane number 6 by Hansen. Hansen with a couple of strides, Josh. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, boom. She just has it timed out perfectly from the Moorhead Spuds. Hansen, though, going to hold off a late contingent. But we're able to see Hansen at 19-12 taking first, her teammate in second, followed by Pavlicek here for Central Cass in third, Ornis in fourth, and then Macy from Red River able to come in fifth.
Yeah, that one got close in a hurry those last couple meters, but Hansen able to take the win there. And speaking of the win, Tyler Thorson, who I was trying to see it, did I see it right the first time through when I was seeing 58 from him in shot put? Well, he's now gone 59-11 on the shot put, which is 11 feet over the shot put qualifier, and he's also 5 feet short of the record for the meet as well. So Thorson with a really, really good effort at shot put for Red River.
Well, it's very similar to the girls' shot put, the boys' shot put. 1987 by Howard Hauser from Bismarck High, 64-10. was the record there. So he's getting a little bit closer, though. He's knocking on the door. We'll see if that 60 mark, obviously, when you're knocking on the door there. But that is the record here at the Shanley Track and Field Invite back in 1987. So you got the 100 here for the girls. We'll get to the 110 for the boys, and then we'll get to our 800. I personally like the 200. I think that's just a little bit more, obviously, the 100-meter, 400, but my personal favorite is always the 200-meter dash. That one's coming up around the corner.
And seeing for girls pole vault, haven't seen any update there recently, so I'm guessing the final there is in with Emma Briggs at 10'9". So Briggs was trying to break her own meet record of 10'12", but she comes up with 10'9", and haven't seen anything update in a while from there.
As this is our 5th out of 6 heats. Coming across here in lane number 3, or in lane number 4 here is going to be Graves from the Wahpeton Huskies, able to get across that line at 21 even. From Capstone Classic Academy, or Capstone Academy, you got Wilburn here finishing 2nd, McCarthy 3rd, and Coonsey here for the Central Cass Squirrels. She'll take 5th. Hetland will take 4th. We'll take a break. When we come back after this, we'll get you ready for the boys' 110-meter hurdles. That is next here on your liveevent.com.
Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kendrick Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kendrick Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As we come back here on yourliveevent.com, as they're getting the track ready now for the 110-meter hurdles for the boys, going back again to the record for the boys side. Brian Erstead from Jamestown ran a 14:64 back in 1999. We've seen more of the girls and the boys records fall, but there's still enough time for that to change. As we're winding down, taking a look, the pole vault is wrapped up, the high jump is wrapped up, the javelin is wrapped up, the disc is wrapped up, the shot put is pretty much wrapped up, so we're just down to jumps when it comes to the fielding competitions. And then after the 110 hurdles, we will have the 800-meter run, the 200-meter dash, the 2-mile run, and then the 4x4 relay coming up, and that'll do it for our coverage of the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational. So right now, we'll get set for the boys 110 meters. As you see what the girls' last 100 meters result was there with Hendrickson from the Wampatunuskis taking first place in our last heat. And those here at the Shanley Track and Field would like to thank the visionaries, the designers, the donors, and builders that made the dream of a home track a reality here at the Shanley Athletic Club for their support of Shanley Track and Field, from all the coaches, workers, and parents for volunteering and their time and energy throughout the day. Here, I got here at around 8:30, and this was already a buzz of people that was going through. You're seeing what happened yesterday with the girls' soccer team taking practice, seeing stuff kind of evolve. When it comes to a track and field invite, it is a whole day event, and that's if the weather is nice.
Yes, this day's been flying by, though. It's almost 4 o'clock right now, but yeah, we've been here setting up since the early morning hours, and it is flown by to 4 p.m. right now. Still got some of our premier events coming up with the hurdles. We still got your 200-meter dash. You got my 2-mile. Still got a lot of fun coming up.
So we'll get to the 110 meters for the boys' side here in a second. As that one is coming up, then we'll get to the 800-meter run and the 200-meter dash following that, with the 3,200-meter run, the 2-mile again run, and the 4x4 relay upcoming here. So that's all still ahead, as it looks like we're about ready to get into the blocks for the 110-meter hurdles here on the boys' side. As it's a full 8 lanes. Morris from West Fargo will be in lane number 1. We're going to have Chris on the near side here in lane number 8 from Fargo South. You'll have his teammate in Anderson in 2, Valdez for West Fargo in 3, Trey Kanoki in 4, Gussetti from West Fargo 5, Muckow for Davies in lane 6, and Will Morris here from West Fargo Cheyenne in lane number 7. So this, again, the 110-meter hurdles. This will be our first of 5 heats from the Shanley Track and Field meet. Going back through the hurdles here, for Class A competition on the boys' side, it's 16:14 that'll get you for a qualifier. For Class B in North Dakota, the time is 16:44 to beat here today. So 16:14 is what you want here for everybody in this particular heat, all EDC competition. Able to see earlier, too, the track and field dedication, the recognition of some of the former Shanley Track and Field alumni here and kind of what they meant to the program. And able to hear from the runners, as well as always a fun time as they get everybody in the blocks. And they will actually have just 6 here in this first part that's going to be going. That's currently in lane number 4 right now. This one coming through for the Fargo North Spartans. And it looks like Trey Kanoki's going to do it again. Kanoki's going to cross the line, and he will come in first place. We'll see the result, 14:23 here for Kanoki. And that is a new record as well. So Kanoki has broken 2 records here today. This one at a 14:23 at 110 meters. And we were saying Michelle Gee from West Fargo kind of had her fingerprints on this particular track and field meet. We're seeing the same here for Trey Kanoki now. Here, Josh, at 14:23 breaks the record that was back from 1999.
Yeah, there have been some long-standing records that have fallen today, and some of it I would think has to do with this pristine condition track getting broken in a little bit here today, but also the athletes are just off the charts that what we're seeing today with Kanoki setting another record here and also another first-place finish. So he's just excelling as an individual today.
Those 6 that finished all 0.8 of a second in front of the qualifying standards. So, again, they've done a nice job here throughout to know kind of what they needed to do. And also, it was about a second from 6th to 5th, just to show you the separation of what Kanoki has been able to do. His earlier record, well, you got to love the hurdles, was the 300 meters, and he does it here again at the 110 meter heaters as well.
We've also got a girls triple jump update. Kaya Ray for West Fargo Cheyenne just barely does get in with a qualifying effort of 34.8 there over the 34.4 triple jump mark. And then Harley Harris from Bennett County has gone 35 feet 2 inches. So Harris with a nice effort, even though it's not her state's benchmark, but I'm sure it's over that as well when you're in the 35s.
And an update for the Minnesota Twins. Royce Lewis will join the St. Paul Saints coming up after injuring his hamstring on March the 16th. So can Royce Lewis don the cape and be the one-man hitting machine for the Minnesota Twins, Josh, going forward?
I just have to give a quick shout-out to Royce Lewis for being the only reason that the Minnesota Twins have won a playoff game since I was 2 years old.
That's a very, very valid point as we get back in the blocks here at 110-meter hurdles. And then we'll hear from Trey Kanoki coming up at midfield after this particular heat. But right now, again, 1 through 8 for the lanes. Able to see a couple of Class B products with Easton Holland from Central Cass and a Fargo Oak Grove Grover. Everybody else is in the EDC in this particular heat. And the Cheyenne Mustangs have a nice stop in the middle. That's Dawson. Dawson right now able to get past that second. He's got 2 more to go. And it looks like Dawson's going to take first. Holland's going to take second here from the Central Cass Squirrels. We'll see what the final time is at 15.72 for Dawson. Easton Holland at 16.17 takes second, and Carter Shambaugh here from Fargo South at 16.65 will take a third place. But as we turn our attention now to midfield, a man that's not broken 1 but 2 records here today at the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Meet. That's Trey Kanoki. And Trey, can you hear us okay down there?
Yeah.
Hey, Trey, congratulations. Let's go back to the 300-meter hurdles first before we talk about the 110 earlier back in the day. Just what was working for you to run a under 38-second 300-meter hurdles?
Yeah, I think the weather has a lot to do with it. It's nice and cool, low wind, and I was just feeling good.
Take us through then your 110-meter hurdles. What really allowed you to get off the blocks and have a nice little stretch once you kind of got to that about 50-meter mark or so and kind of put the competition behind you?
Yeah, I think just my foot speed between the hurdles, and then I was getting my lead leg and trail leg through pretty quick.
Through this particular track, you know, all tracks are similar, Trey, but what's one thing that you like about competing on this particular facility being the first time for everybody here today?
Well, I've ran my 2 PRs on it, so that's probably...
You're definitely going to go forward and have that moving forward. What's the one thing for the next couple weeks before you get to conference, before you get to state? What are some things that you'll be continuing to work on and want to just kind of fine-tune before you kind of get to that capital city?
Probably just my form. Like in the 300 hurdles, I was laying back a little bit, and the 110s just got to stay a little lower and then keep getting through quicker and just get my foot speed up.
Trey, what do you like about the hurdles? I know the hurdles sometimes compared to dashes or long meets can be a little bit different, but what's one thing for the hurdles that you really like competing at here?
It's nice because like I've ran hundreds before and just you get bored. There's nothing to go over. It makes it better when you got the hurdles to go over.
Hey, I got to ask you, I know it's not on here today and I know it's different, but I just got to ask, have you ever just even done a steeplechase just for fun, you know, at a track and field anywhere? Have you ever tried a steeplechase? Because I feel like you do a pretty good job with it from what we saw from the hurdles here today.
No, I haven't tried it. I'm not too big into the distance part.
Hey, Trey, congratulations on breaking 2 records and some PRs. Best of luck going forward for you throughout the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Trey Kanoki with us here on YourLiveEvent.com as we take a look at some of the final results here in this third heat. Drew Kessel runs a 17:25 from Fargo South, and then from there, Brock from Fargo Shanley taking second here in this one. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for our final 4 meets. Josh Boyko will also get some final results for you from some of the fielding meets that are going on. That and more still to come. We'll take a quick break. We'll get to the 800-meter run, the 200-meter dash, that and more here from the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invite.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms, saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shanley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
The 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational here from Sid Cichy Stadium, the first ever on the grounds here of a Shanley High School, of what they've been able to have and build and able to get this one underway just a couple weeks from now. About a month to the day, it will be the State Track and Field Meet in Bismarck, which if you are interested in seeing it, I would highly suggest going at least one time. You get to see a myriad of colors. You're able to see everybody across the state, ADs, coaches, and everything alike. It is a very fun time, and it's also an interesting. You could have a day like today, could be 90 degrees and hot, could be 30-mile-an-hour wind. You're never sure what you're going to get, but that'll be May 22nd, 23rd, and the 24th for the state upcoming track and field meet in North Dakota. As we will have now 4 events remaining on the track. You have the triple jump and long jump still going on the east side here of the arena. All the other field events have officially been wrapped up here today. But the 800-meter run, the 200-meter dash, the 3,200-meter run, and the 4x4 relay is what's on deck for those of you that are just joining us. Josh Boyko will join us here in a few moments again, getting some final results from the the hurdles from earlier today and also just the fielding events here in this one, as this particular event is making its way towards the 800 as they're clearing the tracks and making sure everything is good to go. Shanley Track and Field records here at the 800 when it comes to the individual portion. Laura Raisler from Fargo South owns it on the girls' side in 2008 as they are getting ready to start with a mark of 2 minutes, 9 seconds, 2:09.87. On the boys' side, Jeff Thompson from West Fargo back in 1984 with a mark of 1 minute 57:14 for Jeff Thompson from the West Fargo Packers. So that's a look again at the records for both the boys and the girls as we'll get to our first of 3 heats for the girls 800 meters. Able to come across here, and we're going to see a host from the Fargo metro area. Goss from the Devils Lake Firebirds. You see Meyer from Central Cass. Pretty much everybody else, though, from the Fargo metro area here. A couple of Class B. Rachel Christensen of Oak Grove. Able to see Grothman here from Fargo Shanley with Graham and Baki as well. Dilly from the West Fargo Packers. Bartel from Fargo North Spartans. And then Maggie Jacobson from the West Fargo Packers. Ava Parks from Grand Forks Red River. As we will be off and running for the girls' qualifying times to get to state on the Class A side. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. 2:25.24. On the B side, it's 2 minutes, 26.24 here on the B side. So 1 second difference, but that's everything here for the 800 meters. As we are at the first 100, as they will come down then into the inside part of the track. As right now we will get to the backstretch and currently into about the third corner upcoming here out in front. Fargo Davies with one out in front so far here for the Eagles. As we're starting to see this one starting to separate a little bit here as they come down through the fourth corner. As we'll see Fargo Davies 1, Oak Grove 2, and Fargo Shanley number 3 here in the top 3 of this particular heat. As they come across at about a 1:10, so a 1:10 here. As we'll see some of the results coming on in and how that leaderboard looks like through the first 400 meters. But so far for Fargo Davies, with Davin currently first, Rachel Christensen second, and then Grothman is in third here. And that is the top 3 as they continue to have that. Then fourth here from Stevens from Fargo Davies making a nice little push currently right now, trying to catch the back of Grothman here and get to the pack. As we're nearing the final 200 meters, as Stevens is making a good leg kick and a good push here. She's rounding corner number 3 now in the third spot. Can she try to catch her teammate that's out in front here for Fargo Davies? As you have Davian right now out in first, as she's starting to separate a couple of strides. As they have the final 100 meters coming here for the Fargo Davies Eagles. David in first, Rachel Christensen in second, Grothman and Stevens right now battling for third as they get to the final 50 meters. And from the Fargo Davies Eagles, they will take first and they will take second. A nice little 1-2 combination. David will take first with a mark of 2:23.72. Steffens will take second with a mark of 2:25.52. Grothman in third and Rachel Christensen in fourth. But David again with a 2:23.72 finish, going back and seeing the record here on the girls' side. The record with Lauren Raisler at 2:09.87. So that was our first of 3 heats here in this one. So that, again, will be here the final. And the times to make your way to Bismarck, again, was 2:25.24. So the first couple able to do that, no problem here in the girls' 800 meters. As we go from Heat 1 to Heat 2, but again, the mark to get in was 2:25.24 only one racer there for the Fargo Davies Eagles able to make their way to the state tournament side. As Josh Boyko comes back here on yourliveevent.com, taking a look at some of the final results in the fielding contest. And also, Josh, for those that are just joining us, what are some of the results to make note of here today, whether it's been a PR, maybe it's been a record or something else here as we get ready for the girls 800-meter heat number 2?
Yeah, we heard from Trey Kanoki twice already, breaking more than one record in his hurdles endeavors. So Kanoki's been a performance to notice. No Jang from Fargo North anchoring a couple of relay wins with a couple of passes. So I've had my eye on those two. And then O'Neill in the field events has been pretty good from Bennett County. So those have been a couple of standouts as we've got some extra results here for field events. Tyler Thorson, a 59.11 in the shot put, was 9 feet ahead of Alexander Meese and Luke Starcevic. So Thorson from Red River, a sizable win there.
And thank you very much. That, again, is Josh Boyko as we stand by here as we have an opportunity to talk with Elizabeth here from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, as we'll make our way. Elizabeth, congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish here today. Just what are some of the things that you've liked so far, in particular just on the individual side and what you've been able to do?
Thank you very much. Today I really celebrated a PR in the high jump, and I really enjoy jumping, and I also enjoy running, especially the hurdles. I placed third in the 300 hurdles today in the specialty race, so that was kind of fun to be able to stand up in front of everybody and get a nice PR there too for this year. I'm about to run the 200, and I also threw Javelin and placed fourth in that, so it's been a pretty good day.
And just take us through a little bit here, Elizabeth. Your particulars, what do you like about the jumps, or what do you like about the hurdles particularly that's maybe different than what you're going to run here in a few moments with the 200?
In the jumps, I really like how you get breaks to focus on what you can improve on. There's lots of little aspects that you can always improve on. In the hurdles, I like how you can also focus on the form. You don't have to really focus on your breath as much or your running. You can really just focus on what's next in the race and the next hurdle that you have to get over.
Elizabeth, what's it like playing, competing against competition from Class A, maybe North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota today, seeing some different athletes across the tri-state area? What's this particular meet mean for you?
You know, I actually really love it. I really love having some really high competition where I can really push myself to be the best. So yeah, that really helps me to get PRs like I have today.
Hey, final thing, what are you most looking forward to now going forward? Obviously, as you mentioned, trying to get to a PR, finding ways to get close, obviously qualifying for Bismarck, but what's the next couple weeks going to be like for you as you get ready for the regional and then eventually get out to the capital city?
It's pretty busy couple weeks coming up. I'm really trying to improve on my high jump and get higher heights and really take down my 300 hurdle time since I was pretty successful in that last year. I'm also going to be running the 400 and I'm trying to get my 200 time down.
Hey, Elizabeth, thanks so much. Best of luck here in the 200 in a couple minutes.
Thank you.
That again, Elizabeth from Drayton Valley, Edinburgh, joined us here on yourliveevent.com. Josh, let's bring you back in. And you kind of noted her performance right from the beginning here with the jumps and everything else today.
Yeah, her 5'5" high jump was a couple inches higher than the next couple behind her. So she comes home first place in that high jump, as we've noted. And yeah, overall, she's just had a really fantastic afternoon in several different events, and we get one more with that 200 meter coming up.
As we talk about the 200 now to the 800 meter for the second heat here, Matea Green from Grand Forks, whatever, at 2:34.31 takes first. Peyton Hansen from Centerville takes second, 4/10 behind her. Elizabeth Williamson from Horace able to take third. That again is your 1, 2, 3 in the girls 800 meters here today, respectively. As we continue to go through some of the particulars, able to see 1, 2, 3, 5 in terms of record breakers from the track side, and we've also seen some really good performances from the jumps. We saw some of the boys making their way to 6'6", 6'8" and company here too, Josh. So it's been a fun meet as we get one more heat here of the girls 800 meters before the boys take center stage.
Yeah, it's nice that we've got this afternoon, and all the coaches have echoed it that this is the best weather that these athletes have had to be able to run and perform in their events. And that weather is just huge to be able to get your peak performance, and this is ideal condition right now for track. That's why we're seeing so many records broken here, Chase.
And the other thing, too, is when you take a look at the soccer field, football field, whichever sport that you like, it's nice just to kind of hang out on the new substance here, able to hang out on the turf. Also, what used to be the only turf in Fargo-Moorhead about 15 years ago that wasn't the indoor track and field, the indoor turf at the Fargo, then the old Astro turf at Dakota Field. This was the only one. Then Moorhead got one. Then you got to see Fargo North, Fargo South. Fargo Davies was about the last one. You look at Central Cass, they're all turf now, baseball, softball, and everything else. And in talking with coaches, the one thing on any sport is when you have turf, it's easier to move snow, and it's easier then to get out and get some work done, no matter what particular event it might be, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why everyone's so grateful for this event right here, grateful to be participating in it right now.
Hey, thank you very much, as we'll have Josh go from there as we'll get to the final 800-meter heat here, as this one will be continuing on yourliveevent.com. As we continue here through these final 800 meters. Heat number 3 of 3 with the boys yet to go here in a few moments, and then we'll be down to our final 3 events as triple jump and long jump is kind of going through the finals of their jumps on the eastern side here at Shanley High School. As they're getting out in front right now, working around 40 seconds into the third corner. 200-meter dash, the 3,200-meter run, and the 4x4 still to come here on yourliveevent.com. Always fun to hear from some of the coaches, from some of the student athletes that have competed and performed well, whether they PR'd or have been able to make their own way to Bismarck, and more importantly, a state tournament once you get to that performance time of the year. As right now, the Devils Lake Firebirds have a runner out in first right now with Nelson. With Livia from the Devils Lake Firebirds currently in first, coming across with a mark of about 120 here. As she's currently first, and then Maria Gates at 122 for Fargo North in second. Fargo South Bruin in third with Clayman from West Fargo 4, and Berger here from the Wahpeton Huskies in fifth. But again, Nelson from the Devils Lake Firebirds in first. As you see Gates right now in second. And the question will be, will anybody catch Nelson here in the final 300 meters, or will Nelson find a way to take first place in our third heat here today? As Nelson gets to the 200-meter mark left to go here, still well out in front, but the pack has caught the second runner here, and for the Fargo North Spartans, falling a little bit behind, as currently now going to third to fourth here is Gates, as Clayman, Berger, and the Fargo South Bruin and Langluth able to get around her currently as they're going to the final now 100 meters. As Devils Lake Firebirds here with Nelson comes across. As you see the Moorhead Spuds making a name here for the second, with Isabel Thibert able to take second as they're going to the final couple of meters here, and coming out in first place again will be Nelson. Thibert takes second from the Moorhead Spuds with a mark of 2:48. As you got Berger from Wahpeton finishing fourth, and Gates will finish fifth here for the Fargo North Spartans. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the boys' 800-meter run. That is next on yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side, corner three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com. The Kindred Public School District looks to collectively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
It's now the boys' turn to take center stage here on the 800-meter run. As we'll go from that to the 200-meter dash following the conclusion of the boys. As they're getting their reset for the timing all ready to go. Making sure they got everybody where they need to be here from lane 1 all the way to lane 8. This will be our first of 3 heats for the boys' 800 meters. James Chafee from Fargo Oak Grove. You got Chase Bruce from Cheyenne, Nicholas Stahl from Kindred, with Braden Roberts from the Vikings, Oren Rohr from West Fargo Horace, William Crump from Red River, Amundstead from the West Fargo Packers, just to name a few of the runners. Ethan Erickson here from the Fargo Shanley Deacons as well. Seymour from the West Fargo Packers. Again, our first of 3 heats here in the Shanley Invite, going back to the 800-meter run. Jeff Thompson from West Fargo with a 1 minute 57 second and 14. 1:57.14 is the all-time record at 1984. Was able to do so there. So we're into the third quarter. And so far, a nice start. Able to come across. Able to see Ethan here from the Fargo Shanley Deacons at number 1, but the Kindred Vikings right behind him currently. As Kindred's got a couple in the top 10 in this particular heat, but Ethan Erickson is in first, running under 59 second, 58.29, opening 400 here for Fargo Shanley in first place. Braden Roberts right behind him in second, stride for stride with Hawkins Seymour in third, Chase Bruce in fourth, and William Crump for Grand Forks Red River in fifth. But Erickson right now is number 1, pointing a little distance, a little separation, a couple strides in front of Braden Roberts here, as Seymour coming on to try to catch Roberts for second place. But look at Ethan Erickson round the final 200 meters and separating a little bit more as he continues to fly around corner number 3 into corner number 4. Right now the battle and the race is for second. Erickson all alone in first, but Seymour chasing down Roberts here to try to be number 2 as he's making that push across. So number 1 is Erickson again, no doubt about it, here for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, and we'll see on that time how quickly he's going to be towards it to see if he can get under 2 minutes as he's able to do so. Here's the stretch late for second. And we'll see the 1-2 combination here for the Packers, finishing second and third with Seymour and Isaac Amundstead. But Ethan Erickson from the Fargo Shanley Deacons able to run nearly a 2-minute flat 800 here today for Fargo Shanley. Brandon Roberts from Kindred taking fourth, Crump taking fifth here from Grand Forks River. So the all-time record still intact with Jeff Thompson from West Fargo, but again, finishing in first place is Ethan Erickson here from the Fargo Shanley Deacons at 2 minutes, and just over 2 minutes here today here in this one. As we get ready for heat number 2 upcoming in a moment, then the same for heat number 3 and heat number 4 in a second. But again, Ethan Erickson from Fargo Shanley is your winner here in the boys 800 meters. As they're announcing the assignments here for lane assignments for heat number 2. Bryant from the Central Cass Squirrels. You'll see Max Glenn from the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers. Able to see Post from West Fargo Horace. Also from there, Meyer from Fargo North. Erdman from the West Fargo Packers with Theo Sum from Grand Forks Central. Dvorak from Red River are just some of the particulars here in our second heat. And then after this one, we'll get to our final 800-meter run, and then 200-meter dash, the longest distance run of the day, the 2-miler. And then the 4x4 relay will wrap things up. So still a little bit more to go here. They were hoping for about a 5:30 or so end time to kind of wrap this one up to 6, depending on how many heats, and we should get to that no problem here today. But coverage got underway at 10:30 6 hours ago. Been flying by here in this one as we get ready for the second heat of the 200 meters, the 800 meters upcoming here. As Ethan Erickson from Fargo Shanley will be joining us here in a moment as he gets the headsets on, and he will make his way. Preston DeVille talking with him here in a second as he will get in front of the camera and we'll be good to go here. But as you see on the track and field, they are about ready to start this second heat of the 800 meters currently. Let's see a couple of records breaking, but this has to be sweet to win a track and field meet on your own home turf and your own track here today. As joining us here will be now Ethan Erickson again for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, running about a 2-minute flat 800. Ethan, first things first, what's it mean on the very first, everybody comes together here for the very first Fargo Shanley Invite, the 55th annual, but the first one here at Sit-Sichi Stadium. What does it mean to win on your home turf?
Well, it feels great to be able to win a race on our own turf for the first Shanley Invitational here. I do wish I could have broken 2, but it's great to get a win on our own track.
Yeah, that's the main thing, and obviously the state qualifying time was 2:01.74, so you got that by a second and change on top of it. But first things first for you, Ethan, just take us through that particular race. What allowed you to kind of get that nice little, if you want to call it that last 300 meters, what did you just kind of see from the race play out in front of you, and just take us through that final lap?
I just tried to think through, I don't want to get beat by these guys behind me. I want to get a win on our own track. Wanted to manifest what I did in the 4x8 earlier today, and I was pretty close to doing what I did earlier today.
Able to see that McKenna Johnson able to win an event earlier too. What's it to see your fellow teammates also have success here today, Ethan? What's that like, just seeing them, and whether it's boys or girls here, and have some success on the field?
It's awesome to have a whole group of people to be qualifying, be PRing on our own track. It's just great to be able to PR in general, but also at our first Shanley Invite on this track makes it even more great to do our best.
Ethan, did you ever think that the track and field was going to get done? I mean, I know it's been talked about that it's going to be coming, but when you saw it finally go into the ground, what was kind of going through your mind, able to practice on it the first time? But did you ever think it was kind of going to get done? And then what was your thoughts, so to speak, when you finally got on this facility for the first time?
Well, I'd never really imagined getting our own track when I first started track, but it started coming in my 8th grade freshman year, and never really looked back to maybe we're not going to get it, because it was a reality. I mean, last year we thought we were going to get it earlier, but we have it now, and it's great to be able to compete, practice, do all these things on our own track.
Hey, Ethan, congratulations. Best of luck moving forward throughout the rest of the year, and go enjoy this one.
Thank you.
And again, Ethan Erickson joined us here from the Fargo Shanley Deacons, the winner of the 800 meters, able to finish with a time of just over 2 minutes, 2:00.3 here in this particular one. As the second heat is done, as Tanner Erdman from West Fargo takes first place here from the West Fargo Packers. And then they got the final 300-meter heat for the boys upcoming. But again, Meyer from the West Fargo Packers, or Erdman, takes first. Max Glynn second here in this one from the Fargo Oak Grove Grovers. So that's a look at the 800 here in this particular performance. As we go back to Josh Boyko here to give us a recap of what happened earlier today on some of the fielding events here in this one.
Yeah, boys javelin throw, Brayden Olson from Cheyenne, 161.11 over Holden Witt from Davies at 157.10, and Joel Nelson from Devils Lake at 157.04. So Brayden Olson is your boys javelin winner from West Fargo Cheyenne. Girls long jump, Reagan O'Neill from Bennett County with an 18-foot jump over Michelle Gee, who we've already heard from today from West Fargo. Gee with a 17.8, and Ruby Martin from Moorhead. So a spud getting in there, top 3 in long jump with a 16.2.
So that's a look at what happened earlier today here as well for the fielding event. Still to wrap up officially will be the triple jump and the long jump here, and then we'll get to those particulars who are able to win those events as well. As after this one, we will get to the 200-meter dash and the 2-mile run, and then the 4x4 relay, as we have one more heat of the boys' 800 meters. Then we'll get to the girls' 200-meter dashes. They are already hunkered down in the southeast corner here of Shanley, or the northeast corner, excuse me, getting ready for that starting spot here for the 200 meters. Not too far away from Bennett School, not too far away from Fargo Davies. Able to see this south side of Fargo really develop. 52nd Avenue, for some will remember it as, well, for some, depending on how far you go back, a gravel road. For others, they'll remember it as a 2-lane highway. Able to see it now, what kind of 32nd Avenue was 15, 20 years ago, and all the development and all the everything else that has came through. But when you're going to build a school, Josh, you're going to get developments. That's kind of the name of the game here in the Fargo metro area.
Well, they got not one but two schools right down here for high school, with Davies and Shanley, of course, here, and you got Bennett also in this area too. So yeah, a lot of development that comes with it, and it's a great part of town.
And you go through the next month, high school athletics is about done when it comes to golf, when it comes to girls soccer, track and field, you name your spring sport. You got about a month left, and that's it. And for others, you maybe don't have a month if you don't have your team qualify for state or individually here. So I always say the spring sports season, it goes in a blink. It could feel like a marathon at times because of the weather, but then once you get to May, it is about a blink of an eye, and boom, it's May 20th, and you're at a sectional in Minnesota, you're at a regional in North Dakota, and you're trying to find your way to get to a state tournament.
Yeah, going back to my senior year, just remembering how fast that entire year in general just went for me. But yeah, that spring sports season was just a blink of an eye. It was the only year I did running with cross country and track and field, but it was the best year. So it was just such a fun time. And track is something that goes by really fast because the season's not long, especially if you're coming out of basketball season as well. So you get just a couple months to kind of get on your game, so to speak, and that's what these athletes are trying to replicate here today, get ready for that final kick.
The Moorhead Spuds are going to finish 1-2. Speaking of the final kick, good one here from the Grand Forks Central Knights to take third. Sundit takes a first place. Second coming to his teammate for the Moorhead Spuds, Jack Barry from Grand Forks Central taking third. Will Dorscher takes fourth, and Eichmann here takes fifth for the Fargo Davies Eagles in our final heat of the boys' 800 meters. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the girls' 200. That is next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
From routine checkups to advanced treatments such as same-day crowns and implants, Southview Dental Care offers personalized care that fits your needs. They are there when you need them most, offering emergency examinations with same-day treatment in most cases. Have a cold sore or canker sore? Southview Dental Care provides laser treatments to address these painful conditions. Schedule your next dental appointment at southviewdentalcare.com. That's southviewdentalcare.com. Southview Dental Care in Moorhead is your dental home.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
This is the 2025, the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational here for you. We have our first one on YourLiveEvent.com as we get you ready for the 200-meter dash. Also would like to thank our friends at Hero Timing for providing the final results when they come through that you're able to see on the side of your screen, so able to see what the time is for distance, who respectively in each lane, and where it goes from there. But we get you ready for our first of 7 heats for the girls 200 meters here in this one. The first heat is going to have a little bit of flavor from a couple of Class B'ers. We heard from Elizabeth here just moments ago from Drayton Valley Edinburgh. Olivia Severson, Liv for short, from Central Cass, will be in lane 1. You have Bratton from Cheyenne in lane number 3. Sappington from Horace in 4. Honert in number 5 here from North. Nygaard in lane 6. Mariah Burian here from Fargo Davies in 7. And then Dietrich from Davies in lane number 8. Here as we get you ready for our first of 7 heats of the girls 200 meters. The boys 200 meters will follow. Then we'll get to the endurance run with the 2 mile, and then the final will be the 4x4 relay as well. You get to this kind of point, you start taking a look around, and you can tell it's slowly but surely some camps have been maybe coming down, Josh. You see some folks that have said, okay, I've seen my son or daughter maybe compete. We're making our way out a little bit. It definitely gets to that point of a track meet here.
Yeah, we've already hit the peak busyness back probably the 1 or 2 o'clock hours midday, but still a lot of good running left to come here as we've got a lot of heats coming up for this 200 sprint, and here we go for the first of the girls.
And they're off and running here for this feature heat on heat number 1, and we'll see who comes around the bend and has the lead. Is currently right now in lane number 6, looks pretty good, and lane number 3 as well. Lane number 3 in Broughton, but coming into the middle here in lane number 5 is Honert here from Fargo North. Honert's got a step as she's making her way down the stretch here, trying to get in front of Elizabeth from Drayton Valley Edinburgh, and it's going to come to the wire. From our standpoint, it is Haley Honert here with a 25.88. So a 25.88 here for the Fargo North product. And Haley Honert able to come across and finish that one, the 200-meter dash. Nearly broken record with Laura Racler from Fargo South at 25.35 back in 2009, but 25.80 here for Honert for Fargo North. And then Elizabeth from Drayton Valley Edinburgh finishes behind her in second as we get you ready for the second heat here of the girls 200 meters. That was a good one, Josh, right off the bat.
Yeah, that was a good one. I think it was 6 of the first 8 that were able to clinch for their time, as a 26.94 was that benchmark that they were going for.
So 26.94, and that's for both Class A and Class B. The boys' benchmark will be 23.24.
I mean, I wouldn't even rule out if you get a solid second heat here that people might even qualify out of a secondary heat for state with that spread that we saw in the first one. Leaves the door open at least.
As we will get to our second heat here in a moment, as the gun is about ready to go up. As we have a full 8 lanes, Taylor Malk here will be in lane number 8 from the Wahpeton Huskies. A couple of Fargo products and Moorhead products here with Davis from Moorhead, Teru from the Moorhead Spuds. You have Danielia from Grand Forks Wood River, Isaac from Fargo Shanley, Ray from Cheyenne, Bailey from Horace, and Dietrich here from Fargo Davies, as well as we're off and running in heat number 2. And a really good start on the inside product here from Ray from West Fargo Cheyenne, as she's got a little bit of a lead as she makes her way across here in lane number 4. And not just a little bit of a lead, that's a lot of a lead right now as she's well on in front. Look at Kaya Ray in lane number 4, easily going to take the second heat here as the final 10 meters coming across on the start-finish line. Able to make the stretch, and we'll see what the time is. 25.82 for Ray, 25.82 for the West Fargo Cheyenne product. Bailey comes in second, Davis finishes third, Dietrich in fourth, and Taylor Malk will take fifth here. But Ray with a nice little hustle there across the bend, able to really take this one away and almost takes down Honert's performance, who finished with a 25.80.
I was going to say, I think that was like the same time that Honert just ran. So, I mean, 2 100s off right there. I mean, I'd make the argument Ray was in the wrong heat right there, because she just the acceleration and the takeoff speed that she had was absolutely incredible. She was probably like second or third place by the first 30 meters, and she had the disadvantage of the lane start on the inside. So really, really good performance.
And speaking of the Fargo North product with Honard here, able to join us here as we take a look. And Haley, first things first, congratulations on the win. Just take us through what it means to come up victorious here and win your heat with a 25-80 here in the 200.
It was really exciting to be with the girls and then have a fast finish. It was good.
What's the one thing about a 200 that makes it a little more challenging or different? Because it's obviously the old adage is you got to go around the curve and it's not just a straight line shot. But what's the one thing that you enjoy about a 200 meter here?
I like the acceleration around the curve and then just hitting it at the 100.
What has it been performing on this particular track and field? What's it like as a runner able to see the first time on this particular surface? Haley, what have you liked about it?
I like the environment and yeah, it feels good to run.
What's the one thing for a trackster during this time of the year able to get out? You don't have to worry about shoveling snow. You don't have to worry about ice. What's the one thing as a track and field athlete that you like getting out here in the month of April?
I like that it's still cool and windy, so I'm not overly hot, but then it's good weather.
Final thing, how much are you going to be watching the final couple of heats here, seeing some of your fellow competition, seeing some of your teammates? How much are you going to be watching that going forward here throughout the rest of the day, even though we have just a couple of events left?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching it. I'm excited.
Hey, Haley, congratulations again, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Again, Honard here from the Fargo North Spartans, able to take first at 25-80. Taking a look at this one, Scarborough from West Fargo takes the third heat at 26-77. Izzy Thompson from Central Cass takes second at 27-10. Morris from Cheyenne takes third, and then from Centerville is Scherer taking fourth place here as we go to our fourth heat of the girls' 200 meters. But back to your point here, Josh, it made me kind of curious to see Ray a little bit there in Honard, in some future races, especially with that, as you heard from Haley talk about that turn. We were able to see that from Ray really come out in front there from West Fargo Cheyenne.
That would have been tremendous to see those two in the same heat. Ray's acceleration and get off is probably the best that I've seen from anyone today, especially on the girls' side. Just shot out of a cannon. And her acceleration is what propelled her to that victory.
As we get to heat number 4 here, Harchie from West Fargo will be in lane number 1, and it's still a little bit different to see a Capstone Academy. It's just so new. It's for sports fans that have been in the Fargo Metro, seeing Fargo Davies now be around for over a decade plus. Cheyenne's been around for a decade. Horace, for crying out loud, has now been around for a couple of years. Varsity program 2 or 3, depending on what particular sport that you've had. But you're seeing all these new places and new faces, so to speak, Josh. And the new one now is Capstone Academy.
Yeah, it's good to have them here, and hopefully the success continues for them as they've got Pape in this second lane here for Capstone. So we'll see how they fare.
As coming across about lane number 6 right now, looks to be Morgan of the West Fargo Packers. Has a little bit of a lead, but here comes Meyer in lane number 3. Meyer right now, as we reach about 50 meters left. This one is going to go right down to the wire with her. And we'll see who comes across the line. Looks like Meyer got it by about a step, maybe 2. It's going to be tight, 27-27 for Mackenzie Meyer from the Central Cass Squirrels, able to win heat number 4. And then you got Morgan finishing 3rd, Allie from Kindred finishing 3rd place, Morgan finishing 2nd, Pape again finishing 4th, and then Lisa here from the Moorhead Spuds finishing 5th. But that was a nice finish by those 3 at the very end here on the top 3 with Meyer, Morgan, and Aaliyah here from the Kinder Vikings.
Then just a quick final update here from girls pole vault. So Emma Briggs with 11.9 was the top one, and then Jolie Dahl from West Fargo, Addison Tandeschi from Davies followed up behind. So it was 11.3 for Dahl, and then it's a 2-foot difference down to Tandeschi, Hoyles, and Wheeler tied 3 through 5 for the pole vault.
So that's a look at pole vault here and going across the east side, Josh. It looks like the jumps are just about ready to be wrapped up here in a moment, as well as we get you ready for heat number 5 of 7 here, the girls 200 meters. A couple of deacons in this one with Koch and Preston. Also from there you got Keller from the Kinder Vikings, Bryce Volk from the Devils Lake Firebirds, a couple of Wahpeton Huskies, 3 Wahpeton Huskies in this particular field here, and one time again for the Kindred Vikings with Mallory Keller. This one again is heat number 5 of 7 of the girls 200 meters. The qualifying time, whether it's A or B in North Dakota, to get you to state as a 26:94 is what you're looking to get to. And if you're unable to do that, as we talked about, PRs and just finding ways to improve from your previous events. As the boys 200 meters will be coming up around the corner. And that's the endurance and the distance of 3,200 meters and the 2-miler, and then the 4x4 will finish things off after that.
One other update here, boys high jump. Rush O'Neill takes that at 6'6", and then a 3-way tie for second with Presley Peraza of Kindred, Kyson Keller of Cheyenne, and Bonfisloria in West Fargo. Then 5, 6, 7 was also a 3-way tie of Trey Kanoki, Chris Campbell, Brooks Baco.
Thank you very much, Josh Boyko, as we're getting the starting line ready as the athletes are getting into their blocks. Make sure everything is good to go. And the gun is up and it's off here, and we'll see who comes out victorious on heat number 5. So far, a good start on the outside here from Shanley's Preston, but a better job by Volt coming in on lane number 2 as she's being chased by Keller from the Kindred Vikings in lane number 3, but it looks to be Bryce Volk right now who's got a little bit advantage here on Charlotte Koch here from the Fargo Shanley Deacons, and coming out here in lane number 2 first will be Bryce Volk for the Devils Lake Firebirds with a mark of 28.8 as Charlotte will take second and Mike will take third. Here, Grace from West from the Wahpeton Huskies, Mallory Keller fourth from the Kindred Vikings. That's a look at heat number 5 of the girls 200 meters. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the boys 200. That is next.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Hi, we're Tommy's Express. Scan the QR code for a fast pass to a free month of washing. Our modern car wash offers a bright, open environment and a low-stress conveyor belt entry. Our signature scent, ceramic body wax, spot-free rinse, and heated blowers give you the best shine in town. Check out the wash for yourself. Washing your car is easy, fast, and fun. Visit Tommy's Express today.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Welcome back here to the 55th Annual Shanley Track and Field Invitational Meet. Josh Boyko with you here as wrapping up Heat 6 of 7 as Martha Gua from West Fargo takes Heat number 6 with a 28-second 200-meter dash, followed by Abigail Porter of Fargo South and Kate Middle of Capstone Academy. So one more heat coming up for the girls 200 meters before we'll flip it over to the boys. And then it'll be just 2 events left after that with the 3,200-meter run and the 4x400-meter relay. Resulting for you from the triple jump, Brooks Baco has jumped 42.10. So that is over 8 feet beyond what he would need to qualify for Class B. I mean, it's over 8 feet for Class A2. So 34.4 is the triple jump mark for Class A, 34 flat for B. But Brooks Baco, the stud starter for the Kindred Vikings on the basketball court, also putting up a really nice effort in the triple jump. Baco jumps 42.10. So the Kindred Viking with a really nice effort there, and now we'll turn it over to the 7th heat of the girls 200-meter dash. Chase Miller is back with us and joining us as we get underway now for the girls 200-meter. Red River seems to be out in front here in lane 7 with Macy Reedy. But now coming back is Cheyenne with Alice Zulu in lane 4 is going to have the step, and she'll push home with Sophia Wilburn coming home second for Capstone. So it's Zulu, and then it's actually Matter, for Fargo North, and then Reedy is your top 3. That was Matter. That was second place. Wilburn comes home 4th.
And again, as the girls' side, as we get you ready for the boys' side now, and what's going to happen here on the boys' side, taking a look at the boys' record for the 200-meter is from Fargo Shanley back in 2019 at 22:18 for Henry Collins. So again, 22:18 for the Shanley Deacon back in the year 2000. As we'll have our first of 7 boys events upcoming here, as this will be a full 8 lanes upcoming in this one. Ashley from Fargo Davies with Chasen Sands will be in lane 2 and 3. You got Jack Byer here from Oak Grove in lane 1. Clay Koenig will be in lane 4. Jack Matson from Red River in 5. Riley from Drayton Valley Edinburgh in 6. Israel Bauer in lane 7 from Horace, and Owen Martin from Red River will be in lane 8. To qualify for state in North Dakota, for those competing in North Dakota, it's a 23:24. So a 23:24 on the boys' side to try to get into Bismarck and the Community Bowl out in the capital city. As they are going through the public address here for the lane assignments. This will be our first of 7. We'll hear from the victorious winner of heat number 1 here, and then see what happens for the next couple as they will make their way through. As this one has gotten a little cooler throughout. We'll see a little bit more of the sweatshirts, possibly on top of that, Josh, some of the blankets that we've been able to see a little bit here too.
Yep, pretty fitting, I would say, as it has cooled off here. I mean, the sun was more of a morning thing. Once it kind of hit that noon while we started our running events, we started to get more of the cloud cover, which is stuck around for the most part. Less clouds, but more just overcast skies at this point. And here we go. The 200 is underway.
As the boys 200 meter, you're coming through. A couple of in the middle lanes right now having a chance. This one currently in lane number 4 will be Clay Koenig. Koenig is out in front right now. The question, can anybody catch him for the last 30 meters? Sands is trying to. This one going to come right down the wire. Koenig and Sands stretch at the line. And coming up in first will be Clay Koenig at 22.70. So Clay Koenig 22.70 here for the Fargo North Spartans. Chasen Sands at 22.72. Comes in second. Riley from Drayton Valley Edinburgh at 22.81. And again, you had to go 23.24. The top six all hit that state qualifying mark, and that was a good one between Sands and Koenig right down the stretch.
Yeah, Koenig won that in the first 100 meters right there is what he did, because he got out in front and then was just barely able to hang on as Chasen Sands was bearing down on him. That last 20 meters or so really had the final push, but came up just 200 short, and then 100th short for Jack Beer of Oak Grove coming up with a 23.25 of that minimum qualifying standard.
As we'll have heat number 2 upcoming, and lane number 1 will be Brooks Bacco from Kindred. You got Miles Stroh from the Vikings in lane 3. Blotsky from West Fargo will be in lane number 2. Schlichting from Cheyenne in 4. Edward will be in lane number 5. DeBomb from Fargo Davies in 6. Orvik in lane 7. And Lunsky here, Talon Lunsky from Grand Forks Central will be in lane number 8. Again, the qualifying time to try to get there is 23.24. And on the girls' side, the winner of heat number 2 almost was the best time of, with Ray from West Fargo Cheyenne. She was almost the best time of anybody. Here as the gun is up. They're getting into the starting position. And we're off here in our second heats from the Shanley Invite. Brooks Bacco again in lane number 1, but his teammate Miles Stroh making a good charge right now in lane number 3. But here comes DeBomb in lane number 6. West Fargo, Cheyenne, and Schlichting trying to answer. Right now, DeBomb here for the Fargo Davies Eagles with Schlichting. They're going to come to the line, and this one is nearly a photo finish as well. 22.70. Schlichting able to have Clay Koenig as they match the same time here from West Fargo Cheyenne. DeBum at 22.76. Miles Stroh at 22.88. Blotsky then finishing 4th. But a 1-2 combination here of Kai Schlichting. Schlichting taking the same time at 22.7 for West Fargo Cheyenne. So a really nice performance one more time here, Josh, as we see a couple of nearly same 200 meters on the girls. It was by 2 100ths, and we have 2 similar exact times here on the boys' side.
Yeah, the second heat definitely stepped up and had a really nice effort there. They were able to have some pretty comparable times there, so really encouraging from that second heat. For heat number 3, we've got a couple of Moorhead Spud teammates with Steinert and Jacobs, lanes 3 and 8. West Fargo's got a pair in Lance Williams, Cedric Patterson in 5 and 7. Thomas Mendy and Amari Taylor round out our field in lanes 2 and 6.
So again, 2 through 8 coming up here in heat number 3 of 7. We'll see if 22.7 can be lucky time number 3 upcoming here for a heat winner in the boys 200 meter. As we're off and going here for heat number 3.
Nice get off from Mendy.
As Mendy right now here on lane number 2 has a nice advantage. The question is, can Patterson from West Fargo chase him down right now? But Mendy out in front. Here comes the opportunity for a Moorhead Spud. This one is going to be another tight finish right down to the stretch. Mendy is there. We'll see the quick pull and the final time of 23.68. So 23.68 for Mendy. And Josh, you kind of called it right off the bat. The start really was the nice thing for Mendy there to kind of get out in front and stay out in front.
Yeah, he made up some good ground with a really good reaction time off the gun, and that was really what propelled him ahead of the couple to the outside of him, and then was able to just keep it going down the stretch. That heat was significantly slower than heats 1 and 2, as to be expected, but still a nice job there.
As we get to heat number 4, Kobe Simmers of Fargo South, Logan Lamb of Red River. From there, you have Noom from lane number 4, Lattiser from Grand Forks Central with Martin, also from Central, Haas from Shanley, and Donabauer here from Fargo Oak Grove here in lane number 8. If you missed any of our coverage earlier today, simply scroll back through our live coverage here of the Shanley Track and Field Invite, kind of find the particular area that you're looking for a event, and able to see some of your favorite loved ones out there, a relative, a friend, compete here today in Shanley. As we get ready for heat number 4, and stay tuned with us as we still have 2 more events to go with the 3,200 meter run and the 4x4 relay. As this one comes down to the final stretch here, and as we've done the first couple heats, this one is going to go right down the wire one more time. Looks like Haas might have a little kick in him late. Maybe between him and Newman here, and it's going to be Isaac Haas at 23.54. Stefan from Cheyenne takes second. Lattiser from Central takes third. But so far these heats, Josh, and the 200 for the boys have went right down to the final meters here in this one.
Yeah, that was interesting heat right there because the top three in this fourth heat were actually better than the third one that just happened before this one. So there was still some solid speed that was comparable to the backside of the first heat, even with Brooks Baco was 8th place in that heat, and I think he was in the 23.6 range. So we've seen some pretty good depth actually here in this boys 200.
Without question, and we still have a couple heats to go. This is just 5 of 7 upcoming, as we'll get to a couple of Class B with Mile Theologist from Kindred. We'll see Mouche here from Central Cass, Carter from Central Cass, and then from there, all EDC outside of Espen here from the Moorhead Spuds. A couple of Bruins on the inside lanes of 1 and 2 of Lewis and Jacobson. Bryce Volk in lane number 5 from the Devils Lake Firebirds. And then Amara here from the Fargo Davies Eagles will be in lane number 8. A couple weeks from now, we'll be talking about the regional track and field meets in both Class A and Class B, which also will mean you'll have postseason baseball and softball around the corner, which also means you'll have postseason golf around the corner. Anything for spring, it's going to come at you in a flurry. I kind of joke with people that, April is definitely one of the better sports months, I think, just in general, because you got every sport essentially culminating into one. Obviously, for folks tonight, the NFL draft for your favorite team to see where some of these players will go. But speaking of athletes right now for the Moorhead Spuds, here comes Espen. Espen in the middle right now, able to take a good shot out in front over Amar here for Fargo Davies as he will come down to the stretch and he will come out victorious here with a nice time, mind you, at 23:07 here for the Moorhead Spuds. Almost a full second ahead of Dahmer here for Central Cass and Amara taking third, but Espen here for Joshua's blazing at 23:07, almost 3/10 away from our 2 leaders here on the boys' side.
Yeah, I mean, that qualifies for state right there at a 2
in the North Dakota side.
Yep. Right. But Espen there for Moorhead putting up time that would have been competitive in the first or second heat right there for sure. So again, speaking to the depth of this boys 200, there was some fall off from first to second in this one, but Espen came out of the gates flying, had a nice gap from the start, maintained it, and that's a really nice time.
And as we were talking about earlier, in the month of April, you just see all the sports kind of come together, which can make it a very fun time. We were just talking about the Masters a few weeks ago for professional sports. You're getting out and playing softball and baseball when it comes to high school athletics. Minnesota Twins might be a sore subject right now for some fans out there, but you have the Timberwolves. You'll have, on top of that, the Minnesota Wild and what they've been able to do, for postseason athletics. And I think April at times can be an undervalued sport a month here, Josh, because you're getting ready for the summer. You're getting ready maybe for the lakes. You're getting ready to just grill outside and hang out on a deck or do stuff that summer because it's daylight till 9 or 10 o'clock. It just feels nice. But April can be a very, very fun time of the year for whether it's prep sports team, professional, or collegiate level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy the month of April a lot in terms of sports for all the reasons you said, and I'm kind of partial to October as well. But April is a great sports month, and like you said, you got the draft coming up tonight for the NFL. So excited to see what all transpires with that story.
23:56 for Mason Volbrecht here for the Fargo North Spartans. His teammate in Lockwood will take second at 23:78, and Blake Johnson will take fourth. And I tell you what, if you've won your heat, it's been really good times today across the board at that 23:56. About a 3/10 off from qualifying for state there for Volbrecht. But Josh, again, if you won your heat, you've kind of earned it here today on this one.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you're seeing a lot of really good times here from this boys 200. This is probably one of the more stacked events in this entire meet right here, and we're seeing it play out six heats in, and we'll see what the 7th heat can come up with, if they can have anyone in that 23.5 range maybe. But this has been a really nice showing from this entire class of 200 boys performers.
Lane 2 through 7 will be in a will be used here in this one. Salas from Horace will be in 7. Richards from Wahpeton in lane 6. Craigness from Fargo North in lane 5. Dahmer from lane 4. Hunter here for Central Cass. Sam Genesis here in lane number 3. And then you have Chandler from Wahpeton in lane number 2. So that'll be the participants here in our final heat of the boys 200 meters. And we will get to our final 2, which is the 3,200 meter run and the 4x4 relay. We'll see if some more records can potentially be broke here today for the boys and girls records when it comes to the Fargo American Legion Shanley track and field meet records here in this one. And the final heat of the 200 is off to a good start here, especially on the outside. Here comes Salas here from West Fargo Horace. He's got a nice lead in front of him. I'm not sure if anyone's going to catch him. Craigness is trying to do so with a late kick here from Fargo North. But coming in and taking first place, it's going to be around that 23 second time. 23:54. You hit it right on the screws there, Josh. Another, again, 3/10 away from being a qualifier. Craigness takes second, and Sam Genesis will take third. But the 200 meters, what it tells me is this is a very deep field potentially moving forward at any level.
Yep. Next, different heat, same story. So Salias from Horace comes up with a nice time, 23.5, kind of what I was expecting, but then there was some fall off through the rest of the field. So, yeah, really, really good 200 right there. Looking forward to what the 2 mile provides when we get to that.
We'll have our only girls heat of the 2 mile coming up here. There'll be 9 participants. We'll get to that in a moment next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
As we get to our lone heat upcoming here of the girls 2 mile, the 3,200 meter, as we're off and rolling as they have their lane assignments coming up through here. And we'll get to some of their participants and the particulars. Going back through the all-time record here on the girls' side as we can zoom in a little bit more on that top-hand side as the 3,200 meter here on the individual goes to Megan Ford from Jamestown as she ran it in 10 minutes 54:21. So just under 11 minutes for Megan Ford back in 2019. On the boys' record side for the 2 miler, Steve Sundell from Fargo South in the year 2000 ran it under 9:40, a 9:39:24. He was humming there for Steve for a boys' record of the Shanley track and field meet, again coming at the 2 mile. And then we'll have our final, which will be the 4x4 relay here a little bit later on. But we'll get to our first here on the way as we continue. as this one continues for the West Fargo Cheyenne. So far, you got Grand Forks Central, the Devils Lake Firebirds all across again here, as this one on the first lap comes through about a time of a 1:24, 1:23, as we'll see the first heat again of the 3,200 meters. As this one continues, and we'll get to some final times, and we'll get to one of our interviews coming up here in a moment, as well as they're sitting on in the infield. But so far, you get to see Albert from Oak Grove, Larson from Cheyenne, Avery Johnson here competing. Also from there, Lamb from Grand Forks Red River are part of this one, and we'll see what they can kind of do as they still have a handful of laps to go as we go now to the infield here. And standing by from the Fargo North Spartans, able to take his heat in the 200 is Clay here for Koenig. Join us here. Clay, can you hear us okay down there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I got you. Clay, congratulations. Just take us through that heat at a 22.7, able to come out on first. Just kind of take us through that 200 meters there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess basically for my warm-ups and stuff, I did everything normally that I do, you know, warm up well and stuff like that. But yeah, I was, before like the last couple of heats of the girls, I was listening in with the judge and stuff so I could time up my reaction time and stuff like that. I was able to do it pretty well, I think, for my start or whatever, and the wind definitely helped me around the curve. But yeah, the straightaway was just a grind at the end for sure. I gave it all I had at the end, so.
About 5/10 under of what you needed to qualify for Bismarck. You were able to do that with a little separation as well. Just kind of what do you want to see going forward here in the 200, Clay, you know, over the next couple weeks before you kind of get to that conference meet and also Bismarck here at the end of May?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess my goal for the season is I came in each event, and I had a certain goal, you know. So my goal definitely is to break at least 22.5 by the end of the year. But I hope each week I just work myself down in time just to get better.
What's the one thing you've liked from the program so far, albeit still early on when it comes to the outdoor season here? I know you kind of get going as much as you can with Mother Nature, but what have you liked so far early on here, Clay, transitioning from indoor to outdoor for this squad?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously I love the relays. I'm in both the 4x1 and the 4x2, and also the 4x4 sometimes when they need me. But I love the relays outside, man. I love doing the the closed exchanges and stuff. And when you can get like a satisfying race, whether it's opens or relays, it's just, I mean, really fun, especially with the wind. You know, that might help you a little bit and stuff. But yeah, it's just fun to be outside and not be stuck indoors, I guess. So.
The last thing that I'll ask you, Clay, is brand new track and field, any particular track and field. What was it like participating on this? What was it like just hanging out for the day here at Fargo Shanley on this new track for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good meet, you know, all the competition here and stuff. There's a ton of teams, some South Dakota teams that I don't even really know. But, yeah, this is a good facility. I've had a lot of fun hanging out with my team and stuff and talking to other teams also. But just a really nice facility, and I'm happy I was able to be here for it. So.
Hey, Clay, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck moving forward here for the next month, and best to you going down the line, especially once you get ready for Bismarck.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, from the Fargo North Spartans, taking first place again in his respective heat for Fargo North. Again, 22.70, tying also Kai Schlechten, who ran the same time for West Fargo Cheyenne here for the Mustangs, as we continue as to see what we've done so far on the 3,200 meter as we are making our way past the midway point here, as we're making it to the backstretch here with a Lamb from Grand Forks Red River. You also have a Larson right now from West Fargo Cheyenne, as you kind of have a pack of about 4 to 5 in the upper part, making their way from the third into the fourth corner right now, as we're going to be under the midway point once they make their way around the track currently, as Sarah Larson from West Fargo Cheyenne is now out in front here for the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs as she makes her way past 4 into the main straightaway. As currently here for Larson, able to see this, but then we get a little kick upcoming here for second place from Fargo, Oak Grove, and Elbert. So Lily right now currently in second. And then behind her from the West Fargo Packers now takes the lead right back here is Avery Johnson for second. So Larson in first, Avery Johnson in second, and then from there you have Elbert currently in third here in this particular heat. As they're making their way through at 6:30. Again, the all-time record here for the 3,200. Megan Ford from Jamestown, as she was able to do so under 11 minutes at 10 minutes 54:21 back in 2019. So still some time to go here in this particular one, as we're going to be getting closer to potentially having a lap, and then we'll get to the boys 3,200 here in this result as well, and put a bow after our final relay here today. I'd like to thank Barry Anderson and Coach Forrester here for allowing us to come to Fargo Shanley and put on the track and field meets here on this Thursday afternoon and participate here with some local teams across the Fargo Metro. Those that are tuning at home and sponsoring as well, make sure you say thank you. Without them, we would not be bringing you this respective track and field meet here today. As we have three to go here, as West Fargo Cheyenne here in Larson is well out in front. By well out in front when it comes to a 2-miler, she's been out in front the last couple of laps. From the West Fargo Packers is Avery Johnson in second. We're seeing Larson put a little bit of separation between her, Larson, and Elbert then, that's currently in third place. As she hits the backstretch with 3 laps to go. Sarah Larson from West Fargo Cheyenne able to continue to separate a little bit from the second place here with Avery Johnson. And Elberts is currently in third. And then you have Lamb from Grand Forks Red River currently in fourth right now, as the infield is starting to weed out a little bit more with some of the student athletes, as all the field events are officially wrapped up and done here in this contest, or in this track and field meet. As Larson, as she will take the start-finish line here in a moment, she will have 2 laps to go, and she's put about a good mark here in front of her second place of opposition in Avery Johnson. So Johnson in second, Elbert is in third, and then the fourth place runner again is Lamb here from Grand Forks Red River. Lamb starting to cut a little bit into the third place runner, and from the Fargo Shanley Deacons currently in fifth at 7:42. Mallory DeVries in sixth from the Central Cass Squirrels. Julie Johnson in seventh, and then that's your look at this particular one here in this 3,200 meter. As we do see Sarah Larson make a lap and getting in front of the 9th place runner currently. As currently in fourth here is going to be, Riley Sheamus from Devil's Lake. So Lamb is currently in the top 8 right now. Got passed by Mallory DeVries. DeVries in 7th, but we're seeing Grand Forks River with Julie Johnson here in 6th place. But right now, Sarah Larson got about a 410 meters in front of her to try to finish this one off here for West Fargo Cheyenne. As from the previous lap, she's added a little bit more time and some distance between her and second place here with Avery Johnson, as Elbert for Fargo Oak Grove is coming on here against Johnson, trying to pass her as they go into that final stretch here around the first corner, able to do so on our start-finish line camera, as we're also following her high on top for battle number 2. So Lily Elbert from Fargo Oak Grove currently in second. Avery Johnson is currently in third, but again, well out in front right now, nearly at the midway point of the backstretch. Here is Sarah Larson from West Fargo Cheyenne, as Larson has been just in smooth control since about lap number 4. Able to get out in front and currently stay out in front right now here for Larson. As in second place still is Albert Johnson, currently in third. And from Devil's Lake, Riley trying her best with a little kick here to get into the top 3 as she's able to do so now. But the woman to talk about here in this one, in the 2-miler, is Sarah Larson. As Larson getting a nice cheer on from some of her teammates as she will cross the tape here. In a sub-12, an 11:53 will be roughly where Sarah Larson will be, 11:53.89. So 11:53.89 here for Sarah Larson, and here's the battle for second. As this one is going to go right to the wire. Can the Devils Lake Firebird product pass? And I think she might have by a stretch. Riley Sheamus finishes with 12:10.98. Lily Elbert at 12:11.06. So Riley, the last 400s with a nice push. Avery Johnson will finish with 4. So Riley goes from 4th to 2nd in the final 400 meters. As the Fargo Shanley Deacons will also put one on the podium here and finish in 5th place. So Fargo Shanley able to get into the top 5, and we'll see who fables to finish 6th and 7th. Mallory DeVries still on the track here for the Central Cass Squirrels. As we'll have a 6th place runner here, looks to be from Grand Forks Red River. And it will be here as Red River will take 6. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass will finish 7th. As Julie Johnson again from Grand Forks Red River will take 6th, and we'll see Mallory DeVries here and take 7th place, crossing the stripe. Johnson at 13:07 finishes 6th. Mallory DeVries at 13:27 will finish 7th. And we'll have another track athlete here, and that'll be our 8. So 8 here in this 2-miler. But taking first place one more time, Sarah Larson from West Fargo Cheyenne with a mark of 11:53.89. Give credit to Riley Sheamus here from Devil's Lake, powering from 4th to 2nd in the final 400, able to just beat out Lily Elbert by about 1/10 of a second. Avery Johnson from West Fargo finishing 4th place here for your top 4 as we finish this 3,200-meter girls distance off here from the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders, with Lamb finishing in 8th place. We'll get to the boys here in a moment on your liveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
At Sitch Stadium, as here at Fargo Shanley, able to see the boys get ready for their 3,200 meters as they're about ready to start. But first, let's talk to the girls' winner of the 3,200 meters here from West Fargo Cheyenne. She is Sarah Larson. Sarah finishing with a time of 11:53.89 here in this one to be the champ of the Shanley track and field 2-miler. Sarah, congratulations. Just kind of what you see, particularly from that last couple of laps there to put some distance on your competitors here today.
Okay.
Well, what did you kind of see, Sarah, from yourself there to kind of put some, competition and some distance there the last couple of laps?
I really like talking to everyone before. That helps motivate you.
Sarah, what was it like kind of waiting all day a little bit in this one for the 2-miler? Just kind of what do you have to kind of make particularly with the 3,200 meters, what's kind of going through your mind just kind of sitting and waiting for, the longest event of the afternoon here?
Yeah, it's sometimes gets a little boring, but got a football and some games that keep you occupied. Right, and we had the 4x8 this morning that we qualified too, so we're trying to go 2 for 2, and we did.
Take us through the conditions as a track athlete. Are these about as good as the conditions as you could ask for here in the month of April?
Oh yes, definitely. This is the best weather we've seen all year.
What do you hope going forward here? Obviously, you're running a sub-12. Just what's something that you were kind of shooting for? What's a number you're kind of going for the next couple of meets that you're going to compete here in this 3,200?
Yeah, I'm really hoping for season under 11:45. Love that, but happy with how I did today too.
You also finished 12 seconds, obviously, in front of what the qualifying standards are going to be. So what are some things that you're going to be working on moving forward with some of your teammates? What's it like seeing some of your teammates compete here? How much fun are you just having out here on a outdoor meet here in the month of April?
Yes, it's been so much fun, and we're hoping to get more on the team qualified. We got quite a few so far, but it'd be awesome to get more.
Final thing for me, Sarah, what do you most enjoy about a track and field meet outside of not having to go to school for the day?
Yeah, honestly, I just love the people. People help me do it a lot, help me get faster and push me every day.
Hey, Sarah, congratulations. Best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Sarah Larson again from the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs with 11:53.89 time, taking first place in the girls' 3,200 meters. As we go to the boys now, 3,200 meters here, already one lap in. The boys, in terms of what they're trying to do on a Class A side, is run a 10:05.24. The Class B side is a 10:20.24 here today, and this will be our only heat of the 3,200 meters when it comes to the boys side. Steve Sundell of Fargo South back in 2000, a 9:39.24 time here for the Fargo South Bruins at the 2-miler. And currently, right now, getting to 2 minutes here in this one, and we kind of start seeing a little bit of a pack starting to widen out a little bit here, Josh, between kind of the main pack and the top 4 runners so far early in this one.
Yeah, I got my eye on Quinn Carroll this afternoon as he's the one trying to defend the home turf here, or the home track. So Quinn Carroll, a teammate of mine when I was at Shanley cross country, he's an absolute stud. He's been doing it since junior high and middle school. So Quinn Carroll wanted to spotlight for this 3,200.
He's got 3 Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders around him, so you got a couple of teammates that are having him and Quinn, if you will, in the top 4 right now here, and it's the one Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. You got 22 participants here competing in the boys' side, but as we alluded to earlier, we were able to hear that Quinn broke about a 40-year record. The guy that he broke from a Shanley track and field history mark was here as well to kind of shake his hand and say congratulations. So that's kind of cool when you get the generations coming out here, Josh, to say, hey, you've held this record for about 40-some years. I'm the one who broke it. You get a photo, you get a little story, and it's a really cool story here in track.
Yeah, that was definitely cool to see, and just a nice kind of opening ceremony to, if you will, to this track. So just kind of recognizing some of the track and field past that is gone on, but now we'll continue here on this new facility.
So we're going to get to lap number 3, or 5 laps remaining, however you like to decide it, but that's going to be the finals, and so far that top 4 has really separated and kept their distance. Case and Currents is currently 5th, and then you have Shorma from Fargo Shanley currently 6th, the Deacons with 2 of the top 6, but the Rough Riders again with 3 of the top 4 right now here so far in this 3,200 meters. As we're at the 4-minute mark currently. I'll see if anybody starts slipping off a little bit, but the one team that has had really good distance runners in North Dakota for many years here is Bowman County when it comes to Class B for cross country, for long distances at a state tournament. Very similar to what we've seen with Red River. They just seem like they have 4 or 5 guys, and in the cross country meet, they had about 6 finish in the top 10, and the guy who finishes 6 couldn't even get any points to his team because, you know, the top 5, you take it. So it was interesting to kind of see that. But where you see Quinn Carroll, Defoe, Cohen from Grand Forks River, Berberich from Grand Forks River as well so far, being in the top half, and able to see, again, the Fargo Shanley product, Josh, is kind of hanging in second for most of this particular race so far.
Yeah, and that top 4 is still kind of formed, and I mean, they took off compared to the rest of this field. You've got another 5, 6 that are running together before you get the rest of the main pack. But this top 4 is where your winner is going to come from, and we're starting to see a little bit of distance between Carroll and the 3rd place runner right now.
Yeah, starting to see a little bit of a gap for what we saw. Defoe and Carroll 1 and 2, Cohen in 3rd, and then Berberich in 4th here for the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. Currently in 5th place, Fargo Davies Eagle product has kind of been hanging around there in that 5th spot here for the Eagles. But a time of 5:35 and counting as there's under 4 laps to go, and it's going to be about 3 laps and 100 meters coming up shortly, as these guys are putting on a pretty nice pace currently right now, up top with Defoe and Carroll respectively. Again, Currents in 5th and Shorma in 6th from Fargo Shanley. It's been about step for step between these two with Defoe and what we've seen so far here as we have 3 laps remaining in the boys 3200. So Defoe and Carroll, and now you're starting to get to a point where you're starting to lap a couple of runners. So how do you navigate that? Where do you kind of run into them? Is it on the curve? Is it on the straightaway to kind of get through a little bit here?
Yeah, you're hoping that you get him in the straight, because into the corner it might break up a stride as you're entering that corner, and or you have to go outside and just kind of get off your line. So it can be an opportunity for someone in 2nd place to gain a couple steps, as Carroll is right now. And it looks like they'll be going around the outside of this lap traffic right now, but not much stride was broken with where they were caught. So this should remain about pretty even between Defoe and Carroll coming down this front straight now.
And those two have definitely separated from what 3rd place and 4th place is currently. But Defoe just has been calm, cool, collective in his stride the entire time, with Carroll being behind him. I'd say Defoe maybe has added an extra stride or 2 with about 2 to go here, Josh.
Yeah, that's about the largest of a lead we've seen in this race so far. So we'll see if Carroll's got anything left for Defoe. But Elijah Defoe from Red River is looking really strong right now, and unless he lets up, he might be the one to beat for these last laps.
Cohen in 3rd place currently here for Grand Forks Red River. Grand Forks Red River, as we said from the jump, they have had 3 in the top 4 right now. So if you were looking at the totality of a bigger meet, once you get to a conference or a state meet, you'd say there'd be a lot of points coming here for Red River that you can probably bank on, Josh, if you're talking more about the team side of things.
Yeah, that's huge to be able to kind of monopolize an event and have 3 of the top 4. Or, I mean, once you get to the very top, you might have a couple more separating, but still, to have Defoe as your clear number 1, but then also have Cohen Dunnigan and then Berberich as well. To be able to back him up really well, that's super important to have that depth in an event like the 3200, because that's an event, if you're just good at the distance stuff as a school, you can really take a lot of points home.
So we hear the bell. We got the final 400 meters upcoming for Defoe. Carroll is behind him, but as we said in the last lap, the margin has grown even into lap number 7, now to lap number 8, as Defoe even puts another gear in right now, as he has opened up the margin currently between him and Carroll for 1st and 2nd, and Defoe is making quick work of the lap traffic in front of him as well. And for Grand Forks Red River, it's about containing number 3 and number 4 with Conan, and also from there you have Cade from Moorhead now in 4th place. Berberich from Grand Forks Red River currently in 5th place, as we're at the 9-minute mark. The record again is 9:39. This could be a little bit close here for Defoe. He's got some work to do, but it's 9:10 as he's rounding the corner here. This is going to be close to see that record possibly fall from 2000 with Steve Stundell. Defoe right now has a head of steam. He's easily going to be the number one, and it looks like this will be a new Shanley track and field record as well.
Margin. As
Defoe is doing a nice job as he's going to cross the line at a 9:30. It looks like 9:30.82, so a 9:30.82 here for Defoe. Coming in second place will look to be Quinn Carroll from Fargo Shanley, but a 9:30.82 as the record was broke not once but twice by our top two competitors. But Elijah Defoe here from Grand Forks River, Josh, just never slowed down as Cohen will take third place here from Grand Forks Red River.
Yeah, seeing two different runners break this meet record just kind of shows you how good these athletes are, like we've been saying this entire day, but also how fast this track and perfect the conditions are for something like this. So not surprised that we saw Defoe and Carroll both be able to get that 9:39 mark.
Berberich goes under 10 minutes. Currents from Fargo Davies at a 10:10. Robinson from West Fargo Horace at a 10:16. And Kane from Fargo South also at a 10:16 with a quick little push there down the stretch in this particular outcome. But Elijah Defoe, a 9:30.82, breaks a new record. And on the boys' side, that is another record here when it comes to the track. First one, not by Trey Kanoki, though, that was broken with Fargo North. He's got the last two. But Steve Stundell's record for 25 years goes down here as Elijah Defoe from Grand Forks River will be the new holder at the 2-miler. We were talking about that Steve Stundell was humming. Gee, Elijah Defoe was really humming.
Yeah, I mean, what Defoe just put up, that's the equivalent of back-to-back 445 miles right there, and that's only 20 seconds off of what we saw from the 1-milers, I believe, or maybe they were at 430. It was either, I think 424 was the record. 430 was what we saw today. So that's only 15 seconds off of the 1 mile time, and that was the average 2 mile time pace that Defoe just set here today. So really incredible run from him.
So still to come here, we'll get to the 4x4 relay. The girls will be up first. The boys will follow that. But again, Elijah Defoe, 9 minutes, 30 seconds, almost under 9:31, a 9:30.82 here is the champ as he has donned the headsets and now is collecting his breath as we will go inside the track here. And first things first, Elijah, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Elijah, just take us through. We were commenting up here, just never really slowing down, always finding that next gear, particularly in that last 400, to have something in the tank. Just kind of what did you see and pace yourself today to run under a 9:31 here in the 2 mile?
Well, really, I had some teammates that wanted to get under 10 and state qualified today, so I paced it through 450s through the first mile, and then kept it 450 for the next 3 laps, and then just worked on a little bit of a kick at the end. But I really just wanted to make sure everyone ran fast today, and I think it worked. Quinn Carroll ran school record, and then we got 2 of the Red River boys under state qualifying today.
Yeah, both with Conan, and you mentioned Berberich. What does it mean, not just for yourself here, Elijah, but to your point, to see a couple of your teammates, finish in the top half of this race? And, we were talking if this was a conference meet or a state meet, how many points would be coming for the team here in the 2 mile, but what does it just mean for you to see your teammates do this as well, Elijah?
It's really awesome. I mostly was just running today for them than just for everyone else. I wanted to just give other people an opportunity to run fast today, so that really just helped me through the last couple of laps.
Is this about as best of conditions that you could ask for in a 2-miler, in terms of this, or would you like a little less wind, a little more sun? What was it like running out there here in this one?
Yeah, no, conditions tonight were honestly perfect. A little bit of the breeze just to keep us cool throughout, but then also not too much, obviously, to hinder us.
What's the one thing going forward for you personally here, Elijah, over the next couple weeks as you get ready for the conference meet, you get ready for state? What are some things that you will continue to be working on here, particular in the 2-miler?
Definitely want to work on going from 400 out. I've had a pretty strong kick from 200, but just got to get ready to go from a lap out. I know it's going to be a big battle at state.
Hey, Elijah, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck to you going forward here over the next few weeks.
Thank you.
Again, Elijah Defoe joined us here from Grand Forks Red River. Josh, I think he nailed it on the head. There's certain things that he still wants to work on, which is great, but finding his way just to even continue to improve, and particularly with someone in Ratran, as you said, if you break it down to 4:15, a 4:45, when you break it down for a mile each, he was definitely moving along quite nicely around the track.
Yeah, the thing I want to know is how is he the one that had the most breath left of anyone that we talked to, and he just ran the longest race of the day. But that's just how in shape Defoe is right there, and was showing it to everyone.
Yeah, I would say the Energizer Bunny has no. You got to look back and see if there's some batteries or something that are going through there, as they're starting to line up a little bit for the 4x4. So as we'll take a look at some of the records here, this is our last event of the 2025 Shanley Invite here, the 55th annual, going all the way back to 1969, in which they were able to host it, but the first time ever on home soil, if you will. And taking a look back again at the 4x4 on the girls' side from Grand Forks Red River in 2010 with a mark of 4 minutes, 5 seconds flat, 4:05 back in 2010. For the boys' side, 1986. Fargo's Top Bruin boys ran a 3-minute 22:14, so almost a 3:22 flat. That was back in 1986 here in the 1,600-meter relay. As the girls are making their way on the track, again, congratulations to Grand Forks River taking 3 of the 4 spots, but Quinn Carroll not too far behind 8 seconds. And I know 8 seconds is a lot, but when you talk about 3,200 meters, Josh, you can make your way maybe a second or two closer, but really kept his pace, I thought, with Elijah for a really good job. Just to fold that final 400, really put it into that third gear, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask Quinn Carroll if he'd be content with breaking the school or the meet record, I'm sure he would have said before this race, yes, that's definitely a positive outcome. And it just so happened that someone shattered it by 8-9 seconds. But Carroll just is a great athlete, and he's just got the constant energy that doesn't wane. So while he might not have had the kick there or the long strides that Defoe did, he has the consistency that just over a race he can wear just about anyone down. And we saw that Defoe was the only one that had anything for him today.
We'll have our only heat of the 4x4 here on the girls' side. So our 4x4 will look like this. Lane number 1 from Fargo Oak Grove. Lane 2 from Devil's Lake. Lane 3 with the Wahpeton Huskies. Lane 4 from the Kinder Vikings. Lane 5, Fargo Davies. Lane 6 is Shanley, Moorhead 7, and West Fargo number 8. And Josh, I think all the people, as we've seen earlier, will say, watch out for that Fargo Davies relay team, as we saw them break the record in the 3,200. We'll see what they can do here. Not to take anything away from anybody else, but Fargo Davies is definitely a team that we're going to be taking our eyes on here on this one.
Yeah, you put them in the middle lanes for a reason, so they're front and center, and everyone gets a chance to see them. So they're probably the favorites heading into this 4x4 relay, as we've seen what their 100, their 200 could do for the girls' relays. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing them. Then also to round out our jumps events, for the boys' triple jump, Brooks Baco takes that home first place with a 42-foot, 10-inch jump. Then Khalif Yalarty of Cheyenne second, Chris Campbell in third, and then Sean Brindle, Ethan Mason of Red River tied for fourth place with a 40 and 6-inch jump.
Able to come across here as we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sorting and competing here in this one, as we have seven lanes are going to be fully used here in this particular outcome here. So it looks like lane 7 right now is the open lane, so nothing from the Moorhead Spuds as we come across here on our first leg with about 100 meters and making their way into those middle lanes. As Josh was mentioning earlier, from lane number 5 is the Fargo Davies Eagles, as they have caught up with and even surpassed the West Fargo Packers here in this one, as Fargo Davies trying to make it a minute flat here on this first stretch as they're getting close to the finish line. And Fargo Davies will get across in about 1 minute here as they take the lead. From there, the West Fargo Packers currently a second for the moment, but going to lose that here shortly, as the Kinder Vikings will be in second place to third with them. Also, the Wahpeton Huskies right now, the lane number 3, but the Devils Lake Firebirds doing a good job being on the top end here. So number 1 is Fargo Davies. Number 2 is Devils Lake Kindred, currently number 3. That is your top third here of the 4x4.
Yeah, I was impressed with Kindred's first stint right there. Wahpeton having a nice start to their second leg right here.
As this one continues to file on through, and now after the first 400, you can kind of go back to the inside of that track and just start weeding things out a little bit. But Fargo Davies well out in front. Devils Lake Firebirds currently in second, the Kindred Vikings in third, and it's a battle for 4th and 5th right now behind them with the West Fargo Packers and the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Now Fargo Davies is going to cross with a 2:06 roughly time frame as we continue this 4x4. The Firebirds still in second. Of Vikings of Kindred right now trying to push, and they get into the top 2 as they're able to do with a nice little stretch here, Josh, as the Vikings are currently now in second place, followed by Shanley in 4th.
Yeah, Devils Lake rising up as Wahpeton with a fall down to 7th after being up in the top 3 not too long ago at the beginning of that second stint. But Davies still pacing the field right now. Kindred, though, has been impressive.
As the Vikings right now have done a nice job, and they've actually closed the gap a little bit here on this leg, as Fargo Davies right now does have the lead, but Kindred very much in contention. Devils Lake
push
is in 3rd, Shanley is in 4th, and then it's a battle for 5th after that. But to your point, Josh, look at how the distance from lap 2 to lap 3 has gone here in the final 400.
Going to come down to the anchors as that last leg right there probably took a good 20 meters out of the Fargo Davies lead. Into turn 2 they will go shortly.
And right now the Kindred Vikings are nearly stride for stride here with the Fargo Davies Eagles. Devils Lake is currently in 3rd, Fargo Shanley 4th, and the West Fargo Packers are in 5th. As this current one is making its way, and dare we say, can Kindred take a lead?
Even 3rd place is starting to make some closing grounds here.
Don't count out Devils Lake. To Josh's point, the question is, what does Fargo Davies have left in the tank for the final 200? They have led pretty much wire to wire in this event from the start.
This is a 3-way battle right now. Devils Lake is there.
Devils Lake in 3rd place, Kindred in 2nd, Fargo Davies in 1st. Who's got it for the final 100? It's a great finish for the girls 4x4. Right now, Devils Lake trying to get to 2nd. Davies has enough to hold on for 1st. 2nd place, Devils Lake currently in 2nd. Kindred will finish 3rd, but Davies will hold on for about a 4:15. Fargo Shanley will come back after that for about a good spot as well, to around a 4:23. And then you'll have 5th and 6th following respectively. So the Deacons here will see this one in 4th. Oak Grove will finish 5th. West Fargo will finish 6th. But the Fargo Davies Eagles with a mark of 4:15.96 in the 4x4.
I'll tell you what, that last leg from Devils Lake is maybe the most impressive close or best stint that I have seen the entire day right there. I would love to see the splits on how much time Devils Lake made up. And the Kindred stint, even prior to that, the 3rd leg for Kindred took at least 25 meters off of the Davies lead, I would think. Closed right up, gave them a shot. And then the anchor leg for Devils Lake, out of nowhere, gave them a shot to try and win this as well. It came right down to the wire.
And Davies wins it with their mark. They qualify for state. Fargo Kindred, by 1 second, qualifies for state as well. They needed to get a 4:18. They got a 4:17, so the top 3 making some noise. But without question, to your point, Josh, able to see that last 800 is always interesting. You always have a part of a leg which you feel like is your strong suit. Then you got maybe one that, is someone there as a 400, maybe not their really true cup of tea, right? A 200 person that you got to put a 400, or someone who's an 800 that maybe has to put a little more speed in their 400, which makes it a little bit challenging. But congratulations goes out to the Vikings. They saw all the girls make their way looking at the time, and then the 3 of them were hugging each other going, we're going to state. And those are the little things. You might not win a meet, or you might not win the event, but you're making your way to state or a PR. Those are the little things sometimes in track.
And I bet for Kindred it helped running against this Class A competition in this event right here, because you have that extra motivation and you have someone to run with. Because, I mean, if you're going up against the Class B opponents, you probably are ahead if you're Kindred at that point. So being able to have that drafting effect just to be able to pull you along a little bit more and that motivation of someone right in front of you, that helps a lot.
As we're getting ready now for the boys' heat coming up here in a moment, the Wahpeton Huskies will be in lane number 2, Grand Forks Central in lane 3, Devils Lake 4, Moorhead 5, and the West Fargo Horace Hawks will be in 6th. So this will be, again, the boys 4x4, our first of 2 heats upcoming in a moment. And then once we wrap up the 4x4, we'll take a quick break. We'll talk about some of the performances here as a team or individual, and then we'll put a bow on our coverage of the Shanley, again, track and field 55th annual invitational here today from the south side of Fargo. As they're making sure they get everything situated here from the meet and where these runners are going to go next. As right now in lane number 1, we do have the Moorhead Spuds on the girls' side, but they'll go unattached. So that'll be unattached from what this boys' event will be. And as we were talking about earlier, that they were supposed to be in the last one in lane 7, but sometimes if you're not at the line, you got to maybe have a runner was somewhere else. You got to find someone, get ready. So they will run unattached. Regardless, we'll continue to see what their time and reference is from what we just saw earlier here today, from what Fargo Davies was able to do taking first. As the gun is in the air. And we're off here for the boys 4x4 with the Moorhead girls again running unattached. So again, going back to the boys of 4x4 and what they're trying to accomplish in this relay on the Class A side, 3 minutes 34:24, 3:34:24 for Class B competition, 3:36:24 on the Class B side to make it to a state qualifier. The all-time record here in the 1,600-meter relay is from Fargo South back in '86. A 3:22:14 is the all-time record. As currently right now as we make our way, the Devils Lake Firebirds and the Grand Forks Central Knights about neck and neck here as they make their way across the first 400 meters. Following them, the West Fargo Horace Hawks currently in 3rd, but right now it's a 2-team race between Devils Lake and Grand Forks Central.
Yeah, Grand Forks got off the line extremely well and made up a whole bunch of time from that 3rd place starting, or lane 3 starting position. So Grand Forks has put themselves kind of in this race here with Devils Lake.
Yeah, Grand Forks Central again in 2nd, Devils Lake in 1st one more time, and then from there the West Fargo Horace Hawks in 3rd, followed by the Moorhead Spuds currently in 4th. And then you have the Wahpeton Huskies in 5th. And one more time, the Moorhead girls are running unattached here in this one. But the Devils Lake Firebirds, Josh, a nice second leg from what they were with Grand Forks Central, as the Devils Lake Firebirds are going to be in 1st place here at the midway point of this 4x4.
Yeah, we see Horace making up some ground at the end of this for 2nd place. See how this next leg goes for Horace, if they can make that overtake.
Currently starting to see that separation with Moorhead there in 4th and Wahpeton in 5th. You got about 10 to 30 meters, maybe depending on what position, Josh, of where you're currently at here in this particular one. But right now, 2nd place for Grand Forks Central, trying to chase down and make a little bit of a catch here with the Devils Lake Firebirds and give your anchor a little bit more of a chance to that last 400.
Yeah, we saw that gap going from 2nd to 3rd closing up, but now it is opened way back up as they're going back for the lead right now. This is a huge 3rd leg right here, and even for the lead right now comes Grand Forks Central on the outside.
Grand Forks Central is going to take the lead going into the final 400 meters here as the Knights looking for the exchange on the relay. They got it at 2:44. Devils Lake will have some work to do trailing. Then the West Fargo Horace Hawks are currently in 3rd, but at the lead right now, can Devils Devils Lake come back and regain the advantage, or can Grand Forks Central take about the last 500 meters home and win this first heat?
Devils Lake with the advantage of closing down the back stretch, but Grand Forks Central maintaining that lead into turn 3, but the gap getting ever closer.
West Fargo Horse in third place. Again, your top 3, but right now it's a battle of the top 2. The Firebirds and the Knights. Who's got the last 150 meters in them? Devils Lake right now making a charge currently. Where will Grand Forks Central's kick come in? Devils Lake rounds the corner. It's the final 100, and the Firebirds are out in front.
Kick.
Look at the Devils Lake Firebirds, Josh, as they make their way to the line and going to win it in stride. No contest as well. The Firebirds will take first place here in the boys 4x4 with a mark of 33. Make that 3:38.72 here in this one for Devils Lake.
Yeah, that was a tremendous kick down the stretch there, and the win by a second and a half over Grand Forks Central, who had the lead going into that final leg. It was almost as if the anchor ran third right there to just kind of give you a chance there for Grand Forks Central, and the Devils Lake anchor able to take things home here. And Grand Forks made them work for it, and they had to make the pass on the outside, but the Devils Lake relay able to close this one out.
Horse third place, Moorhead fourth, Wahpeton fifth, and then running unattached again are the Moorhead Spuds girls of 4x4, and then we'll get to our final heat of the day, and the Moorhead Spuds will finish at about a 4:29 here to a 4:30, 4:29.37 unattached here for the Moorhead Spuds. So kudos to the Devils Lake Firebirds. Really good turn there for Grand Forks Central in that number 3 spot, but then Devils Lake did a really good job, as you alluded to, Josh, that final 200 meters, and took it and had enough to not just go almost too early where you don't have anything for that final straightaway. As we go
well executed, sorry.
As we go from there and we get you ready for the final heats of the 4x4, and this one going to be a pretty fully executed in terms of lane 1 all the way up to lane 7, lane 8 here. West Fargo Packers will be in lane 1. Red River will be in lane 2. Fargo Shanley in 3 with Cheyenne in number 4. From there, here at number 4 again, as number 6 looks to be Fargo North. Cheyenne, and we'll have the Fargo South Bruins. Fargo Davies will be looking to be in 6. And we'll make sure everything is good to roll here. Kindred in lane number 5. So again, West Fargo 1, Red River 2, Shanley 3, Cheyenne 4. The Kindred Vikings in 5, North 6, Davies 7, and Fargo South 8. So everybody in the EDC outside of Kindred here in this one. So for the Vikings, an 8:40.24, that was the 3200. I was going to say that's a little bit slower of a 1600. The 1600, they'll be looking for a 3:36.24. Anybody in A will be looking for a 3:34.24 to qualify for state if they haven't done so already. The boys' record, again, going to Fargo South in 1986 with a 3:22.14. So a 3:22.14 is the spot to break here in this one. As they're going through some of the final team results here inside the public address announcer for what they're able to do on the track before they get to the start of the final 4x4. Anything that you saw in the first one, Josh, that you're expecting to see here in the second heat between these two teams outside of the obvious, about double the field of what we saw from the first heat?
Yeah, looking to see how many lead changes we get in this final event right here. As these are your top schools for the 4x4. I'm guessing that they did the secondary heat first, so they could finish with this finale, if I had to guess. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully see some lead changes here, and the anchor leg, I'm sure, is going to be a real fun one to end us off here with some fireworks.
As the gun is up, speaking of fireworks here, we got a little plane coming across as well one more time, and let's put a bow on the Shanley Track and Field invite as we're underway here for our final of the 4x4. So again, a normal 400 meters for that first leg, and then from there, once you get to the back straightaway, you kind of can get back down to normal business And currently right now West Fargo Cheyenne making a good push here coming up, Josh, is they're going to be around the corner. If they can continue with what they're doing, they're going to be out in front.
Yeah, Cheyenne's putting himself in a good spot. Davies won't be terrible. Kindred won't be doing too bad either.
As we'll see what the first 300 meters look like here coming down the straightaway. West Fargo Cheyenne going to be out in front. The Fargo South Bruins holding their own, to Josh's point. The Kindred Vikings currently right now as it stands in third. Fargo South doing a good job cutting some of the distance off here as they're going to go to the handoff. Cheyenne with the first with the handoff. Kindred second. You have Fargo South third and Fargo Shanley fourth in terms of the handoff. And the West Fargo Packers in that lane one spot making a nice push here around that corner one to the second turn.
Yeah, the Mustangs runners are making an emphasis of getting that first 100 distance for each other, and then just kind of holding on for dear life at the last 100, which is what we saw at that first leg. They've got the really large distance in terms of a sprint distance here for a gap back to second and third. We'll see if it closes up again on the front straight.
Yeah, second and third right now is a battle between Shanley in red and Kindred in blue, but right now in blue out in front is West Fargo Cheyenne, but look at 2 through 6 right now coming down. This is going to be a tightly contested affair. Fargo Davies making a nice run, as is the West Fargo Packers. West Fargo Cheyenne in first at about a 146. Kindred number 2. West Fargo number 3 on the exchange. Then you got Fargo Davies 4, Shanley number 5, and Grand Forks River at number 6.
Yeah, 3-second lead right now for Cheyenne over Kindred, so they were able to hold their own in the last 100, not give too much of it back.
This is where in our last heat, Grand Forks Central made their big kick, and then Devils Lake had to come back. Can West Fargo Cheyenne, as it looks right now, try to go coast to coast, wire to wire, however you like to call it, here in the 4x4? That's what they're trying to do, as Kindred has remained steady, Josh, at number 2, as they're currently in second with West Fargo third.
Yeah, West Fargo was the big mover in that second leg now, as look at this distance being opened up here. Cheyenne with the huge kick. And now coming in to the picture, Shanley is overtaking, maybe even for second place right now.
Kindred in second, Shanley in third, Davies in fourth. West Fargo goes from 2 to 5 on the front, or goes from about 3 to 5 on that front stretch, with Red River again 6th, North in 7th, and Fargo South is currently in 8th. But to your point, you got about 40 meters here for Cheyenne to Shanley currently in second. Kindred currently in third, following them, Davies then 4, and then it's a battle of West Fargo trying to take the 4th place back from Davies here as they go into corner number 3, but well out in front from West Fargo Cheyenne coming down the home straightaway. All that he needs to do is finish off the 100 meters in style, and the Mustangs will easily take this on the 4x4. Then it's a matter of who's finishing second, as the Mustangs right now will come across the line and take first. Here comes Fargo Shanley. They're going to take second. Kindred is going to take third. And here's the battle for fourth between Red River and Davies. Red River for Davies 5, West Fargo 6, North 7, and South at number 8. Cheyenne wins it at a 30.3045, so a 3.3045 here in this one. Going back to the relay, about 8 seconds from the record back in 1986. But Cheyenne, Josh, say if you said as advertised would be an understatement there here in this 4x4.
Yeah, there was some rubber being burned, I think, behind the runners, as they were just cruise control. They were set to 100 the entire time, didn't look back, and yeah, that last leg was a thing of beauty.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll put a bow on our coverage of the Shanley Track and Field Invitational. That is next here on your LiveEvent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
As we come back here on yourliveevent.com, let's go to Josh Boyko here with some of the results in the field events. Josh, take it away.
Yeah, last field event to recap for you here. Girls triple jump, the only one we haven't announced. So Sophie Brackey with a 37 flat from Red River. That is the top 4 girls triple jump. And then Harley Harris from Bennett County at a 35.04. Then Alexandra Roberts of Davies at the 35 flat was the top 3 for girls triple jump.
So that again is a look at the girls triple jump. A couple of the boys records that went. Elijah Defoe in the 3,200 meters is the new record holder at 110. Goes to Trey Kanoki, the same at 300 meters. Also on the tracks and on the girls, you have Guy from West Fargo, the 100-meter dash holder. The 4x4 relay, the 400 goes to for Bennett County here on that one, and then from the 100 meters for the West Fargo Packers was getting close to that one, but no one broke Ella Groder's record back again here for the girls side of things. Biggest takeaway, Josh, in this one outside of the new digs, the new track, what was one thing you taken away here? The boys 200 meters had a lot of really good times, I think, in heats 1 through 7 here in this one, as that and more. But what were some of the other things that you liked here in this one?
That would be you mentioned the depth of the 200 was incredible, Chase. The depth of the 200 was great. For the distance runs, we saw some really good times. Defoe and Carroll both breaking meet records. Defoe breaking it by like 9 seconds. So we saw some distance runners that had really good days. We had Trey Kanoki breaking 2 different hurdles records. Just some unbelievable performances, and it comes courtesy of this this freshly used track now. So I think that had a lot to do with it. We had some great conditions, so shout out to God for the weather today and sponsoring this wonderful afternoon of weather.
Yeah, thanks to Barry Anderson, to Coach Forrester as well, to those here at Shanley that welcomed us to open us in. Thank you so much for tuning into our coverage here of the 2025, the 55th annual Shanley Track and Field Meet. Join us tomorrow morning for a little breakfast and baseball down in Hankinson, or down in Enderlin. You'll see a myriad of Class B teams from across the East region will join us there, and then we'll have day 2 coverage as well on Saturday morning. On behalf of Jacob Anderson, Preston DeVille, on behalf of Josh Boyko, I'm Chase Miller. Thanks so much for tuning into our coverage, and join us for more high school sports throughout the weekend here on yourliveevent.com.